What's going on there, YouTube? Welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to do a full story video. A full story video is when I usually sit down and take a bunch of videos I did in the past and combine them together into one big video. Today's full story video is going to be about Spawn. Now, this is going to be a massive full story video, about 7 to 8 hours long. And the reason why, because I combined 50 issues into one single video, right? Now, here's the thing, because when it came to my coverage over Spawn, I will admit this, that I may have misspoken when it came to some of the characters' names, and that's on me. I should have done better, but over time, I did get better when it came to my coverage over Spawn. And so please ignore my mistakes in this video. But either way, this video should contain issues number 1 all the way up to issue number 50, and also the first Spawn Batman crossover as well. But with that being said, guys, please enjoy today's full story video. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. This is the channel where we sit down and cover different comic book stories from different comic book companies. Today, we are going to jump back over to Image Comics. Actually, this is our first time jumping over to Image Comics. And for our first time getting into Image Comics, we're going to cover the first storyline in Spawn Comics that really introduced us, or the world, to Spawn. A very unique character that fans out there really loved back in the 1990s and still love till this day. So if you do like today's comic book video, please hit that like button down below and also subscribe to the channel for more content to come in the near future. Also, any suggestions on books I should read? Well, please let me know in the comments below, because you never know, your suggestion could be a future video down the road. But I do hope you enjoy today's video. With the opening of this page, we have someone talking to us about how he does not belong here, that for some reason something brought him here and he doesn't know why, making it seem that maybe he lost his memories, and of course it is bothering him because he is trying to know why he's alive again, but also wants to know why he was brought here, like something inside of him wants to be in this city. Then the next page, we get a news channel telling us about a man named Al Simmons, how he was a highly ranked soldier, but he died. The news mentioned about his wife Wanda Blake and how she had a hard time burying her husband's body. They briefly mentioned that a man named Lieutenant Colonel Simmons is a very sketchy man and had his hand in a lot of sketchy moves that may have been covered by the government. Then finally, Martin Alexander is the man who apparently was the person that brought Al Simmons and Wanda Blake together. Now, our character who was talking to us earlier basically starts to remember more things about the past. That for starters, he was in the army. He was also someone that was loved but was also hated. That after he died, he began to think more about some lady, a lady that he loved, and he wanted to see her again so badly. So he made some kind of deal with someone to be able to come back to life. The problem is that he does not remember the name of the person who he made the deal with. Also, he does not remember the name of the lady he really loves so much. So with that being said, we open the next section of the book to us getting the first look of Spawn. So now his mission is to figure out who he is, where he is from, find the woman he loves so much, and get revenge against the man who he made a deal with and took his memories. He thinks he'll be able to remember when he finds his lady, and that will unlock a lot of his memories. We then pick up with 2 different cops, one being named Sam Burke and the other one having a nickname Twitch. Now these 2 guys are trying to figure out who is going around killing some mobsters. Now the way the people are dying, It's more of someone going out and taking out their heart. And this plot line will lead us to the main bad guy of this video and give us a lot of answers as well. Switching back over to Spawn, we see him going around to see what kind of powers he has and trying to use them to help protect a lady who is being attacked by some random thugs. Now, this was a way to show that when it comes to regular humans against him, well, he is way stronger than they are, and there is no way they stand a chance against him. So we see him take out these thugs quickly. Now he is able to save the woman from these thugs and tries to help her up. That is when he is hit with another memory of a lady that he may love. It is him getting a better idea who he is and who she is as well. Now, it is not like he learns her name, but learns that when he died, she mourned his death. It doesn't tell him where to go or where she is, but it's building up the idea that she is someone he has to go to if he wants to unlock more of his memories. That even includes maybe how he became this Spawn character. When he wakes up, that is when he's in the arms of the lady that he just saved. It shows that when he gets his memories back, it shuts his whole body down and makes him go through tremendous amount of pain. Now, the news is reporting that someone is going around killing people and taking out their hearts as well. So you have news telling you that there are some people out there who don't really care and honestly kind of happy that someone is going around killing people and taking out their hearts as well, because these are bad guys. It leads to Spawn wanting to know what he looks like under the mask, because remember, he never took it off yet. He just woke up one day and saw himself wearing some kind of new outfit, which of course, when he does take it off, well, he looks like a crazy mess. Also, he begins to cry because he wants to know more about his past life. He knows that he died. He was pulled out of limbo. The question is, who pulled him out? Finally, we get a look of the character that actually pulled him out. This is our first appearance of Malbolgia. I know I just butchered that name. The person who could be behind the torturing of Albert Simmons into the Spawn creature he is, and tells us that he is not done playing around with Al Simmons. Now we get our first introduction of the Violator. That sounds like a horrible name. Yes, he does look like a clown, and he is going to be the bad guy of this book. Now, it seems that he is just a random guy in some clown paint, but we're going to see his true form and also watch him get a downgrade at the same time. Now we see that he tells us that has some kind of plan cooking to basically impress his boss. But now his goal is to watch over Spawn and also make sure Spawn falls in line as well. You will see what I'm talking about here in a minute. Getting back to Spawn, we see him beginning to gather himself after being so shocked by the way he looked. He's just telling us that he is going to continue to figure out who he is and trying to figure out the name of his wife. Now, there is a moment where he does see the Violator and wonder who he is, and begins to go down there to see him, except when he gets down there, of course, the Violator is gone. Now heads up, this is where we begin to see some bloody mess. This is me being real here because remember, there is someone going around killing monsters and taking out their hearts. And the question is, who is going around doing that? Well, we see that there is some other kind of demon out there, and this demon is the one who is going around killing people and taking out their hearts. This demon and Spawn will meet very soon, and when they do, it is going to begin to give us some idea about Spawn and how he got here to be this creature he is now. Now, getting back to Spawn, with him trying to learn more about who he is and what power he has, well, we see that he knows he can't go up to his wife with the way he looks. So instead, what he does is use his powers to change his appearance. Now remember that Al Simmons is a black guy. So with him using his powers, well, it actually turns him into looking like a white guy.
which of course is the complete opposite of what he looks. No matter how many times he tries to change it to him being a black guy, the results are the same. He keeps ending up looking like a white guy. This leads into Spawn being able to tap into more of his memories the more he tries to use his powers to change his appearance. Except this time, it leads to him remembering about his best friend Jason Wynn, who was also his boss. Except over time, things between them did not go well. Even though Simmons looked at Jason as a brother rather than a boss, it seems that Jason Wynn was actually crooked. So crooked that to Simmons, he looked at Jason Wynn as true evil. With Simmons remembering all of this, it made him crash into the ground, continuing the idea that every time Simmons remembers something, his whole body just crashes down. Now, with Spawn being on the ground, of course, he is greeted by Violator, who basically makes it seem that he cares, except in reality, he doesn't really care at all. He is just here to bother Spawn and make it seem that he is stronger than Spawn. This is where you have Violator tell Spawn that he is technically a Hellspawn. Of course, we should all know what that means. Now you have Violator thinking he is a big shot and Spawn should be scared of him. Of course, Spawn is not. Spawn begins to walk away. Now, while Spawn is walking away, you have Violator following behind, except we can see that Violator's shadows resembles the same figure as the demon that is going around killing people and taking out their heart. Except this is also the moment you have Spawn finally remember the name of his wife, which of course is Wanda. With him remembering, he's beginning to think about going to see her, but wondering what to say and what to do. Because remember that it has been 5 years since his death till now with him being Spawn. Either way, he knows in his heart that he wants to see the lady he once was with and still loves. Don't worry. He still has the mindset of going after the person who he made the deal with and also turn him into a Hellspawn. It will come much later, but he will see that person in this video. This leads us back to seeing Malbolgia, who heard Spawn and watched Spawn when he said that he is coming after the person who he made the deal with. This is the moment we learn that Malbolgia has to be the one who made the deal with Spawn, that he just picked Al Simmons to be Spawn because of his past life, being a hired killer and stuff. It made sense for Malbolgia to pick him, and that Malbolgia is not done torturing Al Simmons, that he will do whatever he says, because when he and Malbolgia made the deal, Al Simmons did not read the fine print at all, and now will be stuck doing grunt work for Malbolgia. Now Spawn knows her name, but doesn't know where to find her, so what he does next is go to the CIA building, hoping to find some information about where his wife moved to. He finds out, but before he goes there to see her, he decides to deal with a small problem, which is that one of the managers there has been harassing his assistant. So you have Spawn decide to scare off this man because he is being a creep. Also, this man has not apparently been paying his child support and helping to take care of his son. So Spawn scares him so much into doing those two things. If he doesn't, Spawn will come back to hurt this man. Now, this will be a heartbreaking moment for Spawn, because now he has to approach Wanda, who he has not seen in a long time, confused on what to say. He doesn't even look like his original self. So this is going to be a man scared and confused, except the heartbreak moment comes when he finds out that she remarried and had a daughter with her new husband. We also learn that this is something he was unable to do for Wanda, which was give her kids. Someone else was able to, and that person is Terry Fitzgerald. This is huge because this man was Al Simmons' best friend, our other best friend when he was alive. Now, his best friend is now married to Wanda and was able to give her a daughter. After going through that heartbreaking moment and building a new relationship with them under a new name and a new look, he leaves to go sit in his thoughts about this moment. Except he doesn't really get the chance because he is bothered by the Violator once again, who is trying to bother Spawn. Now, this is a big moment because this is where we learn that Violator is the one who was going around killing monsters and taking their hearts out, which then he does the same thing to Spawn actually by taking out his heart, which you would think that it would kill someone actually, because usually it does kill someone. Except you have Spawn get back up and show that he is no longer your usual human anymore. That now he is some kind of demonic being. Now, Violator is confused on how this is even possible. Because like I said, when it comes to your heart, you kind of need that. Except we see that whoever gave Violator his abilities told him that he will actually be more powerful than Spawn. Of course, we know that at this moment, we know it is not true, it seems. Maybe they're on the same power level, except you have Spawn being able to pick up his heart, put it back in his chest, and actually close his wounds. Like now he is completely healed up. But this makes Spawn very angry, since now he's just had somebody rip his heart out, and he's going to make sure that Violator is going to pay for what he did. And this is going to lead into our big battle, which you have the two of them fighting against each other. But also we see that they are tearing limbs off each other, blasting holes into each other. Right now it seems that these two are maybe at the same power level, since they really can't kill each other like the other one thinks they can do. This lasts for a while because it is trying to show what I had just said. These two are close on the same power level. You have Melbogia appear to shine the light on things for the two of them. For one, he tells them that he's the one who gave them the power they have been using in this whole video. That basically he is trying to build up an army to fight against God. Now, he is not the devil in the Image universe. He is more like one of the powerful demons in hell. Really, he is in the 8th circle, but he is trying to build up his army to fight against God. He chose Al Simmons to basically go out there to find the souls he needs to help him get what he wants, which is of course souls for the army he needs to take down God. He repairs Spawn's lost body parts, but it is him telling Spawn, like, listen man, you are really stuck here. You have to help me, and you can't walk away from this deal. Now for Violator, remember that I said earlier he is going to lose his powers to get a downgrade. That is because Violator was going around using his powers that Melbogia gave him to kill people around the city for fun, hoping to make Melbogia happy. To Melbogia, he only gave Violator powers to use to keep an eye on Spawn, not to be going around killing people. That really, he could have let God know what Melbogia could be doing on Earth. So he takes the powers he gave Violator and also tells us that just like Spawn, Melbogia also created Violator. And you have Melbogia leave the show that he is not going to deal with any more drama. The book closes on Wanda waking up, but with her telling Terry that she has some kind of feeling that Al Simmons is alive again, or his soul is calling out to her. Either way, it is saying there is some kind of connection between the two of them. This is where we are going to...
What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are actually going to continue our coverage over the character known as Spawn. And the reason why, because I feel like when it comes to different YouTubers, no one really sits down and tries to explain the complete storyline for Spawn. In most cases, they just tackle different main points or different points they like about Spawn, and that is it. And so I want to kind of sit down and see how this goes for us as we cover a lot of more things that most YouTubers don't cover when it comes to the character of Spawn. Now, we covered the original origin for Spawn number 1 through 4, a couple years ago. And so I want to continue from that point right there. Now, today's video is only going to cover one single issue, but it's a way for us to still continue our coverage over the character of Spawn. And so we do pick up with Spawn number 5, better known as Justice. Now, this is Spawn really going after a certain character, and this character is a serial killer, but a serial killer who went around and killed children. Now, with that being said though, when it comes to Spawn for our channel, we're going to have a video every single Sunday. We're going to call it Spawn Sundays from here on out. So every Sunday, expect a Spawn video, 1 or possibly 2. Either way, let's go ahead and dive into today's video. And so getting into today's video, we actually do pick up with a character known as Billy Kincaid. Now, when it comes to Billy Kincaid, he's actually the serial killer I was talking about earlier that Spawn is going to go after here in this book right here. And the reason why, because Billy Kincaid was locked up, and originally he was supposed to be taken away to prison for 22 years. But because of good behavior and also serving at least 8 years of his time, he was able to get out in just 10 years. And so when we actually jump into this book, it's him right now being released, but of course being told what he has to do after being released from prison. Like, for example, you have to stay away from children because you were someone who had killed off a bunch of children. But we believe that you are technically a better person now because the time you served here in prison. And so they let him go. Now, Sam and Twitch are actually there as well. Now, when it comes to Sam and Twitch, remember, they're just 2 cops, they're partners. But when it comes to Sam, he was one of the cops who actually locked up Billy. And so to see him right now being released, he hates the idea because this guy is a serial killer. He killed off a bunch of children, and apparently he did so bad to one child, they had a hard time identifying the child. And so for Sam, he hates the idea that Billy is being released, but unfortunately, it's out of his control, and Billy is released back into the world. Now, we actually do see the news right now reporting about the release of Billy Kincaid. Now, at first, you do have the reporters kind of give us the details about Billy, which honestly is everything I already told you about Billy. The fact that he was a serial killer, he killed off a bunch of kids, and he was supposed to be in jail for 22 years, but got out in 10. Either way, it's still a way for us to see the news kind of give us more information about Billy, more of a background, but we don't need that background for this story. But at the same time, I like this page because you're still able to have people call into the news to express how they feel about the idea of Billy being released from prison, this well-known kid serial killer. Now, you do have the book quickly remind us about Wanda. And of course, when it comes to Wanda, you do have her right now putting her child to sleep. Now, while she's putting her child to sleep, this is a reminder that Wanda was the wife of Spawn when he was still alive. Now, she does not play a huge role in this storyline. It's more kind of like she plays as a motivation role for Spawn to go after Billy Kincaid. And you see what I mean as we go through this book. But then we jump over to Sam and Twitch. Now, this is a way for us to really see that Sam is still bothered about the idea that Billy Kincaid was able to get out of prison, someone who should stay locked up forever because he is a well-known serial killer. And so this is Sam saying, listen, Twitch, I know that we're technically not higher up in the police rank, but I still want to technically stake out Billy's house to make sure that he does actually follow the law, that he does not go out there and find kids and kill the kids. And so we are going to stake out his house every single night after midnight to make sure this man follows the law. And if he breaks the law, we'll be right there to arrest him and throw him right back into prison. And so that is the moment where we actually jump over to a homeless group. Now, the reason why, because we actually pick up with a police officer taking his car and driving his car right through the area that homeless people use to technically sleep at night. And so when that happens, the police officer technically runs over one of the homeless people and of course killing him. Now the officer does not care. He continues on because to him, the homeless people are technically in the wrong for technically being homeless, but also being in the way. And so he just leaves. And you have the homeless people get upset about the idea that one of their own was just killed off by a police officer. A police officer is supposed to be out there protecting the people. And here he is right now killing someone because they're homeless and doesn't even care. And so he moves on. And so you have these people get very upset and they find a newspaper. Now, when they do find this newspaper, it's talking about the release of Billy Kincaid. And of course, they're saying, how's it fair that a homeless person gets killed off and no one blinks an eye, but this serial killer who killed off a bunch of children was able to get out on good behavior? Now, of course, when they say Billy's name, Spawn overhears this conversation, and Spawn actually remembers Billy Kincaid. And so that is the moment where we come to find out that apparently Spawn knew Billy. And the reason why, because before Spawn had died, he was still known as Al Simmons. He was hired to actually kill off Billy. He was offered $1 million. Now, the night Spawn was actually going to do it, that was the moment Billy got arrested. Now, Al said he remembers seeing Billy get arrested. And here was the crazy part. When he saw Billy getting arrested, Billy did not look sad at all. Matter of fact, Billy was smiling. And it seemed to Spawn that Billy thought that he was still winning, that he was not losing at all, even though he got arrested. Now, that was the moment you have Spawn tell us that apparently when it came to Billy's case, there was so much evidence, it was an easy case to say he should be locked up. They even found a warehouse that had so many different dead bodies. And unfortunately, the dead bodies were cut up so bad, they had a hard time identifying the bodies, but the warehouse belonged to Billy Kincaid. And so it was a closed case just like that. The problem was, though, evidence began to disappear left and right. All the types of evidence they had to lock up Billy just went away. And the big question was, how? How in the world does all the evidence you need right now just disappear like that? And we come to find out that apparently it all disappeared because of one particular person. And that person was Jason Wynn. Now, Jason Wynn was mentioned in our first video because he was the boss of Al Simmons. But we're kind of left to believe that Jason Wynn did have something to do with the death of Al Simmons. Either way, apparently Jason Wynn kind of had helped to make all the evidence disappear when it came to Billy Kincaid. And so even though he still got locked up, they couldn't technically lock him up for life because a lot of evidence just disappeared. And what they had was not just enough to lock him away forever, but because Jason Wynn had some of the evidence just disappear. And so you do have Spawn decide that something must be done when it comes to Billy, because Billy is still a killer no matter what. Yes, he may went to prison, but this man still could have the ability to go out there and kill again. And let's not forget, he was a child killer. And so this is Spawn saying, I'm trying to think of Wanda, because right now Wanda, the person who used to be his wife, has a child. Now Spawn has no idea if this child belongs to him or her new husband, but either way, he is thinking of Wanda and her child. And Billy could possibly come after her child down the road. And so it's Spawn saying, I must deal with him now, because if I don't, he might kill off Wanda's child later on. And so this is Spawn saying, I am going after him tonight. And he does. Now, when he does, let's not forget, Sam and Twitch were technically outside sticking out the house of Billy Kincaid to make sure that he actually
follows the law. Except they do see Spawn go inside. Except when they do get inside to confront Spawn and also Billy Kincaid, they both had disappeared. And so to Sam and Twitch, this stakeout is a failure, and they begin to go back to the police department. Now, when Sam and Twitch get back to the police department and trying to figure out where in the world Billy Kincaid went to or what exactly happened to Billy Kincaid, when they get back to the police department and in their office, well, that is the moment they find Billy Kincaid. Spawn had killed off Billy Kincaid and hung his body in the middle of the police department to say that, yeah, I killed him. Now, guys, remember, Sam and Twitch have no idea about Spawn. Either way, right now, they're finding a dead body in their office at the police department. And yes, it is Billy Kincaid, but it's kind of like, who did it for them? Either way, this is where we're going to end today's comic book video. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue with our Spawn Sundays. Yes, we are. And matter of fact, we pick up with Spawn number 6 and number 7. And so we're going to cover 2 books in today's video. Now, when it comes to this video right here, it's really more Spawn fighting against Nicholas Roca, better known as Overkill. I have to remember there's a T in his name. For many years, I thought it was Overkill, and I always missed the T. Either way, this is the first appearance of Overkill. And of course, it's going to be an actual challenge or a new kind of challenge for Spawn to fight against. Now, when it comes to Overkill, we're also going to see him defeat Spawn and give us, I like to call him Punisher Spawn. And you see what I mean as we dive into today's comic book video. And so getting into Spawn number 6, we actually do pick up with Overkill right now in Italy. Now, with him being Italy, it's really more of him right now attacking a certain building because he was hired by the Mafia, and the Mafia wants him to technically take out this building for business reasons. Now, when it comes to Overkill, he apparently has that reputation out in the world where, you know, if he's been called in, things are about to go crazy in a few minutes. And matter of fact, the military was brought in to hopefully stop Overkill. Now, this scene right here was really a way to show us how powerful Overkill is. Now, when you see him right off the bat, you know he is a cyborg, half man, half machine, and right now on a rampage. And so when it comes to the military, and because they have fought against him in the past, you do have the military bring in the heavy guns as a way to hopefully stop him. But unfortunately, when it comes to Overkill, you can't stop him that easily. And so he is able to take out the entire army that was sent here to stop him just like that. It's a way to see how powerful he is for us, but to also say, okay, Spawn might have a new kind of challenge coming up very soon. Now, that is the moment where we actually jump over to a character known as Freddy. Now, Freddy is not going to be that important for this storyline, just for this section really. And the reason why, because at the end of this section, Homeboy's going to die. But right now, he's actually talking to 2 mobsters who actually work for a mafia boss in the city, and that boss is known as Antonio Twistelli, better known as Tony Twist. Either way, when it comes to Antonio, he's right now trying to figure out who went around and killed off the different mafia bosses in the city and also took out their hearts. Now, that storyline right there took place in the first video we did for Spawn. Now, for Spawn, he's actually innocent. He did not do anything at all. But when it comes to Tony, he has no idea who actually did it. And so he's trying to get information about who did it. And when it comes to Freddy here, Freddy is now telling the 2 guys who work for Tony that it was Spawn. And matter of fact, you have Freddy tell the 2 guys where Spawn is actually staying at right now. And of course, Spawn is right now staying at the homeless camp in the city. And so now you have these 2 guys kill off Freddy, and they're going to tell their boss what they just had learned about who could possibly be behind the deaths of all those different mafia bosses.
When we actually pick up with Spawn, you have Spawn right now hanging out with some homeless people. And this is a quick reminder that because Spawn was brought back to life as Spawn, of course he has nowhere to go. And until he learns everything about his recreation or his rebirth, he's right now hanging out with homeless people because he has nowhere else to go. But with that being said, you do have the homeless people begin to ask him a bunch of questions about his past life, his origin story. And so this is a way to kind of help new readers who were back then just jumping into Spawn to learn more about Spawn when it comes to his backstory. Now, for our sake of our coverage, we're not going to do that. And matter of fact, we are going to move on. But I just wanted to bring this up because it does show Spawn having connection with these homeless people, because even though he does seem a tad bit odd, a tad bit different, they still accept him and they still want to say, you're like a brother to us and we need to know your backstory, because that helps us build a connection with you. Now, earlier we actually saw the two gangsters kill off Freddy to get a location of Spawn. And matter of fact, we do see them right now heading over to tell Antonio about the location of where Spawn is hiding out at. And of course, Spawn right now hangs out with homeless people. Either way, when Antonio gets that information, he now knows what he wants to do next to actually handle Spawn, even though Spawn is not the person who was going around killing off those different bosses in the city. But then we actually pick up with those two mobsters right now going around the area that Spawn was seen at. Now, when they go there, of course, they begin the process of killing off different homeless people as a way to hopefully bring out Spawn, because they have no idea that Spawn has powers. And their eyes, Spawn is just some crazy killer who's going around killing off different mafia bosses and then taking out their hearts, and that is it. Except when they go around and begin the process of killing off homeless people that were technically close friends of Spawn because they all stayed in the same area, well, you have Spawn appear. He does take out one guy, but the other guy, he lets live long enough so that Spawn will be able to learn more information about whoever sent these two guys to his area. Because right now, there are 5 homeless people dead because of these two guys just looking for Spawn. And Spawn hates the idea that people died because of him just because he's around. And so that is the moment where we actually jump back over to Antonio. Now, when we jump back over to Antonio, it's Antonio right now telling us, the readers, and right now telling the bosses as well, the other bosses in the city, that he thought it would be a good idea to bring in someone to deal with their problem. And of course, their problem is Spawn. Now, they have no idea that technically Spawn is innocent, because they believe that Spawn was the one who was going around killing all those different bosses in the very first storyline of Spawn. But in reality, Spawn is innocent, but they don't know that. And matter of fact, they don't know much about Spawn at all yet, and sooner or later they will. Either way, you have Antonio telling these other bosses that he has brought in Overkill. Now, this is way to say that Antonio believes that Overkill has the ability to actually finish off Spawn once and for all, which means that sooner or later we're going to see Overkill fight against Spawn. And so that is the moment where we actually do see Spawn go to a location that he was able to get from a different monster that works for Antonio. Now, when Spawn arrives there, of course, that is the moment he is attacked by no other than Overkill. Now, when he is attacked by Overkill, of course, is one of those battles where Spawn has to learn how to adapt. And the reason why I'm saying that, because this is a new challenge for Spawn, but at the same time, Spawn is still technically new to this life, and really, he does not understand his powers completely yet. And so when it comes to him right now, fighting against Overkill, he's trying to use what he knows what to use against Overkill. But Overkill is a huge challenge for Spawn, especially a rookie Spawn. And so you do have Spawn and Overkill go back and forth for a few pages until Overkill is actually able to get the upper hand on Spawn. Now,
it does lead into the moment where you have Overkill think that he actually killed off Spawn. And because he think he won, he actually walks away, leaving Spawn buried in the ground. Now Spawn is able to get out of the ground after Overkill left, but you have Spawn realize that Overkill must have thought Spawn was dead because his sensor that technically detects heartbeats is broken. And so that is why Overkill thought Spawn was dead, but in reality, Spawn is not dead. But then Spawn says, you know what? I have a better idea of how I'm going to handle this cyborg, this Overkill. And so you have Spawn break into a military base and begin the process of actually stealing a bunch of weapons to help him fight against Overkill in round 2. And this is why I say Punisher Spawn, because this man is gunned up from head to toe and getting ready for a round 2 against Overkill. And so getting into the second chapter, we do see Spawn being able to get all the weapons he needs to actually take down Overkill. Now, because he did break into a military base, of course that means that you're going to have a bunch of soldiers appear to try to stop Spawn. Now, this is Spawn realizing that these soldiers are innocent, that technically they're just doing their job because Homeboy did break into this military base. And so instead of trying to fight against them, he just teleports away to avoid a fight with these soldiers because technically they're innocent, and on top of that, he does not have the time to deal with them. He's trying to find Overkill and stop Overkill once and for all. Now, because you had Spawn teleport, it did take a lot of energy out of him. Now, with all that energy technically being taken out of him, of course he has to rest. Now, luckily for Spawn, he was able to teleport to the same location he's been at for the last couple storylines, the homeless people area. Now, when he does land there, he is confronted by another homeless person who does see him right now passed out, but technically exhausted. Now, you have this homeless person actually take off the mask of Spawn to see his face. Now, when he does see his face, the guy is not actually freaked out by the appearance of Spawn. Matter of fact, this shows Spawn that the homeless people have accepted him no matter what he did in his past life or what he looks like right now. And that shows that when it comes to Spawn, no matter what, he is always welcome there. Now, after that, that is the moment where you have Spawn have another flashback. Because remember, Spawn has no idea how he died. He knows he was killed off, but he has no idea who killed him off. And so when he has this flashback, he does see the skeleton right now, but the skeleton is talking to him in a way where it seems to be the person who had killed him in his past life. Now, of course, we have no idea who the skeleton actually belongs to, and so it's Spawn saying, okay, it has to be someone close to me, because the way the skeleton in my flashback was actually talking to me, it seemed like they actually knew me. But the question is though, who? Who was the skeleton person? Because without flesh, he has no idea who it is. And so it's Spawn realizing that he was killed off by someone very close to him, but apparently that person close to him betrayed him for some unknown reason. But then we jump over to Wanda. Now remember, Wanda was the wife of Spawn before he had died, but she had moved on because it's been 5 years since the death of Spawn and his rebirth as Spawn. Either way though, when it comes to Wanda, she moved on and she got married to Terry, who used to be Al Simmons' best friend before he actually died. Now with that being said though, she wakes up screaming, and the reason why, because it seems like she had the same flashback Spawn did, which tells her that when it comes to her husband, he was not killed off in some crazy accident, he was actually murdered by someone close to him. And so it's her begging Terry to look into the murder case of Al Simmons, because she was told that he just died in a regular kind of death or an accident death. But now she realizing that her husband could have died technically by being murdered by someone close to him. Now you do have Spawn wake up. Now when he does wake up, this is Spawn saying that, okay,
after that random flashback and everything, it's time for me to go out there and find Overkill. Now, when Spawn begins to walk away, he realized that he should take off his cape. And the reason why, because his cape is only going to get in the way in the battle between him and Overkill. Now, when Spawn leaves the cape behind and begins to walk away, Spawn does not realize that his cape is actually alive and actually following him. But of course, he has no idea yet. And so he just keeps on walking to find Overkill. But then we jump over to Wanda once again. Now, this is only a page, but it's very important. And the reason why, because you have Wanda right now going to an animal shelter. And the reason why, because it's her right now doing her own detective work about what happened to Al Simmons. But on top of that, in the first storyline, she was actually confronted by a Caucasian person. Now, that Caucasian person was actually Al Simmons' Spawn. It was Spawn trying to see his wife once again, once he was able to actually remember her name and who she was. But except when he went to go see her and he tried to use his powers to change his appearance, of course, he changed into a white guy, not what he used to look like before he had died. And so he knew that he could not walk up to her and say, hey, I'm Al Simmons in a white person's body. And so he gave her a fake story that he was just some person who works at an animal shelter nearby. And of course, when she came here to look for him to see if there is some kind of connection to Al Simmons, well, of course, when she gets there, the owner of the shelter says, no, I have nobody who works here with that description at all. I'm sorry to waste your time, but unfortunately, you gotta leave. Now, this does lead into the final part of today's video, where we actually do see Spawn being able to find a way to contact Overkill. Now, when he's able to actually contact Overkill, it's right now Spawn just being able to use all the weapons that he has stole from that military base as a way to defeat Overkill. Now, at first, you have Overkill showing that he's overconfident in his abilities. He really feels like he should be able to actually defeat Spawn. But here's the thing though, Spawn did somewhat recover. When it comes to Overkill, he did not, because he is a cyborg. And a lot of times cyborgs break apart and they need the right stuff to actually be repaired. When it comes to Spawn though, he is a demonic creature. His powers are magic based for the most part. And so he was able to recover faster than Overkill was. But on top of that, you have Spawn bringing these weapons to a fight that he already has a better chance of actually winning. It's not a fair fight for Overkill. And so while you have the two characters fight against one another, you have Spawn actually be able to defeat Overkill just like that. And with him being able to defeat Overkill, it's Spawn making sure that Overkill cannot come back at all anymore down the road, where he technically blows up Overkill to say he is dead. There's no way he can come back. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are actually going to explore hell for Spawn Sunday. Yes, we are going to continue on with our coverage for Spawn, and we're gonna pick up with issue number 8. Now, when it comes to issue number 8, it actually does pick up where issue number 5 left off at. Now remember, in issue number 5, Spawn killed off a serial killer. Matter of fact, he killed off someone who was going around killing off a bunch of children. That is why he killed off a character known as Billy Kincaid. Now, when it comes to Billy Kincaid, you have Billy right now being reborn in hell. And we're going to use Billy as a way to explore hell. Because with Spawn technically being a hell creature, we should technically explore hell and figure out what hell is like in the Spawn universe. Now, when Billy Kincaid is actually reborn in hell, at first he has no idea that he is in hell, but he does realize this can't be heaven because how crazy it looks, how bad it looks. Now, you do have Billy go ahead and kill off a lizard, and when he does kill off that lizard, he does wear the lizard skin as a way to say he has some clothes. But of course, now he wonders, what should he do next? Now, that is the moment where he is confronted by a set of characters. Now, these characters, like Billy, they have no idea that they're in hell. Matter of fact, they're wondering where in the world they're at right now. Now, of course, out of all the characters, the little girl is the one who actually knows a lot about hell. And what she says to Billy and the rest of the crew is that when it comes to hell, there's 10 different areas. And matter of fact, they're like spears. And so with that being said, each area is inside another area, where the 10th level is the most outer area of hell. Now, with that being said, they have to get out of the 10 areas if they want to be somewhere safe. Now, she didn't say they're in hell. She just said they're in the Deadlands. But again, we now know it is technically hell. And matter of fact, this is where we get to learn a tad bit more about hell. And so that is the moment where they are actually confronted by a soul trapper. Now, a soul trapper is from the 6th spear. But usually when it comes to a soul trapper, they're looking for souls to take with them back to their area in hell. And matter of fact, if they take you, you are forced to sing for them forever, for all eternity. Now, at first, our characters, including Billy, they have no idea that this is a soul trapper, except the little girl. She knows about this soul trapper, and she says, yes, that is a soul trapper. Now, the rest of our crew, they believe it is an angel because it looks like an angel. But honestly, that right there is just a disguise, because once they get a closer look after one of their characters is taken away, they realize, oh my God, that was not an angel, that was some kind of motorized machine. But in reality, it was a soul trapper, a hell creature. Now, when they move on, you have Billy realize that the girl is a tad bit different. And matter of fact, while he's trying to rest and try to take his mind off things, including the girl, when he dreams, he only dreams of Spawn. Now, is Spawn technically killing him different kinds of ways? Is Spawn now haunting his dreams even though this man had technically died and moved on to the afterlife? Now, this is something we are going to see over and over and over again in this book, to say that Spawn is always connected to Billy because Spawn was the one who had actually killed off Billy. And so while you have the crew continue on with their travels throughout the areas of hell, well, that is the moment they are actually confronted by another being. Now, we don't get the chance to see this being. Matter of fact, all we see is a beam of light to take away another member of the crew to his area of hell. It was Modad. And Modad apparently comes from the 10th area. And when he takes you away, apparently you're part of his computer system. Either way, your soul now belongs to him. But that information once again came from the little girl. And so this is Billy beginning to wonder what in the world is going on with that little girl. And as they continue on, they meet another creature. Now, this creature at first does look like Elvis, but it's not Elvis. Matter of fact, it's called a Kachugan, hopefully I pronounced that first word correctly, Metabuse. And apparently this being comes from the 5th realm, the 5th spear. And when it comes and gets you, usually when they absorb souls, they get very addicted to it, like a drug. But of course, now another member is gone from the crew. And again, the little girl tells more information about each creature they see. And again, it's Billy wondering what in the world is going on. Now it's down to 3 people, Billy, the little girl, and an older lady. But of course, this next page, we see the older lady also get taken away by something called a soul gorment. And apparently it looks like an ant creature. Either way, it does grab the older woman. And when it does, it begins to break down her soul and she gets carried away. And so now it's just Billy and the little girl. But one more time, the little girl is the one who tells Billy everything he needs to know about the different creatures they see. And it's Billy once again looking at her like, how in the world do you know all this stuff? Now, when Billy tries to get some rest, because now it's just him and little girl,
and he wants to kind of be rested just in case they do run into another creature. But while he's dreaming, once again, his dreams are hunted by Spawn. And so with his dreams now being hunted by Spawn, it's him kind of realizing that this creature had to be the one that had actually killed him off. Now, at first, he didn't know that, but now he does know. But now he's wondering, why in the world did this guy kill me off for? Did he kill me off because I was some child killer? Well, yes, that's the reason why. But for Billy, he's having a hard time actually believing that, which honestly, I have no idea why. Either way, you have Billy realize that, you know what, it's just me and the little girl. Because that is the moment where you have Billy wanting to kill off the little girl, just like he always did back in the real world, the world of the living. And so you have Billy walk over to the little girl, but when he tries to kill her off, the little girl is actually not a little girl. It's actually a demon in disguise, a character we saw earlier. And of course, it is Vindicator. And Vindicator is one of the, and I'm going to try my best to pronounce this word, the Philibiac brothers. Either way, he's right here right now to technically grab Billy and use Billy's soul. And Billy realized that, yeah, bro, you are literally in hell right now. And you're about to see all the different kinds of places of hell thanks to Vindicator. And so that is the moment where you actually have Billy Kincaid try his best to get away from Vindicator. Now, Vindicator could easily capture Billy Kincaid, but to Vindicator, it's a game. He's trying to chase down Billy, but to also show Billy and us, the readers, the different levels of hell, the different spheres of hell. And of course, we do get a brief description of each area. But of course, for the sake of the video, I'm not going to sit down here and explain level 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on and so on. And so we technically see Billy right now being chased down by Vindicator. But while being chased down by Vindicator, of course, that is the moment they reach the 8th sphere. And of course, for Vindicator, this is his home. And so this is where we kind of learn a little bit more about Vindicator, but what they're going to do with Billy Kincaid. Now that is the moment where we actually do see Vindicator explain a tad bit more to Billy Kincaid about what's going to happen next to Billy. And right now you have the Vindicator tell Billy that your soul is going to serve the Malbolgia's army. Malbolgia is the one in charge of this area of hell. Either way, right now, Malbolgia is collecting a bunch of souls for their army. And so right now, Billy is the next one to join the army. Now that is the moment we do see Vindicator hand Billy a symbiote suit. And this is the K3 Maralu. And I really hope I said that name correctly. K3 is correct, but the Maralu, I really hope I pronounced that correctly. Either way, when it comes to the K3 suit, it is going to technically combine with Billy. And so now it's part of him for life. But Billy Kincaid has now joined the army of Malbolgia. And technically, this is what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are actually going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, and we actually pick up with Spawn number 9. Now, Spawn number 9 is going to give us a lot of information, but on top of that, it is the first appearance of a particular character. Now, with that being said, diving into today's storyline, we actually pick up in the past. Now, at first, we're not told how far in the past we're in, but we can tell right off the bat that we're probably about 800 years in the past. But on top of that, you're going to see a Spawn in this story in the very beginning in the past. But just remember, it's not Al Simmons because we are 800 years in the past. Either way, we actually pick up with a young lady right now calling out for help. Now, while she's calling out for help, that is the moment where you have the book give us an idea about Spawn. And what I mean by that is apparently Spawn is technically known as Hellspawn. But on top of that, they're part of something called the Hunt. And apparently there are other people out there that hunt down spawns across the world. Now, there are rules to the hunt.
you cannot hunt down spawns in beyond worlds or beyond realms, meaning like you cannot go to hell to hunt down spawns there, because if you do, you are technically breaking the rules. But the spawns that are in the world of the living, like Al Simmons is in the present day, they can be hunted down, because usually those spawns are technically being trained in a way to become higher officers in the army of Malbolgia. Now remember, Malbolgia is one of the devils in hell, and right now building an army of hell spawns. And when it comes to spawns that go into the world of the living, technically they are being trained to become higher rank officers in the army. And so those spawns right there, you can hunt down. But other spawns in the beyond realms, like hell, you are not allowed to go down there. Now, that's the moment where we do see a spawn appear to help this young lady out. Now, once you do have this spawn appear to help this young lady out, she does tell him that apparently her sister has been kidnapped. And so he's going to help her find her sister and save her sister. Now, while they're on their way to find her sister, that is the moment again where you have the book continue to give us more information. And so that is when we come to find out that when it comes to spawns that go into the world of the living, of course, Earth, apparently one appears every 50 years. But right before they're able to appear on Earth, they're usually kept in stasis for 5 to 10 years. And so that explains with Al Simmons, because remember, Al Simmons died, and then when he came back as Spawn, it has been 5 years later. And the reason why, because he's being held in stasis. Now, the spawns in the world of the living, they have no idea what they are, but also they have no idea that with their powers, there comes a limit. And usually when they reach that limit, they go back to hell. And so right now, a young spawn at first will use their energy up just like that. But over time, when they get older, they begin to realize that they have a limit to their power, and they're very careful on using their powers before running out of time. Now, with that being said, though, you do have this young spawn and this lady right now continuing to try to find her sister. Now, when it comes to the hunt, apparently it is advised to technically take out a younger spawn because they are easier than an older spawn. And so right now, this young spawn could technically be part of the hunt without actually knowing it. Now, that is the moment we kind of find out that technically it was Angela the entire time. Now, when it comes to Angela, we have to remember that originally she appeared in Spawn comics. Later on, because of a lawsuit problem, she was technically taken over to Marvel, and now she is the lost sister to Thor, if I remember correctly. But in this comic right here, Angela is technically a hunter who hunts after spawns. Now, with that being said right now, she actually has captured a spawn right now, or she trapped one, and so is unable to actually escape. Now remember, when it comes to younger spawns, they have no idea what in the world they are or what in the world is going on. And so when it comes to Angela, this right here is the perfect time to actually kill off a spawn, which she does. But after fighting for a few pages, we kind of find out that after you kill off a spawn, you have the ability to take a trophy, apparently their spawn badge or their emblem. Either way, she had just killed off a spawn 800 years ago. But it seems like this spawn right here was not her first kill actually, or her first spawn kill. But then we jump into the present day. Now that is the moment where we actually pick up with Al Simmons. Now when we do, we actually see Al Simmons right now technically still hanging out with the homeless people, because honestly, they're the only people who would actually accept him, and they also gave him a place to stay. Now with that being said, they tell him that the police came by because they are actually looking for him, because apparently someone was able to technically say, hey, there's some guy out there with a cape going around doing some crazy stuff, y'all need to find him. And so the police are right now looking for him. Now, when it comes to this homeless group, they're protecting Spawn for two reasons. One, they feel bad for him, but two, let's not forget, in the earlier book, a police officer in his police car ran over a homeless person who was just sleeping in the middle of the alleyway. And of course, that person died. And so right now, this group of homeless people honestly do not care for the police right now. Now, that is the moment where you do have this random old man appear. Now, at first, he may seem random, but he does tell Spawn his actual name, and his name is Count Nicholas Cagliostro. And I really hope I pronounced that last name correctly, but we're going to call him Count. Now, when it comes to Count, he knows a lot about Spawn, and he gives us more information about Spawn. And what he says right now, that when it comes to Spawn's powers, his powers technically comes from his costume. His costume is technically a parasite that was attached to his soul. And so right now you have Count saying, hey man, listen, I know a lot about your costume. It's a parasite. It also has powers. Matter of fact, try to use some of that powers right now to give us some wine right here and now. And of course, you have Spawn actually do it. He's able to tap into his powers of the costume that he's wearing to go ahead and bring him some wine for the homeless group. But then you have the old man actually surprise Al Simmons even more by saying, oh, by the way, I know who you are. You are Al Simmons. Now, when it comes to Spawn, he never told this old man his real name yet. Matter of fact, he hasn't told anybody in this group his name. But of course, this guy right here knows his name and apparently knows a lot about Spawn and his powers. Now, before we are actually able to learn more about this old man, we actually do jump back over to Angela. Now, when we do, we see Angela right now meeting up with another young lady known as Gabrielle. Now, when it comes to Gabrielle, apparently she's telling Angela that she's now in charge of the world. Now, we have no idea what that means yet in this book, but apparently you do have Gabrielle tell Angela, listen, I know that technically you are a freelancer, and you have Angela tell Gabrielle, actually, I have my hunting permit, and the reason why I'm here right now is to hunt down the new Spawn in the world. Now, for Gabrielle, even though she does not like Angela, she's okay with Angela hunting down a Spawn, because again, they are demonic creatures. And so she says, listen, I know I can't stop you from killing off this Spawn. And matter of fact, I want you to do it, but I have a rule for you. Make it quick and clean. Because right now in this new world, you technically can't just stick around and watch the Spawn for days on days. In this new world, I need you to go ahead and kill it off just like that, quick and clean. So go out there and find that Spawn and make sure you kill him off fast, because I don't want any problem with you fighting against this Spawn. Now, that is the moment where we actually jump back over to Spawn and Count. Now, this is Spawn trying to figure out, how in the world does Count know so much about him? How in the world does he know so much about the costume? Now, that is the moment where you actually have Count tell Spawn, oh man, listen, I know a lot of things about you, and matter of fact, I know about the deal you made with one of the devils, Malbolgia. Now, when he says one of the devils, that is when you have Al Simmons realize that there's more than one devil, and apparently he only met one devil, Malbolgia, and he knows about the deal that Spawn had made with Malbolgia. Now, before Count is actually able to give Spawn more information about how he knows so much about Spawn, well, that is the moment you have Angela appear, because remember, she's here to hunt down Spawn. And so that leads into a battle between Spawn and Angela. Now, when it comes to their battle, honestly, Angela should win this battle very easily. And the reason why, because technically Spawn is still new. He's still learning how to use his powers. He's still learning how his powers actually even work and how they can protect him in a battle like this right here. And so technically, he's easy picking. But unfortunately for Angela, Spawn is the main character. So he has main character plot armor. Either way though, you do have Angela being able to actually hurt Spawn to the point where it does seem like she is about to kill off Spawn. Except that is the moment he's able to tap into a new power of his. Now, we're not told what this power is yet, but honestly, it was able to send Angela running. Now, at first, we have no idea where she ran back to, but of course, you have Count tell us that Spawn was able to actually defeat an angel, which means that she went back to heaven. Now, with her going back to heaven, of course, that means that everything should be good now. Now, Count and Spawn both realize that she left behind her lance. Now, with her lance being left behind, of course, you have Count tell Spawn, hey man, listen, do not touch that lance. Leave it alone. But unfortunately, when it comes to Spawn, the lance seems to be calling him. And of course, you have Spawn get closer and closer and closer to the lance, where of course he actually touches it. And when he does touch the lance, well, that is the moment a huge white light happens. And when that white light happens, Spawn has disappeared. And we have no idea what happened to Spawn. We just know that he is no longer around. And with him no longer being around, that means that technically he could be dead or he could be alive. We have no idea. Either way, you have Count tell us in a way that it seems that Spawn is actually gone. When it comes to his clock, it also seems that his clock has also been resetted, or technically he is dead. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are actually going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays. And matter of fact, we're going to pick up with Spawn number 11. Now, don't freak out, because I do know we're skipping over Spawn number 10, but there is a good reason why. And the reason why, because when it comes to Spawn number 10, I felt like it wasn't a book that was so important for our coverage over Spawn. Now, I could be wrong actually, because I haven't read that far into Spawn to make the right choice, I feel like. But for right now, for the sake of our coverage, I'm not going to cover Spawn number 10. Now, we may come back and cover Spawn number 10 down the road as I read deeper into Spawn, but for right now, I'm not going to cover it. And matter of fact, I did hear that later books actually kind of tell us what happened between Spawn number 9, 10, and technically leading up to 11, today's book. But for right now, we're going to jump into Spawn number 11. And matter of fact, Spawn is now back with the homeless group in that certain alleyway. And so as we jump into Spawn number 11, we actually do pick up right now with Spawn being woken up by some homeless people who of course stays with him in this homeless group. Now, when it comes to the homeless people, they were kind of worried about Spawn because he technically fell asleep, but of course he was talking in his sleep, and of course they were very worried for him. Now, once they do wake him up, and of course he's able to calm down, he realized that he's right now back with the homeless group in this alleyway of theirs. Now, while they're all kind of hanging out and try to catch their breath as Spawn woke up so crazy and wild, you did have the homeless group ask Spawn a certain question. And of course that question is, what is your origin? Like, who are you? Where did you come from? And that reminds us that when it comes to Spawn, he hasn't told anybody else about his actual origin of him becoming Spawn. Because when it comes to Spawn, he has no idea how he became Spawn really. Like, he has some clues here and there, but not the complete actual story. And so unfortunately, he really can't tell these homeless people everything they want to know about him because he's still trying to piece everything together for himself. Now, before Spawn is actually able to kind of tell these homeless people what is his actual origin or what he knows about his origin, well, that is the moment he begins to hear loud boom sounds. Now, these sounds do sound very familiar to him because it sounds like a particular weapon that he used to use back in his days when he was alive and a mercenary. Either way, when he does run towards the sound, that is the moment he does see a girl right now being attacked by some kind of weapon that's being used by someone else. And so of course this young girl is just trying to survive. Unfortunately, she does fly right by the Spawn, and of course when he does try to catch her, they both fly into the wall. Now, because the weapon that was used that technically made her fly across the area, it also hit Spawn as well. And so of course it left a gaping hole in Spawn. And so when it comes to the rest of the homeless group, they believe that Spawn is dead, and which honestly, yeah, I would too. Now, of course, when it comes to one of the homeless guys who's technically freaking out right now because Spawn just technically died right next to him, and so did some random girl. Well, that is the moment you do have this big guy appear out of nowhere holding a very powerful weapon and plans to use that powerful weapon on this one particular homeless guy that Spawn is friends with. And so that is the moment where you actually do have Spawn get right back up. Now, of course, he still has that gaping hole in his chest. And matter of fact, his homeless friend, as part of that homeless group, they begin to freak out because when they look over at Spawn, he has a gaping hole, but Homeboy's able to get up so easily. And of course, the guy with the gun also freaks out because Spawn has a gaping hole and he's right now just standing there like, what's up? Ready for round two? Let's go. And so you have the guy with the gun just run away, but he leaves the gun behind. And of course, Spawn does recognize the gun because he used to use the gun or seen the gun back in his past life. Either way, he does use some of his powers as a way to heal up that gaping hole. Now, when he does that, his homeless friend is literally freaking out. But of course, Spawn realized that he has no time to actually explain what's going on to this homeless guy because he wants to figure out how in the world did a random gang in the city get their hands on some very powerful weapon, and why are they using this powerful weapon inside the city? And so that is the moment where we do kind of find out that apparently there is some kind of gang war in this city. Now, the way we find this out is because you do have Spawn actually follow the guy who used that powerful weapon earlier on that random chick back to his base, his gang's main base. And that is the moment we kind of find out the name of one of the two gangs that are part of this gang war. And of course, their names are the Nerds. Yes, that's their name for their gang, the Nerds. I honestly hate it with a passion. Now, we also kind of find out that the other gang's name is also known as the Creeps. So you have the Nerds and the Creeps right now in this gang war, and they're fighting over a particular area. And of course, the area they're fighting for is the alleyway the homeless people use as their home. And so right now, as Spawn's saying, he has to get rid of both gangs as a way to protect the home of the homeless people. But on top of that, though, these gangs are using very powerful weapons that don't need to be out in the streets at all. And so this is technically Spawn saying, I'm going to make sure that both gangs are actually dealt with to make sure that alleyway is safe for the homeless people. And so what you have Spawn actually do is he used his powers as a way to call out each gang to come for one final battle. And what I mean by that is that yes, there is a final battle, but he does appear in front of each gang and pretending to belong to the other gang to call out that gang to have some one last final gang war. And of course, he takes both gangs to a different part of the alleyway so that they can have their war, but of course kill each other off. It's Spawn right now just using his powers to technically force a war, but somewhere else just to make sure that both gangs are dealt with so that the homeless people will not be affected at all. And so it does lead into a huge gun blazing battle, blood everywhere, people are dying, it's crazy like no other. But of course, it's just right now Spawn saying, yes, please kill each other off, so that I can make sure the homeless people will not be affected by you guys at all. But once you have the both gangs kind of died off, you only have one person left alive, and that person belongs to the Creeps. Except when it comes to the last guy, unfortunately, Homeboy is not gonna make it out of this, because soon as Spawn realized he somehow survived this gun blazing battle, you have Spawn use his powers as a way to go ahead and kill off the last member of this gang, to technically say, look, I took care of both gangs just like that. Your alleyway is protected, everything is okay now. And literally that's the end of this story. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are actually going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays. Now, we actually do pick up with Spawn number 12 and Spawn number 13. Now, with these two books right here, we are technically going to find out who killed off Spawn. And this is actually very huge. And what I mean by that is, in the earlier books, we technically know who is involved when it comes to the death of Al Simmons. And of course, it made way for him to become Spawn. But the question was right now, who pulled the trigger? Like, who actually shot and killed off Spawn? And so this book right here is going to tell us that someone else was involved and they actually did the killing. They actually pulled the trigger to kill Spawn. But on top of that, this is a crossover with Youngbloods, another Image property around the same time was kind of big when Spawn was big back in the 1990s. Either way, here is Spawn number 12 and Spawn number 13. And so jumping into today's storyline, we actually do pick up right now with Spawn feeling some kind of connection to a church. Now, when he does go to this church, he remembers that this is the church where him and Wanda actually got married at. Now, this is huge. And the reason why, because we have to remember that Al Simmons, before he became Spawn, he was just a regular guy. Yes, he was a mercenary. But once he died and came back to life as a Hellspawn, he does not remember his past life at all. And so right now it's him gaining back just pieces of his memory and now remember, oh my God, this is where I got married to Wanda at. This is where we had our wedding at. This is very special to me. Now that's also the moment where he does remember that everybody loved the wedding so much. And matter of fact, they love the reception, the ceremony, every single thing about the wedding, they loved it. But then he remembers one other particular person besides him and Wanda, and that would be Wanda's grandmother. And he remembers that the grandmother and Wanda, they had a very close bond, but also he remembers that the grandmother really did like Al Simmons a lot for her granddaughter. And so he's kind of like, listen, I'm alive again technically, and I have the ability to actually communicate with other people. So why don't I go out of my way to find the grandmother and see if she is okay, but to also make sure Wanda's okay through her as well. Now that is the moment where we actually do jump over to Jason Wynn. Now we have to remember that when it comes to Jason Wynn, he's actually very important when it comes to Spawn mythos. And what I mean by that is, when it comes to Jason Wynn, he used to be the boss of Al Simmons when Al was still alive, because Al was a mercenary, and of course he had to answer to somebody, and so he answered to Jason Wynn. Now, Jason Wynn is also kind of the main reason why Al is dead, because he does play a big role in the death of Al Simmons. Now, he may not be the one who had pulled the trigger to the gun that had killed off Al Simmons, but he is the one who did load up the gun that did kill off Al Simmons. Either way, it's Jason Wynn right now being confronted by his assistant. Now, the reason why, because his assistant just got word that somebody is technically looking into certain files about a certain subject. And of course, that subject is Al Simmons and how he died. And so right now it's Jason wondering, well, who's doing that? And you have the assistant tell Jason it is Terry. Now remember, Terry used to be a very close friend, probably the best friend of Al Simmons when he was alive still. And of course, after Al died, Terry actually married Wanda, and they were able to have a child together. Now that child right there is very important when it comes to all of Spawn comics. Either way, Terry was kind of trying to figure out what really happened to Al Simmons, especially because his wife Wanda was very confused on how Al died. And so he began to look through a bunch of files. And so it's Jason saying, I don't like that. Matter of fact, I want that handle right now. Send some guys over there to scare him so that he'll stop looking into those files of what happened to Al Simmons. But then we jump back over to Spawn. Now, when we do, we actually see him right now going to visit the grandmother of Wanda. Now, when he does that though, right off the bat, she is able to recognize who he is. She's all like, oh my God, Al, that's you. This is crazy. This is amazing, because she recognized his voice and how he talks. But of course, she's kind of like, if you're here, that means you're alive still. But Dane has to tell her, no, I'm not alive again. I'm still dead. And the only reason why I'm here right now is to tell you that you're going to heaven after you die. Like, he's saying that he was sent here to tell her, you are going to heaven. There's heaven and hell, and I'm pretty sure you're going to heaven. Now, right after she hears that, she believes that she is going to see him in heaven as well. But he has to tell her, he didn't make heaven. He went to hell because he did a lot of bad things. Now, this is her saying, I don't believe that. I don't believe that the devil has sent you here to tell me that I'm going to heaven. I really believe that you were sent here by God to tell me that I'm going to heaven. But on top of that, I know who you truly are. You are not a bad man. You did not deserve to go to hell. And so in reality, you should be in heaven. Now, he does ask her, does Wanda miss me? And she says yes. Every single time they meet up, Wanda talks about Al. And the way she talks about Al, it shows so clear as day that she's still in love with Al Simmons, even though he's been dead for 5 years. Now, that is the moment where we actually jump over to Sam and Twitch. Now, remember, when it comes to Sam and Twitch, they are technically detectives in New York City. Now, with that being said, though, they have been involved in a lot of cases that also involve Spawn as well. And matter of fact, their most recent case, Billy Kincaid, who was a serial killer that was going around killing off children, well, he was actually killed off by Spawn. But the reason why they got involved because Sam and Twitch were the two officers who had Billy locked away. But of course, thanks to the justice system, Billy was able to actually get out. Now, when he did get out, Sam and Twitch want to make sure he did not kill another child. And so, of course, they watched him. Except when they got to his house, Spawn came in there, killed Billy Kincaid, and took his body. And so when Sam and Twitch got back to their offices in the police department, they found the body of Billy Kincaid. And so with the body being there, of course, there has to be some kind of investigation to make sure that Sam and Twitch were not the ones who had killed off Billy Kincaid, even though we know they did not kill off Billy Kincaid. But you have Sam and Twitch say, once they're off probation, they're going to find out who actually did kill off Billy Kincaid, because they did see a red cape, and of course that red cape belonged to Spawn. Now, that is the moment where we actually pick up with Wanda right now walking home with her daughter after a long day of work, and of course went to the daycare to pick up her daughter. Now, that is the moment where they're also confronted by Terry, who is the father to Wanda's child. And you do have all three characters right now just walking home to their house. Now, here comes the problem though, because as soon as they get home to their house, they do see two guys at the front door. Now, to Wanda, these two guys are most likely just co-workers to Terry, but Terry knows who these two guys work for. They work for Jason Wynn. And so right now it's Terry telling Wanda, take our child inside and stay inside, because these two guys are, technically not good. So I need to have a private conversation with these two guys. So please, honey, take our child and go inside right now. And as soon as you have Wanda and their child go inside, you have the two men tell Terry, you know what? You have a very beautiful family. It'll be a shame if something happens to them. And of course, we know these two guys work for Jason Wynn and why they're there for. Now, we do jump back over to Spawn, and we also get this reminder that Spawn right now lives with a group of homeless people in this random alleyway in New York City. Now, with that being said though, right now they're all kind of just celebrating. And the reason why, because Spawn has been able to actually protect them from any kind of harm most recently. Now, of course, you do have Spawn getting very comfortable. And what I mean by that is he no longer wears his mask. And even though his face is really messed up, the homeless people don't truly care at all, because to them, he's one of them. Either way, you do have another guy, one of the homeless guys, take the mask of Spawn and actually puts it on. Now, this is a huge problem. And the reason why, because Spawn's suit is actually alive. It is technically kind of like a parasite. It attaches itself to a demonic soul like Al Simmons. And so when it comes to this parasite and being alive, of course, when the homeless guy puts the mask on, it tries to kill him off. Because again, it is a parasite. And so you have Spawn just barely being able to get the mask off the guy before the guy had choked to death. And so with that happening, it's kind of like, okay, I really should sit down one day and try to figure out how my powers work, but also how this suit works as well. Now, right after that incident, that is the moment where you actually have Spawn get another flashback. Now, with this flashback, it begins the process of him actually remembering who was the killer, who actually did kill him off. Now, again, we know that Jason Wynn did play a very big role in the death of Al Simmons. But again, though, he did not pull the trigger at all. Someone else pulled the trigger. And so, of course, with this flashback, you have Al remember, oh my God, now I know who actually killed me. And matter of fact, it was a close friend, but another friend besides Jason Wynn. It was a guy known as Chapel. And Chapel is right now part of the Youngbloods. And this is where we get our Youngblood and Spawn crossover for this storyline. Now, when it comes to Spawn number 13, that is the book where we actually do learn more about Chapel and Spawn. And we learn that when it comes to Chapel and Spawn, they were actually close friends. When Al Simmons was still alive and was still a mercenary, so was Chapel. They were both mercenaries, and occasionally their work would have them cross over with one another. And matter of fact, when they had some downtime, they would just hang out and share stories. They were actually close friends to one another. And so this hurt Spawn so much because now he knows it was Chapel who had technically killed him. But of course, for him to get his revenge against Chapel, he has to break into the Youngbloods base. Now remember, when it comes to Youngbloods, they were technically this superhero team in Image Comics. And matter of fact, they were somewhat popular at first, but over time they kind of died off. Either way though, it was a way for Image Comics to have more than just Spawn comics out there on the shelves of comic book stores. Now with that being said though, Chapel is part of the Youngbloods team. And so for Spawn, he has to break into their base so that he'll be able to actually find Chapel and then hopefully get Chapel out of there so that they'll be able to actually have a one-on-one battle. And matter of fact, he does that. As soon as he's able to actually find Chapel, and even though he's right now with the rest of his team, or most of his team members, you have Spawn use his powers as a way to teleport him and also Chapel away from them so that they'll be able to have a one-on-one battle somewhere else in the world. Now we do jump over to Terry, who used to be the best friend of Al Simmons. Now when we actually jump over to Terry, we do see him right now having a hard time trying to get some sleep. And the reason why, because those two guys from earlier really got to him, and he knows that where they came from. He knows that he's being watched. And he knows that if you're being watched, it's very hard to get on the watch list for that particular group that Jason Wynn actually works for. And so right now, it's Terry trying to figure out why in the world he's being watched by them for. Because they didn't tell him why they're watching him or to back off on a certain kind of thing he's working on. And so he's trying to figure out why is Jason Wynn guys are trying to watch him for? Because he has no idea, because he has been looking into the files of Al Simmons' death. Now we actually do jump over to Sam and Twitch. Now when we do, we actually see Sam and Twitch right now discussing the idea that basically once their probation is actually lifted, and matter of fact, it should be lifted very soon, they're gonna go out there and try to figure out who is Spawn, or how to capture Spawn. because with Spawn killing off Billy Kincaid and them also seeing a small glimpse of him, they want to know why he did kill off Billy Kincaid, and on top of that, who is he? Because again, a lot of their cases had involved Spawn in some kind of way. And so right now it's them saying it's time for us to be detectives and figure out who is our mysterious character at night. Now this leads into a battle between Spawn and Chapel. Now, when it comes to their battle between one another, it's really more of Spawn trying to make Chapel realize who he is. Because Chapel has no idea that Spawn is Al Simmons, because of course, he looks completely different. Even when you have Spawn take off his mask to show Chapel his new face, of course, Chapel has no idea who Spawn truly is, except that is the moment we kind of find out that when Spawn calls Chapel by some kind of very close friendship name, that is the moment where you have Chapel realize, Al? That's you? Like, it's Al Simmons. But Chapel cannot believe that because he did kill off Al Simmons. And so he did it because Jason Wynn, their boss, told him, hey, you have to kill off Al Simmons. And so he did. And so right now, when he sees Spawn, he's kind of like, there's no way you're back. But on top of that, you have powers? Like, what in the world is going on right now? But at the same time, though, we kind of find out that the reason why Chapel did kill off Al Simmons, it wasn't just because Jason Wynn said, hey man, listen, I need you to go ahead and kill off Al because, you know, he's just annoying. No, you had Jason have Al labeled as some kind of traitor, that Al was actually working for some kind of other agency and he was a spy for that other group that was spying on Jason's Wynn group. And so that is why Jason had Chapel go ahead to kill off Al Simmons. Now you would think that this would be the moment where you'll have Al and Chapel kind of sit down and actually talk things out, but no, because both men are angry at the world, especially Spawn, because now he remembers that it was one of his close friends, one of his close allies was the one who pulled the trigger that actually killed him off. And this is actually very huge. Now, once their battle does continue on, you actually do have Spawn being able to defeat Chapel. But right after he does that, he leaves Chapel's face scarred just enough to actually change his appearance a whole lot. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, where we actually pick up right now with another two-part storyline, except this one does focus on a different Spawn. So yes, not on Al Simmons, but another Spawn that we actually met in the earlier video we did where we got the first appearance of Angela. Yes, we are going to get another story about medieval Spawn. Now, when it comes to medieval Spawn, the only thing we learned so far is that he was technically killed off by Angela in the past. But the big question is right now, can we learn more about him before he was killed off by Angela? And matter of fact, we do in this storyline right here. But we do learn this particular story from another Spawn character. And matter of fact, it's someone Spawn fought against in our very first video for Spawn Sundays. And that would be Violator. Now you have to remember that when it comes to Violator, he was technically created by another character known as Malbolgia. Now, when it comes to Malbolgia, he right now is trying to build up an army of spawns to fight against Heaven. Now, with that being said, though, we also learned that if a spawn does appear on Earth, if they are reborn on Earth, those spawns right there are very special because once they're done on Earth and they come back to Hell with Malbolgia, then those spawns are going to become high-ranking officers in Malbolgia's army. And so every once in a while, you do have a random spawn appear on Earth. And those spawns are supposed to become high-ranking officers in Malbolgia's army against Heaven. Now, with that being said, though, every once in a while, you do have Malbolgia technically sent someone out there to test those spawns on Earth. And so when it came to Medieval Spawn, he was kind of like, okay, Medieval Spawn is going to become a high ranking officer in my army, but I want to make sure that he is ready for that role. And so what he did in the past, right before Spawn was killed off by Angela, he sent out Violator to technically fight against Medieval Spawn. And we learned this through Violator right now telling a story to a bunch of children about the idea of how he fought against Medieval Spawn. Now, I do want to mention that when Violator is telling this story to a group of children, he's right now basically making it seem like when it came to Medieval Spawn was pure evil and Violator was the good guy. But in reality, Medieval Spawn was a good guy, and of course, Violator was the bad guy. Either way right now, while you have Violator right now telling his story to this group of children, he does tell them the idea that when it comes to Medieval Spawn, he was well known across his area. Now, of course, the Violator, he's saying, listen, when it came to Spawn in the past, he was this bad person and everybody feared him. But in reality, he was a good person and no one really did fear him except the bad guys at that time. Because anytime an area needed some kind of help, Medieval Spawn was there to actually help them out. And so when it came to Violator, he's all like, yeah, no, he was bad, he was evil. But in reality, Medieval Spawn was a great guy and he was a well-known hero at that time. Now, of course, with Medieval Spawn being out there on Earth, and of course, you have everybody loving him and he's learning more about his powers, Malbolgia wanted Violator to test out Medieval Spawn to see that he'll be a great Spawn to become a high-ranking officer in Malbolgia's army. And so, of course, you had Violator go to where Spawn was at. Now, at first, he was unable to actually find Medieval Spawn. But with that being said, he's all like, listen, I'll go around and begin to kill people left and right. Because if this guy is a hero, then he will hear about the idea of me slaughtering people in his area left and right, people that he was technically trying to protect. And so, of course, this is Violator right now saying, I'm going to get word out that I'm looking for you. And one way or another, you're going to come looking for me to hopefully stop me from killing innocent people. And I mean men, women, and most likely, knowing Violator, most likely possibly children as well. But again, it was a way for him to call out Medieval Spawn. Now that is the moment where we are technically reminded about Sam and Twitch. And remember, when it comes to Sam and Twitch, they are technically two detectives right now who are just trying to figure out who Spawn is. And right now, they technically just got some leadway. And what I mean by that is, in an earlier story, they were kind of put on desk duty because a dead body was found in their office. Of course, that was Billy Kincaid, this serial killer that Spawn killed off as a way to protect children. Now, when Spawn killed that guy, he put the dead body in their office. And so you had the police department kind of like, yo, did y'all kill this guy? And of course, Sam and Twitch did not do that. And so they had to wait a tad bit until they were clear of all charges. But now because they're kind of like, okay, our main goal now is to find this Spawn person. Now, they have no idea that Al Simmons' real code name is Spawn. And so they call him the guy in the red cape. But right now, they're looking for Al Simmons. Now, this is the moment where we do jump over to Al Simmons Spawn. So this is our Spawn in the present day, not Medieval Spawn. Now, with that being said, we do see Al Simmons right now still hanging out with the homeless group. Now, of course, right now, you kind of have him just there resting and trying to just regain his energy, except that is the moment he does hear a lot of commotion. And that commotion is Sam and Twitch. Because like I said just a moment ago, Sam and Twitch right now, they're trying to find out who this Spawn person is. And they got word that technically he does hang out with the homeless group in this area. And so right now you have Sam and Twitch just going around and questioning different homeless people in the area saying, hey, have you seen a guy in a red cape? Now, you do have the homeless group say, hey, let's protect Spawn. If the cops are looking for him, that right there is not a good sign. So let's keep them busy so that he'll be able to get away. And of course, you do have Spawn just walk away as Sam and Twitch are distracted by all these different homeless people. But now Spawn knows that other people in the city are beginning to look for him. And right now, he's very worried about that idea. And the reason why, because in our last video, he fought against a character known as Chapel, who's part of the Youngblood. And Chapel was his best friend who had apparently betrayed him before he was killed off. And so with that being said, he's very worried about the idea that Chapel might tell the world, hey, Al Simmons is not dead, he's alive, and he wants to keep that a secret so that he is able to work in the shadows and learn more about how he was betrayed by the people he loved who technically ended up killing him. And so that leads us back into the story between Violator and also Medieval Spawn. Now that is the moment where you have Violator tell us that he had a hard time finding Medieval Spawn. Like, even though he was killing off all these innocent people in his area, Medieval Spawn was still not popping up. And so you had Violator say, you know what? Let me go after the one person he truly loves. Because apparently every single Spawn always finds someone they love or finds someone to attach to when they are reborn and put on Earth. And so when it came to Medieval Spawn, he did have someone he truly did love. Now, when it comes to Violator, he does tell the children that it was Medieval Spawn's mother, but you can clearly tell that this was not his mother. That right here and now, it was the woman he truly loved and cared for at that time after he was reborn as a Hellspawn. Either way, you do have Violator say that that worked. That once he was able to grab the woman that Medieval Spawn loved, bam, Spawn appeared and it led into a battle between the two characters. Now, when it comes to Violator's story, the fight scene is actually very important, and the reason why, because it tells us right off the bat that by this point, Medieval Spawn kind of had an idea who he was, that technically he was reborn as a Hellspawn, and his goal or his life purpose at this point in time was to become a high-ranking officer in the army of Malbolgia who was trying to fight against Heaven. And so when you have Violator fight against Medieval Spawn, he tells us he knows everything about the reason why he was reborn the way he was. But he also says that he is not going to turn evil and go back down to hell to become some kind of officer in the army to fight against Heaven. He is not down for that at all. And so right now you have the two characters actually fight against one another. Now at the same time, it also seems that when it comes to Violator, he was Medieval Spawn first big fight, like his first demonic battle. And so you have Medieval Spawn kind of show us that because this is his first big battle, he's having a very hard time fighting against Violator, to the point where Violator is actually able, what it seems like he is, to kill off Medieval Spawn. Now we know he's not dead because, hey, he was killed off later on by Angela. But for right now, at the end of the first chapter, we're kind of left to believe that in some kind of way, Medieval Spawn had lost to Violator, even though this was supposed to be some kind of test. And so as we jump into the second chapter of this storyline, of course, we're going to find out that Medieval Spawn did not die by the hands of Violator. So he's able to come right back after you had Violator believe that he was able to actually defeat Medieval Spawn. And so, of course, with him not being dead, we do get a round two. Now, as we jump into round two, here's the problem though. because, well, not for us, but for medieval Spawn, because now his outfit is no longer on his body. And remember, when a Spawn is reborn, of course their outfit is alive. It's kind of like a parasite suit that attaches to the Spawn's body, but the Spawn's body is actually disfigured. And so, of course, when he does reappear without his actual outfit on him, now the woman he loves can see his true form. And of course, she's very disgusted by the way he actually looks. And so for Violator, it's perfect because he was just not sent here to be a test, but at the same time, he was sent here to help medieval Spawn cut ties with people that he had built ties with, so that when his time comes to go back to hell and become this high-ranking officer, just like that, he'll go and fit perfectly in the army of Malbolgia. Either way though, it does lead into Violator and Spawn fighting against one another, where you do have medieval Spawn being able to actually defeat Violator. Now, once he does defeat Violator, of course, that is the moment where you have Spawn still hope that the woman he loves can still love him, even though he does look disfigured. But when he does walk over to her, she just runs away because she is very disgusted by the way he actually looks. And so yes, when it comes to Violator, he did his job. He did test medieval Spawn, but he also cut those ties that medieval Spawn had built with other people in the area. Now that is the moment where we actually jump back to the present day. Now when we do, we actually do pick up right now with Al Simmons, the regular day Spawn. Now we do see him right now kind of relaxing in the back of an alleyway, and of course just trying to get some rest. But the problem is though, he has been attacked by a random shop owner who believes that he is a homeless person who's right now digging through his garbage looking for scraps of food. But in reality, it's just Al just trying to get some sleep, and that is it. Either way, it does lead into a small battle between the two characters, except that is the moment where you have Al say, you know what? I had enough. I am tired of being pushed around. I am tired of being talked down to. And you know what? I am now going to claim this area as my own. And so now it's kind of like Spawn saying, this is going to be my territory. This area but now belongs to Spawn, and that is final. And anybody tries to stop me, they're going to make a very huge mistake. And so now it's Spawn trying to take over a small area of New York City. Now to kind of go ahead and close off on today's video, we actually do pick up with Terry and also Wanda. Now remember, Wanda is technically the ex-wife of Spawn. Before he died, he was married to her. But of course, after he died, she got remarried to his best friend Terry. Now, when it comes to Terry, earlier we saw in an earlier video that Terry did some digging, trying to figure out how did Al Simmons actually die? Is there a possibility that he was betrayed? And so that is the moment where we found out that he was betrayed by his old boss, Jason Wynn. And when Jason Wynn found out that Terry was doing some digging, you had Jason say, you know what? Send some of my guys over there to scare him. Because if he does keep digging, we're gonna kill his family. And matter of fact, scare him so much that he begins to actually work for us. So that right there puts more pressure on him to keep his mouth shut, or Wanda and their child is going to die. And this is where what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Alright guys, so we are actually going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays. Now, this is the storyline where it's technically written by Grant Morrison. Grant Morrison in the early 1990s went over to Image Comics and wrote a Spawn storyline. Now, this is a 3-part storyline, but it is Grant Morrison bringing in a very new, interesting character to fight against Spawn, and that would be Anti-Spawn. Of course, Anti-Spawn coming from heaven to get rid of Spawn, because Spawn is a hell spawn that works for one of the devils in hell, better known as Malbolgia. Either way, right now, this storyline right here is all about the idea of Anti-Spawn fighting against our good old hero Spawn. But the question is though, who is anti-Spawn? And how in the world did he become anti-Spawn? And so getting into today's storyline, we actually do pick up right now in Simmonsville. Now, when it comes to Simmonsville, it's actually this rundown nuclear testing site. And the reason why I say rundown, because it used to be a nuclear testing site until one particular day. And that day was when you had a nuclear bomb go off and you had a portal open up. And of course, that portal led into hell. Now, that is the moment where you did have some hell creatures come through that portal. Now, when the hell creatures actually came through that portal, well, you had Jason Wynn kind of make a deal with these hell creatures. And the deal is that he will exchange different memories that belongs to Al Simmons, and he will receive psychoplasm. Now, when it comes to psychoplasm, it's really more of a material that creates people's fears and manifests them out in the real world. And so right now you have Jason Wynn trying to get control of psychoplasm and try to sell it to the military, because he believes that if the military and him are able to actually get a better understanding of psychoplasm and be able to actually use it as a weapon, then America is golden when it comes to future wars. And so right now you have Jason Wynn trying to make a deal with Major Vale and to hopefully sell it to the military. But you do have Major Vale tell Jason Wynn, listen man, I need some time to actually think about this idea of yours. Now that is the moment where we do jump over to Spawn. Now when we do, this is Spawn right now technically reminding us that at this moment in Spawn comics, he has claimed a particular area of New York as his territory. Because as we saw in our last video, Spawn is done being pushed over by random people in his area. And on top of that, he wants to make sure that the homeless people in his area are also protected because they have been protecting him. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Spawn right now also trying to figure out who killed him. Now, technically, he does know that Chapel, his old friend, who's right now part of the Youngbloods, had technically shot and killed him. But he knows that someone must have gave that order to Chapel. And the question is, though, who? Now, we know it's Jason Wynn. But for right now, Spawn has no idea it is Jason Wynn who had technically ordered Chapel to kill him off. Now, this is also Spawn wondering, does he have a dead body actually laying in some kind of grave? Because Spawn, if you're a dead person, you have no body. And right now, Spawn is technically alive and he has this body. And so he's wondering in his grave, is there a body or no body at all? And so right now, he is going to dig up his old grave to figure out if there is a body laying there, his body. Now, that is the moment where we actually pick up with Terran Affair headquarters. Now, when it comes to Terran Affair headquarters, they actually work for Heaven. Yes, you heard that right. Heaven is now once again involved in Spawn comics, which honestly makes sense because Spawn is from hell. Either way though, when it comes to Terran Affair headquarters, they technically hire freelancers to go after Spawn characters who are right now in the realm of the living. So that means anytime a Spawn is right now on Earth, they hire a freelancer to go after that Spawn to hopefully kill them off. Now, we saw that in our earlier videos when it came to Spawn Sunday with the character known as Angela. She was technically hired to go after Al Simmons because he is the current Spawn on Earth right now. And so when it came to Angela, she fought against him, but she had lost against him. And that right there is actually very important. Because she lost to Spawn, you now have Heaven saying, you know what? This new Spawn must be a special kind of Hell Spawn. And so we need a more powerful person to actually be able to kill him off. And that is the moment where we do jump over to Orbital Angel Station. Now, when it comes to Orbital Angel Station, it's actually a space station that's right now being run by a bunch of angels. Now, these angels have actually taken over human bodies that were originally running this space station, but now they're being controlled by angels. And right now, what their goal is to create something really powerful to be able to actually go after Spawn and to hopefully kill him off. And so when it comes to the space station, usually they try to transfer elemental fire into a host, and hopefully that host can become something really powerful to go and battle against Spawn and to go get rid of him. But the question is though, who is the person they're going to choose to be the host for this elemental fire that's so strong it should be able to kill off a Spawn? And so we come to find out the host they choose is actually Jason Wynn. Now this is huge, and the reason why, because remember, Jason Wynn is the person that had actually killed off Al Simmons, which of course turned him into Spawn. Because remember, even though Chapel was the one who had pulled the trigger, Chapel got the orders from Jason Wynn to kill off Al Simmons. Either way, you do have the Angels choose Jason Wynn to take in the elemental fire. He is the perfect host to actually take in that power and to become something really powerful to hopefully battle Spawn and to hopefully kill him off. Now, while you have the Angels actually doing this ritual, you do also have Jason Wynn mention something very important, where it seems that he's actually working for somebody from hell. And of course, it could be Malbolgia or possibly someone else. But either way, he has now become the host for this elemental fire that has come from heaven. And so that is the moment where we do jump over to Spawn. Now, when we do, it's Spawn right now going to his grave. And remember, the reason why he's going to his grave right now is because he wants to see his dead body. Because technically, his mindset right now, if he's alive and other people can see him right now, and he's able to fight against people, then technically this is his body right here he's using, which means that there should be no dead body right now in the grave. Unfortunately, when he does undig his grave, he does see his dead body, which tells him right now, you're not technically using your body. Technically at the moment, you're using some kind of, well, I don't know, a different kind of body, possibly someone else's body. Either way, it's Spawn realizing that, yes, he's dead, but he has no idea how in the world he was reborn. He wants more answers. And so that is the moment where we do jump over to Jason Wynn. Now, when we do, we actually see Jason Wynn right now taking in that elemental fire. Now, with him actually doing that, this is huge, because we kind of find out that when it comes to elemental fire, it is a huge weakness to Spawn characters. Meaning that if you're a Hellspawn and you get hit with elemental fire, well, my friend, you're gonna get seriously injured. And so right now, it seems the Angels are giving him this elemental fire as a way so that he'll be able to kill off Spawn very easily. It's a very powerful weapon to use. Now, once the whole process is done, that is the moment where we do get our first appearance of Anti-Spawn. This is Anti-Spawn right now, technically being made to kill off Spawn, and Heaven's hoping that he is powerful enough to actually kill off Spawn. And so continue our coverage over this storyline, we do pick up with the second chapter. Now, with the second chapter, we actually do pick up right now with Malbolgia technically contacting Spawn to tell him more about everything he needs to know. Not everything, but kind of giving him pieces of information that he needs to know. Now remember, when it comes to Malbolgia, he is one of the devils in hell, and technically he does rule the 8th circle of hell. Now when it comes to Malbolgia, he's right now trying to explain the history of psychoplasm. It's everything I told you earlier, but also when it comes to Simmonsville as well. Now that is the moment where you do have Malbolgia actually show Spawn Simmonsville. And when it comes to Simmonsville, it's just different memories of Al Simmons' life put together in this one particular area. And that is why I said earlier that the deal Jason Wynn made here in this area was that Jason Wynn turned his entire city, Simmonsville, to be just pieces of memories of Al Simmons to serve over to hell. And hell in return gives Jason Wynn a plate full of psychoplasm to hopefully use down the road in the near future. And so that is how Malbolgia is kind of able to control Spawn, but know all the different memories of Spawn thanks to Jason Wynn. Either way, it's Spawn realizing that he's just some tool, and sooner or later, he is gonna have to join Malebolgia's army. And for Spawn, this actually sucks. And the reason why, because even though you have Malebolgia kind of give Spawn more information about why he is Spawn and what he is doing right now on Earth, and not everything, but just a tad bit of pieces here and there of information, is Spawn just craving and craving to learn more about what in the world is going on with him. Why was he reborn? Now, this leads into the big moment. And what I mean by that is the moment where you have Spawn be confronted by no other than Anti-Spawn or Anti-Spawn, one of the two names. Either way, this is the guy that was sent from heaven to technically take out Spawn. And remember, with that eternal fire, it's going to be an actual challenge. Now that is the moment where we do jump over to Wanda Blake and Terry Fitzgerald. Now remember, Wanda Blake used to be married to Spawn before he was killed off, but at the same time, Terry was the best friend of Spawn. Now the two characters did get married after Al Simmons had died, and they have a child together. But when it comes to Wanda and Terry, right now technically, they're kind of still trying to figure out what really happened to Al Simmons. And so at the same time, you have the two characters kind of digging into the past to hopefully discover what really happened to her ex-husband and also his best friend. Now, of course, all the fingers kind of do point towards Jason Wynn, but at the same time, they're having a hard time trying to figure out how Jason Wynn was actually involved. Now, right now, you do have the two characters watching the news, and when they are watching the news, they are apparently finding out that Jason Wynn was kidnapped or mysteriously disappeared. Because remember, when Heaven took him away, he was actually taken away in front of a group of people. And so, of course, word got out that he just disappeared in some kind of strange way, and no one knows where he went to. But when it comes to Wanda Blake, she honestly doesn't care, because she still feels like Jason Wynn is responsible somehow in the death of Al Simmons. And so that is the moment where we do jump over to Spawn right now, fighting against Anti-Spawn. Now, when it comes to their battle, honestly, this is a beatdown at first for Spawn. I mean, literally, it is a beatdown for Spawn. Because Anti-Spawn appears and you have Spawn being overconfident, thinking like, okay, listen, I've been fighting freaks for a while now and you're just another freak of the week. I should be able to actually take you down. Let's go. And you have Anti-Spawn say, oh, brother, you don't realize that right now, I am not just a regular freak of the week. I'm on a whole completely different level because I got the power of heaven inside of me right now, and I'm about to whoop that butt. And so you have Anti-Spawn literally whoop that butt. Spawn's getting beat all over the place. I mean, guys, literally, the second half of the second chapter is just Spawn getting whooped left and right. Unfortunately, the man cannot do anything to get a punch in. And when he tries to run away, oh, you have Anti-Spawn say, you cannot run away from me. With the powers I have inside of me, I am able to track you just like that. So brother, I'm telling you right now, there's no way you're gonna get away from this butt whooping. Now, here's the thing. You also have Anti-Spawn literally say that he has the powers of heaven inside of him, or he got powers from heaven that's right now inside of him. Now for Spawn, he's even more confused because Spawn truly does not understand his whole entire purpose when it comes to the war between heaven and hell. And so right now, with him hearing the idea that technically there is some kind of dude right now holding powers that came from heaven that's trying to kill him off, he is very confused because he has no idea that his powers technically comes from hell. Either way, it's right now seeming like you're going to have Anti-Spawn being able to kill off Spawn right here and now. Now, getting into the third chapter where it does seem like Spawn is about to be killed off by Anti-Spawn, well, that is the moment where you do have Spawn be saved by the homeless people that he has been protecting. And what I mean by that is you do have one particular homeless person come right behind Anti-Spawn and knock him in the back of the head. Now, of course, no damage was done to Anti-Spawn, but it did distract him long enough so that our Spawn is able to get back up with a second burst of energy and use that second burst of energy as a way to take down Anti-Spawn. And so with that happening, is the reason why you have Spawn being able to actually defeat Anti-Spawn. Because once he's able to get a blast in of Psychoplasm, bam, just like that, Anti-Spawn cannot really fight back like he was earlier. And so now the battle is in the favor of Spawn, and he is able to actually defeat Anti-Spawn. Now, once he's able to actually defeat Anti-Spawn, you have Anti-Spawn actually glow, and technically his whole body is teleported back to the space station that's right now being controlled by the Angels. And so technically at this moment, we can say that Spawn won this time against Anti-Spawn. But of course, he's still on the playing board, meaning that we could see Anti-Spawn down the road once again. And the reason why I'm saying that, because like I said earlier, when it came to Anti-Spawn, once he had lost his Spawn, his body just teleported right back over to the Orbital Angel Station. And with that happening, you have the Angels say, listen, the test went well, and we believe that we actually have something here to actually be used over and over again to battle against Hellspawns who appear in the living world, the living realm. And so right now, what the Angels are going to do is kind of run some more tests and try to modify Jason Wynn to make him an even better Anti-Spawn. So that's why I say he's still on the gaming board to come back down the road to fight against Spawn again, because Angels are trying to use Anti-Spawn as a way to get rid of our Spawn. Now that is the moment where we do jump over to Spawn. Now when we do see Spawn right now actually being confronted by a mysterious character. Now we have no idea who this character is just yet, but he does say he does work along someone that Spawn had actually met back in Spawn number 9. And that was, and I'm going to mispronounce this name, so guys, please forgive me and also help me out to learn how to pronounce this name. But apparently the guy's name is Caliastro. Either way, Caliastro, we saw him back in Spawn number 9. And he was a very strange guy that was trying to help Spawn learn more about who he is and what powers he has. But this mysterious guy says, listen very carefully, I work alongside that guy right there, but we both belong to a different group of people, not heaven nor hell. Right now, we're on the sideline and we are trying to do something different in the world. But we believe that you have the power to actually defeat the devil. Now that is huge because Malbolgia technically was the one who made Al Simmons into Spawn. And the question is right now, how powerful is Al Simmons as Spawn that he'll be able to actually defeat the devil? And why does this mysterious guy and his group of people want Al Simmons to get rid of the devil? Right now, we have no idea because our mysterious character just disappears after handing Al a blank card and says the blank card will technically reveal itself later on. Now that is the moment where we do see Spawn go over to Simmonsville. Now when he does go over to Simmonsville, he sees that this is a city that was technically made up of all the different memories of Al Simmons' life, like where he had proposed to Wanda, or where they got married, or of course where he grew up at. It's just different parts of the city. It's just different memories over his life over time. And so of course he hates this so much because technically Malbolgia is feeding off this area, but at the same time there's a portal right now that leads into hell. And so Spawn right now is saying, I'm going to burn this entire place to the ground. Now you do have Major Vale try to stop Spawn from actually burning down this place, but you have Spawn kill him off just like that because Spawn remembers Major Vale very well, and he knows that Major Vale worked alongside with Jason Wynn. And right now, it's Spawn kind of saying to us as the readers that he does know Jason Wynn has something to do with his death before he had died 5 years ago. But on top of that, Major Vale used to work alongside Jason Wynn, and Major Vale is just as crooked as Jason Wynn. And so that is why he killed him off. Now, after you have Spawn burn down this entire city, he does keep one particular memory alive. Now, we do see Spawn actually go over to Wanda's and Terry's house. Now, when he does go over to Wanda's and Terry's house, it's right now technically Spawn just kind of stalking the house, because he really can't go to the front door and talk to her, because he does not want her to know that he is technically alive again. It could literally break her heart. But at the same time, we come to find out the one particular memory that he had kept from Simmonsville is actually the day he proposed to Wanda. And so what he does, he takes that memory that he has saved from Simmonsville and technically teleports it into her mind, so that she'll be able to remember that moment just for a brief second, because that was a very special moment when he had proposed to her. It was very, very special to both. And so right now it's her crying because it's her remembering that special day. But also it's Spawn realizing that he can never be able to actually talk to her. And the reason why? Because if he does, if she sees him, it could break her heart. And so he has to live in darkness until he's able to figure out what in the world is going on with him. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are actually going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays. Now with that being said, we actually do pick up right now with a two-part storyline called Showtime. Now, this is Spawn actually teaming up with Houdini. Yes, you heard that right. Spawn is actually teaming up with Houdini, and I really hope I pronounced that just clear enough. But either way, it does make it for a very interesting storyline, because you actually have Houdini teach Spawn a little bit more about magic, but also his own abilities as well. And so let's go ahead and dive into this two-part storyline where Spawn is teaming up with Houdini. It makes it for a very interesting storyline. And so that is the moment where we actually jump into Spawn number 19. Now, when we do, we actually pick up in the past. Now, we're not told specifically what year in the past, but we do kind of get some hints on when it does take place. Now, this is actually a memory of Al Simmons. Either way right now, you have Al showing us that when it comes to the second atomic bomb that had blew up Nagasaki, apparently it had opened up a portal to hell, allowing demons to come to Earth. Now, this is not our first time actually seeing this. Matter of fact, guys, we saw this in our last video or the one before that. Either way, we saw the idea that there was a nuclear testing site, and with that nuclear testing site, it did open up a portal to hell thanks to the nuclear bombs. Meaning that if nuclear bombs are used somewhere else in the world, there will be a third or fourth or even fifth portal across the world. Now, with that being said, we then jump over to Al Simmons in the past when he was still alive, but on a Pacific mission. And we have to remember that when it comes to Al Simmons, he was a mercenary. A lot of times he was hired to assassinate people. And so when we actually jump over to Al Simmons in this time period, apparently he was in the Soviet Union going after a particular person. And matter of fact, he had a clear shot to get his target. The problem is though, right before he was able to take that shot, that was the moment he was found by some random guards, and of course he was shot at and had no choice but to of course run away. Now we do jump to the present day, and when we do, we actually do pick up right now with Spawn sleeping in the alleyway. Unfortunately for Spawn, that is the moment where he is woken up by a small scale bomb. Now with this bomb kind of exploding nearby him and not causing any damage to him or the area, he does get ticked off and wants to grab the person. And so matter of fact, we do see Spawn right now try to chase that guy down. Now while he's trying to do that, well, that is the moment he is stopped by some mysterious guy. Matter of fact, a very well dressed guy. And the guy tells Spawn to ignore the guy for now. And matter of fact, he tells Spawn, don't worry, you'll get your payback down the road. I stole his wallet, so we'll be able to find out where he lives. But I need your help right now because something even more important is about to happen and I need you there with me. Now at first, we have no idea who this guy is, but we are going to learn about him down the road in this storyline. Now that is the moment where we do jump over to the Ukrainian village of New York City. Now when we do, we actually do pick up right now with a character known as Porsche McNeil. Now when it comes to McNeil, he only appears in this storyline right here. And he is somewhat important for this storyline, but honestly, that is it. After this storyline, we never see him again. Now, when it comes to Porsche McNeil, apparently he did get a good paying job, and right now he lives away from where he came from, meaning that after he got this job, he left his family behind. And so when he comes back in town to see his family, you do have some people kind of talk bad about him because where they come from, you stay with your family to a certain point where technically you know they'll be okay. But on top of that, it's better off to just be with them so that you're able to actually take care of the family or to continue to help the family. And so you do have some old man talk really bad about him behind his back. Now that is the moment where we do jump over to the airport. And when we do, we actually pick up with a character known as Andrei Zinko. Now, when it comes to Andrei Zinko, he is a nuclear technician who's right now meeting go with other kinds of nuclear technicians from all around the world. And right now they're coming together to talk about the idea of disarming all nuclear devices across the world. Now this is great news for us, but bad news for the demons. Because remember, the demons use these nuclear bombs as a way to kind of say, hey, they make portals for us to get to Earth. Without those nuclear bombs, we didn't have less portals that could technically be made down the road to give us more access to Earth. And so even though this is a great thing for us, this is honestly a bad thing for the demons in hell who want to come over to the side of Earth. Now that is the moment where we actually jump over to another character known as Yusuf. Now when it comes to Yusuf, when we actually pick up with the character, it's after the conference. Matter of fact, he sneaks out early in the conference so that he has the ability to get some liquor, but to also meet some women as well. Now he does go to a nearby club, and this is the moment where we technically find out that Yusuf is actually trying to set off a bomb at the Peace Summit, an atomic bomb. And that right there is actually very huge. The problem is though, his detonator doesn't work right now. And so without that working, he is unable to actually set the bomb off. And so right now, he has to get that fixed if he wants to be able to set off an atomic bomb at the Peace Summit. Now that is the moment where we do jump over to the overlap. Now, when it comes to the overlap, it is technically the home of magic, but it's also outside space and time. But the overlap is the birthplace of magic. Now, with that being said, we come to find out that Yusuf is actually being watched by a set of demons. Now, most of these demons do work for one particular demon, and that will be hashtag number 9. Either way right now, they want to learn more about hell spawns. And so of course, they're doing an experiment on the current spawn, Al Simmons. And so right now they want to see if the atomic bomb goes off, can the atomic materials in the air actually affect hell spawns in some kind of way? And so right now, our current spawn, Al Simmons, is the test subject. Can the atomic bomb somehow actually affect him in a way that could do some harm? But then we finally jump back over to Spawn. Now when we do see Spawn right now with Harry Houdini. He was the person that had stopped Spawn earlier. And matter of fact, you have Harry right now teaching Spawn a little bit more about magic and explain how magic actually works and what reality it does come from. Now, with that being said, you did have Houdini actually explain a little bit more about how Spawn's suits actually works, saying that his suit is actually alive and it does have the ability to think for itself. But on top of that, it will attack and protect Spawn if it has to. Now with that being said, it also can manifest different objects as a way to actually help Spawn fight against different kinds of enemies. Now it comes down to Spawn being able to actually work with the suit to make sure that both parties can be able to make sure their future missions are actually accomplished. And so now Spawn knows more about magic, but also knows more about his suit as well. But then we come to find out that Porsche McNeil was actually the person who had set off a bomb near Spawn earlier in this chapter, because we do see Porsche right now letting off another bomb. Now when he does that, you have Spawn say, you know what, I'm tired of this kid, it's time for me to chase him down and basically stop him before someone gets hurt. Now you do have Harry say, you know what, I'm down to join you. I want to follow along and see what you do to this kid and watch you be able to use more magic now after I taught you a little bit more about magic. But that is the moment where we do jump over to Wanda and also Terry. Now remember, when it comes to Wanda, she is technically the ex-wife to Spawn, because after he had died, she did move on and did marry his best friend Terry. Now remember, Terry works for the CIA, and that is the moment where he does get a call. And when it comes to this call, he does apparently find out that word got out about the idea of an atomic bomb right now being in the city. And of course, if that bomb goes off, there's going to be a lot of bad things happening, like deaths and also damages as well. And so right now, it all comes down to Terry and his team being able to figure out who has the atomic bomb, but to also be able to stop it before it does go off. And then we get into Spawn number 20. Now, when we do, is Harry right now dropping off Spawn, so Spawn will be able to actually go after Porsche McNeil. Now, while you have Spawn trying to chase down Porsche McNeil, that is the moment where we actually do get this flashback. Now, when it comes to this flashback, it's technically telling us how the world Spawn had met Terry Fitzgerald, his best friend who's now married to his ex-wife. And we come to find out that apparently Spawn met Terry when they were in some kind of class in university in California. Either way, the two characters were able to bond very quickly. Now that is the moment you have Spawn be snapped back to reality, because he does hear Terry's voice nearby. Because we have to remember that Terry got word about the idea that there could be an atomic bomb nearby. And so right now it's up to Terry to make sure that bomb doesn't go off. Now with that being said, you do have Terry working some leads, and of course he does go and question some thugs who may know some information about the bomb, and hopefully Terry will be able to get that information to hopefully stop the bomb from blowing up. Now of course these thugs are like, no dude, we're not going to tell you, and matter of fact, we are going to beat you up for technically bothering us. And so that is the moment you do have Spawn jump in. Now because Terry was beat up a tad bit and knocked out, he did not see Spawn at all. And matter of fact, he didn't hear Spawn say, leave my best friend alone. Because if Spawn had said that and Terry had heard that, Terry would be like, wait a second, who are you? My own best friend was Al Simmons and he died 5 years ago. What do you mean you're my best friend? And so luckily for Spawn, Terry was knocked out when he was getting beat up by those thugs. Either way, you do have Spawn come in, be the hero, stop these thugs from attacking Terry, and actually get some information from the thugs about the idea of who might have the bomb. And of course, we come to find out it is Yusuf, which is something we already knew. Now, while you do have Spawn right now helping out Terry kind of get in a car so he'll be able to actually gather himself a little bit, recover, but also call in backup, that is the moment where you do have Spawn actually see Yusuf. Now remember, Yusuf was supposed to be at the press conference, but he snuck off. And so this is Spawn right now saying, I know that guy. That guy name is Yusuf, and I know how dangerous he could possibly be. And we also know how dangerous he could possibly be, because right now he is talking about the idea of using a nuclear bomb to basically blow up New York City right now. And so it's Spawn kind of wondering what in the world is going on. And so you do have Spawn actually go to a nearby window so that he'll be able to actually listen into the conversation that is going on between Yusuf and also Andre. And of course, that is the moment we come to find out that these two are working together on the nuclear bomb going off. The problem is though, the equipment has been damaged. And so right now they need to find a guy who could technically be able to actually fix that stuff. And of course, that is where Porsche comes in. Porsche McNeil, the guy who has been going around setting off random bombs in different areas of New York City. Small bombs, but of course, a lot of them. And so right now, this is Andrea saying, I know a guy who could possibly be able to fix our damaged nuclear equipment so that we're still able to accomplish our mission. And so that is the moment where you do have Spawn actually meet up with Houdini. Now, when he does, of course, he does tell Houdini, hey man, listen, this is what I just heard about something going on right now at the big nuclear conference. We have to get there right now before something big really happens, and of course could kill a lot of people in the area. Now, when Spawn and Houdini actually arrive at the conference, well, that is the moment we come to find out that something is going on. And of course, it's right now Yusuf hitting the trigger to technically begin the countdown on the bomb. Now, this is actually huge because this is an atomic bomb that could go off right now in the middle of New York City and cause a lot of damage, but also a lot of deaths. And so right now, it's Spawn and Houdini trying to figure out what to do about this bomb situation. Now, that is the moment where you have Houdini actually get an idea. Now, when it comes to this idea, it is him technically saying, I might die if I'm not able to pull this off. Matter of fact, I might die just to be able to pull this off. Either way, I'm trying my best to make sure that New York doesn't blow up. And so that is the moment we come to find out what Houdini is trying to do. And what he is trying to do is actually teleport the bomb over to the overlap. And remember, the overlap is technically outside of time and space. But on top of that though, it is the origin of magic, the birthplace of magic. Either way, you do have Houdini basically teleport the bomb over to the overlap and let it explode over there. And then you have Spawn realize that there is a possibility that Houdini is actually dead now. Now, after that, you have Spawn wonder about the idea if Houdini is actually dead or not. And so, matter of fact, when Spawn is able to find the flying car that belonged to Houdini, he's kind of wondering maybe Houdini is actually still alive. Because how in the world is his car still here right now when his car was made out of Houdini's magic? Either way, when Spawn tries to drive the car just disappears. And Spawn is left to wonder the idea if Houdini is still alive or not. But on top of that, you have Spawn say to himself, he has to learn more about his powers, but also magic. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are actually going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, where we actually pick up with Spawn the Hunt storyline that takes place in Spawn number 21 through 24, a 4-part storyline. Now, when it comes to Spawn the Hunt storyline, there are going to be a lot of characters involved in this one particular story. And so I may go into details for each of the characters so that you have a better understanding of why each character is actually in this one particular storyline. Now, on top of that, though, we're going to see the return of Overkill. Now, remember, Overkill died in the earlier issues of Spawn, but we saw him come back to life in Curse of Spawn thanks to his brother. And so this is him right now just coming back for revenge against Spawn. And so he will also be in the storyline as well. So here is Spawn the Hunt, issues number 21 through 24. I do hope you enjoy. Now, the opening pages of Spawn number 21 is actually very important. And the reason why, because the opening pages of this book is telling us right now that the Spawn Batman story we did in our last video is actually canon. It actually did happen in Spawn's timeline. And the reason why I'm saying that, because at the end of Spawn Batman number 1, we saw Batman throw a batarang in Spawn's face, and of course leaving a huge gash in Spawn's face. And so in the opening pages of this book, we're seeing Spawn right now getting his face stitched up by one of his homeless friends. And so right now this guy is saying, listen man, you're lucky that I do have some medical skills to actually help you fix your face. Now, once his face is actually fixed, you have Spawn show that he's very upset. And the reason why he is so upset is because every time Spawn makes a certain move, someone is always trying to come after him. Someone is always trying to get rid of him. And so right now, he's telling his homeless friend, it kind of sucks because almost every single day or every single week, someone is trying to kill me. And honestly, it's getting on my nerves. Now, of course, that is the moment where you have the homeless guy say, listen, dude, you have gone through a lot, but there are other people out there who have gone through worse things than you have. For example, me, I lost my wife. She had cancer, and unfortunately, nobody could actually help her. And so when I lost her, it destroyed my life, and I was unable to continue on. And that is how I got here to this point in life, being homeless. And so really, Spawn, yes, you have gone through a lot, but so have other people. But the thing is, though, you have to keep pushing forward. And so it was kind of like a pep talk for Spawn to say, yes, you do have people right now hunting you down, but at the same time, you still have to keep pushing forward. But then we pick up with Jason Wynn. Now remember, Jason Wynn is actually very important for a lot of different things. First off, he was the guy who technically got Al Simmons killed, of course, our Spawn character. With that being said, though, a couple stories ago, he was actually taken away by the forces of heaven. And with that being done, he was turned into Anti-Spawn, a character used to hopefully kill off Hell Spawns. And of course, Al Simmons is right now a Hell Spawn. Now they did fight, but Anti-Spawn lost. And so Heaven's right now trying to find a better way to upgrade Jason Wynn so that he'll be stronger the next time he fights against Spawn to get rid of him. Now with that being said though, when it comes to Jason Wynn right now, he also has some issues on Earth. And what I mean by that is, because he just disappeared for 2 whole days, you have higher ranking people in the government right now very upset that the fact their leader of the CIA just disappeared for 2 whole days and has no idea where he was, and they have no idea where he was. And so technically right now, they're watching him very closely because he just reappeared one day without any information on where in the world he was at. Now, with that being said, though, you do have 2 of his guys coming into his office and telling him, hey boss, listen, Terry Fitzgerald is actually a free man. Now, when I say a free man, I don't mean like, yes, he got out of prison. I really mean more of technically all charges or all ideas that he's a bad person have been officially dropped. Because remember, Terry has been looking into what actually happened to Al Simmons. And because of that, Jason Wynn has been secretly trying to hopefully get Terry Fitzgerald locked away or somehow off the trail of what happened really to Al Simmons. And so he has been doing a lot of bad reports on Terry Fitzgerald to make Terry look bad and to hopefully have Terry removed from the CIA. Either way, right now, he tells his men, listen, burn the files that say that Terry is a good guy. But on top of that, I want you to watch Terry very closely because I feel like he might get very close in figuring out what happened to Al Simmons, his best friend. Now, because Jason Wynn had been giving out false reports on Terry Fitzgerald, Terry is technically right now getting bullied by other people in his office because right now they actually believe that Terry is a turncoat, a bad guy who is secretly doing bad things or secretly working for other people like the mob or other gangs in the city, even though technically he is not. But because of the false reportings from Jason Wynn, it does look like Terry does. And so in Terry's office, every single time he thinks he's going to have a normal day, he's actually being harassed by other fellow agents of the CIA. Either way, Terry's right now just trying to stay strong for his wife Wanda and their child. And that is the moment where we actually do jump over to Sam and Twitch. Now remember, Sam and Twitch are two police officers who live in New York City. But the thing is though, when it comes to these two police officers, right now they made it their personal goal to go after Spawn. And the reason why, because Spawn has been involved in a lot of their cases. And so of course they want to find him and arrest him once and for all. And so right now we do see them technically talking to a guy who's a well-known rat in the city of New York City. And when I say rat, I mean that he does share a lot of information about different gangs in the city or different information about different people in the city. And so right now you have Sam and Twitch coming to Jimmy and saying, hey man, listen, we need you to basically find information about this Red Cape character. And hopefully that information can help us into finding him. And so of course you have Jimmy agree to help Sam and Twitch gather information about Spawn so they can hopefully find Spawn. And so that is the moment we do jump over to Spawn. Now, when we jump over to Spawn, we do see him right now protecting his area of New York. Because remember, at the end of one of our last videos, Spawn said that this part of New York belongs to him. It's under his protection. Now, with that being said, he is confronted by a homeless person who's right now telling Spawn, hey man, someone in our area right now is looking for you. And right now they're going around attacking other people to just get to you. And so of course you have Spawn step in and find the guy who was actually looking for him. Now of course when he finds the guy, at first the guy is not scared of Spawn. And the reason why, because this guy is actually working for another character. And that character is actually a mafia boss known as Antonio Twistelli. Now, Antonio has so many different names in Spawn comics, but for right now, we're going to call him Antonio. Now, the reason why Antonio is technically coming after Spawn is because Spawn and Violator, another character in Spawn comics, have been ruining a lot of different operations that belong to Antonio. And so right now is him saying, I'm going to get rid of both Spawn and also Violator at the same time by using different weapons to technically get rid of them. And so right now this guy is telling Spawn, my boss is coming after you, and if you try to fight back, my boss will then go after your family. Now luckily for Spawn, it does seem like, okay, no one knows that he is the ex-husband to Wanda, but at the same time though, he might still put her in danger by going against Antonio. Either way, Spawn still is very confident about the idea that he should be able to actually deal with Antonio before Wanda or Terry get involved in this mess. And so that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Antonio. Now, right now you have Antonio showing that he is actually very upset about the idea that technically Spawn and Violator are still out there right now, but he's hoping to take care of both of them. Now, when it comes to the Hunt storyline, it does take place at the same time as the Violator 3-part miniseries that's also going on at the moment. And matter of fact, we might cover that storyline as well. Either way though, right now, you have Antonio get word about Terry. Now, the reason why he's right now getting word about Terry all ties back into Overkill. And let me explain. Guys, remember, Spawn had to use some heavy weapons to basically take out Overkill, but Spawn stole those weapons from a military base. And so because of that, Jason Wynn got into a lot of trouble because Jason Wynn is technically head of security. And so he should know where the weapons had went to. Unfortunately, Jason does not. And so for Jason right now, he's trying to protect himself, but at the same time get rid of Terry. And so he put the blame on Terry. Now, of course, like you saw earlier, Terry's name was clear, but unfortunately though, it's Jason still saying, no, Terry is our main suspect. I feel like he does have the weapon somewhere. Either way, with Antonio, he gets word about Terry. And so he's kind of like, this Terry person might be someone very important. You know what? I want you guys to keep a close eye on him because he could be very important for us down the road to help us take out our Spawn character. And so now Terry is involved with this mess. And so getting into Spawn number 22, we actually do pick up right now with Spawn going after a character known as Joe. Joe is actually the accountant to Antonio. And so right now, this is Spawn saying, I know that you know where Antonio is at. And so I'm hoping you'll be able to actually tell me. Now, while you have Spawn interrogating this guy, that is the moment where you do have two armed guards come in. Now, when it comes to these two armed guards, unfortunately, they are killed off by Spawn. Now, we could technically say Spawn did not kill them, but at the same time though, Spawn did throw a whole desk in their faces. So, of course, they have to be dead, and there was a lot of blood. Either way though, you have Spawn turn his attention back onto Joe to basically ask Joe, okay man, where is Antonio? And of course, you have Joe say, I don't know where he is at, but I'm going to hand you this file. This file right here contains a lot of information about different things on Antonio. Now, as soon as Spawn goes through the actual file, he does see one particular name. And of course, that name is Terry. And now he knows his best friend is now involved in this mess somehow. And so that is the moment where we actually do jump over to Sam and Twitch. And right now you have Sam and Twitch getting information from Jimmy about where they could possibly find Spawn at. And so with that information, you have Sam and Twitch say, you know what, it's time for us to go ahead and make our move on this Spawn character. Now, while they're trying to leave, that is the moment where they are confronted by a fellow officer who is actually right now making fun of them. And the reason why for an entire different situation, which honestly is not important right now. But of course, you have Sam get upset, and so he pukes in the guy's cup as a way to get back at him. Now, honestly, I'm kind of like, that's gross. You could really just say some kind of smart remark. But of course, it's Sam, and he is kind of a gross character, so it does kind of make sense that he would puke in the guy's cup. Either way, you do have Sam and Twitch leave to hopefully find Spawn. And so that is the moment where we do jump over to Terry. Now, this is the moment where you have Terry actually get called into the front desk. And the reason why, because his secretary is right now calling out for his name because she is freaking out. And we kind of find out why she is freaking out, because someone sent him a gift. And of course, when she had opened the package up, there was a dead rat inside with a knife stuck through it to basically say, Terry, you are a rat. Because remember, Jason Wynn is right now painting this picture that Terry is a bad guy, that Terry is a turncoat right now. And so, of course, a lot of people in his office right now truly believe that Terry is a bad guy. He's not actually a good person anymore. And right now, they're calling him a rat and basically sending him a whole bunch of threats. And so that is the moment where we do jump over to Spawn. Now, when we do jump back over to Spawn, you have Spawn right now looking over the files that he was able to retrieve from Joe, the accountant that works for Antonio. either way, when Spawn looks through the files, you have Spawn cannot believe what he found in the files. It technically says that right now, Antonio believes that Terry has something to do with what happened with Overkill. Now remember, Spawn was the one who stole the weapons from that military base to use those weapons to take down Overkill. And because of that, Jason Wynn, who's head of security, had to say, hey, I have no idea what happened, but I believe it is Terry. And so because of that, right now you have Antonio kind of like, so Terry was involved with the weapons that were technically used to take down Overkill, which means that Terry must be the guy who took out Overkill. And so right now, Spawn realized that sooner or later, Antonio might go after Terry now. And speaking of Antonio, we actually do see him right now technically getting updates on one particular character. And of course, this character is going to be very important for this storyline. And that character is going to be Overkill. Yes, Overkill is about to make his return. And so right now, you technically have the scientist telling Antonio, hey man, listen, sooner or later, we should have him up and running once again and to be able to be used to go after your Spawn character. And so hopefully this time Overkill will be able to actually take out your target, which again is Spawn. And for Antonio, this is great news to actually hear. But then we have to jump back over to Terry. And the reason why, because with everything happening to Terry, he's really scared for his wife and child. Of course, Wanda. Let's not forget, Wanda is the ex-wife to Al Simmons, Spawn. But right now, she got remarried after Al Simmons had died to Terry. Either way though, when Terry gets home, he finds out that Wanda and their child is not there. Because of course right now, they're paying a visit to her grandmother. And so of course, he's kind of relieved they're not here right now. Now unfortunately though, when he looks outside his window, he does see a unmarked CIA car. And of course that means he's right now being watched by the CIA. The problem is though, you also have some other men show up. And these guys belong to Antonio. And so because the CIA see these guys, they realize, hey, those guys work for Antonio. Are you going to tell me that Terry is actually bad? And matter of fact, he does work for the mob. And on top of that, he works for Antonio? Oh, this right here is not good at all. And so, of course, you have the CIA try to take down the gangsters who work for Antonio. Now, the problem is, though, the gangsters see the CIA agents. And so, of course, it leads into a shootout. Now, Terry does get involved in the shootout, but the problem is, though, the gangsters and Terry, they're able to get out of this shootout alive. Unfortunately, though, the two CIA agents did not get out of this shootout alive. Matter of fact, they got shot and killed. And so now this looks really bad on Terry because they died right in front of Terry's house. But then you have the gangsters who work for Antonio tell Terry, hey man, listen, meet us downtown because we have your wife and kid. And if you want to see them again, you better come downtown to meet my boss to get your wife and kid back. And so, of course, Terry now has to go and save his wife and kid. Here's the thing, though. Is Wanda and also their child actually with Antonio? That is the big question at the moment right now. But then we jump over to Spawn. Now, when we jump back over to Spawn, it's him right now looking for his weapons. And the reason why he's looking for his weapons right now, because in the files, it said that when it comes to Antonio's plan is to ambush him with Overkill, which means that right now, technically, Antonio truly believes that Terry was the one who took out Overkill. And so right now, his goal is to ambush Terry with Overkill. And Overkill can easily kill Terry. And so you have Spawn saying, I need my weapons. The same one I used last time to actually defeat Overkill. The problem is though, Spawn cannot find his weapons at all. And so with that being said, he's all like, where in the world did I put those guns? Unfortunately though, that is the moment Spawn is confronted by Sam and Twitch, because they have been looking for him and they were finally able to find him. And so that is the moment where we actually get into Spawn number 23. Now, when we jump into Spawn number 23, we actually do pick up right now with Spawn basically telling Sam and Twitch, to go away. And the reason why, because right now he's looking for the guns that he used last time to kill Overkill so that he can once again kill Overkill, but to also save his best friend Terry. Now you do have Spawn try his best to explain what in the world is going on right now in his life, but at the same time continue his search for his weapons. Sam and Twitch don't care really. Sam and Twitch are still trying to arrest him because, again, Spawn has been involved in a lot of their cases over the short period of time that Spawn been back on Earth. Either way though, you actually have Twitch being able to shoot Spawn through the kneecap. Here's the thing though, Spawn keeps running, and that shows Sam and Twitch that Spawn is not normal. And so of course you have Sam and Twitch wondering what in the world is going on with that guy. How in the world was he able to take a bullet in the kneecap and literally it goes through his kneecap and he's still running like nothing happened at all? Now, speaking of Terry, we actually do see him right now being confronted by Overkill because he did go downtown. And with him going downtown, of course, he ran into Overkill. Now, here's the thing though. Overkill believes that Spawn is Terry. And the reason why, because remember, when it comes to Antonio, Antonio believes that Terry was the one who had killed off Overkill. And so when it came to Antonio, when they were working on Overkill, they gave him the memory update saying, your target is Terry Fitzgerald. He was the one who technically stopped you last time. And so right now for Overkill, he truly believes that Terry is actually Spawn. And so right now you have Overkill trying to kill Terry right now. And hopefully Spawn can get there before Terry actually dies. But then we actually pick up with Wanda. Now remember, earlier, the monsters who work for Antonio, they told Terry, hey, we have Wanda. That was not true. Wanda and their daughter was actually visiting her grandmother. And so with that being said, you have Wanda right now getting a phone call about what happened to Terry in front of their house. Because remember, Terry was involved in that shootout with the monsters and the two CIA agents. Either way, because of that shootout, 2 agents died, and they died right in front of Terry's house. And he left the 2 dead bodies there because he freaked out when the monster said, we have your wife and child. In reality, they did not. It was a trick, but he didn't know that. Either way, he ran off. And because he did ran off and left the 2 dead bodies in front of their house, right now you have Wanda getting a call saying, hey, so your husband was involved in a shootout and there's 2 dead bodies here and he's missing right now. And so right now, technically, he is a suspect. Where is your husband? But then we jump back over to Jason Wynn. Now remember, Jason Wynn is trying to technically pin everything going on right now on Terry. Because right now, Jason Wynn is also in trouble with the missing weapons and also being gone for 2 whole days because he was anti-Spawn. Either way, right now the higher ups are looking very hard on Jason Wynn. And right now he's trying to use Terry as a scapegoat. And so when we do jump over to Jason Wynn, it's him right now getting word that 2 of his men have been shot. Of course, it's the 2 men who were involved in the shootout earlier who are now laying dead in front of Terry's house. Either way right now, Jason Wynn knows they were actually killed off by the monsters. But again, with Jason Wynn right now being in trouble because the higher ups are kind of like, hey man, what happened to those weapons? Where did you go to for 2 days? He's right now saying that Terry was the one who actually killed off those 2 guys who are laying dead in front of Terry's and Wanda's house. But then we jump over to Antonio. Now, when we do jump over to Antonio, is Antonio right now mad at the 2 guys who work for him who had shot those agents earlier who technically left the dead bodies in front of Terry's house? Because right now he says, your goal was not to get in a gunfight. Your goal was to basically give word over to Terry to make him believe that we had his wife and daughter so that he would go downtown and be confronted by Overkill. That was your mission. Your mission was not get involved with agents, and that right there kind of puts more pressure on us. Either way, hopefully Overkill will kill off Terry, and that would deal with my Spawn problem. And then hopefully my other guy will deal with my Violator problem as well. But then we have to jump over to Wanda. Now, when we do jump over to Wanda, is her right now technically freaking out, because when she gets home to her house, she realized that there's a lot of commotion right now because there were 2 dead bodies left in front of her house. And so, of course, you do have the news channel right now just wondering, hey, Wanda, do you know what happened here? Do you know where your husband is at? And why did your husband kill the 2 guys right here? And so right now, it's technically Terry being made as the bad guy right now, as a killer. Now, the neighbors are there as well. And the neighbors who have made Saul something, who may be able to actually help Wanda understand what truly happened, or at the same time clear Terry's name, they turn their back on Wanda and Terry. They all go inside their house, not giving her any kind of answers or support at all. And so, of course, right now, you have Wanda getting very upset about the idea that she has no idea what happened to her husband. Now, that is the moment where we do see Spawn being able to actually find Terry in Overkill. Now, when Spawn does find Terry in Overkill, it's right now Spawn trying to save his best friend from Overkill. Now, of course, that is the moment you have Overkill realize, oh, this is Spawn. This is my target. This is great. I've been looking for you. And so it does lead into a battle between Spawn and Overkill once again. Now, while you have the 2 characters actually fighting against one another, and of course it does go on for a few pages, Overkill is proving that he's actually still too strong for Spawn. Because last time, Spawn was only able to win thanks to the guns that were able to actually pierce the armor of Overkill. But without those guns right now, Spawn cannot do that. And so Spawn's trying his best to rely on his powers, but unfortunately his powers are not able to actually take down Overkill. Now, Sam and Twitch, they do arrive at the scene as well. And when they do arrive at the scene, you have Sam and Twitch realize that Spawn was telling them the truth about the idea of saving someone's life. And so, of course, they realize that Spawn does need their help. Now, you do have Sam and Twitch try to jump in and use their guns, but their guns are too small and weak to actually pierce the armor of Overkill. And so it does lead into technically Twitch being able to shoot a bullet right into the ear of Overkill. Now, it doesn't kill Overkill, but it does change his programming to the point where he now has a new target. A target right now known as Badrock. I want to say it's Badrock. Either way, Badrock is actually part of the Youngbloods. And so Overkill is now going to leave this book and jump over to the Youngblood book instead. And so that is the moment where we actually do jump over to the final chapter of this storyline. Now, when we do, we actually do pick up right now with Sam and Twitch freaking out. And the reason why the 2 guys are freaking out because they have no idea what to do with Spawn nor Terry. Because right now, Spawn and Terry are knocked out, but they all just survived some kind of cyborg attack. Either way, right now, they're wondering what in the world should they do with Spawn and Terry. Now, Spawn is knocked out, but you do have Terry begin to wake up. And once you have Terry wake up, he says, you have to let me go. And the reason why he's saying that, because right now, he still believes that his wife and kids have been kidnapped by the mob. And so, of course, he's telling Sam and Twitch, you have to let me go. I have to save my family. Now, you have Sam and Twitch say, no, you're not going anywhere at all. We need answers. What in the world is going on with you, him, and also that cyborg? And so that is the moment where we actually jump over to Antonio. Now, when we do jump over to Antonio, it's him right now showing us that technically he is very upset about the idea that Spawn got away again, because Overkill had failed again. And so now this is the second time Overkill had technically failed for Antonio. Now, with that being said, you do have the other mobsters in the city beginning the process of kind of looking down on Antonio. And so right now it's Antonio saying, I want you guys, my men, to go out there and send a message to the other bosses, because right now those other bosses believe that I am a failure, and I want to remind them I'm not a failure, but on top of that, I'm number 1 in the city. I'm the number 1 boss in the city. Their gangs are all number 2, and they all work for me. And so they need to be reminded reminded about that. And so, of course, it's Antonio saying, no one is going to make me look bad and get away with it. But on top of that, no one is going to look down on me. And so that is the moment where we do jump back over to Terry. Now, when we do jump over to Terry, is Terry right now trying to get away from Sam and Twitch, because Terry still believes that something right now is going on with his wife and kid, not knowing that his family is actually back at home waiting for him. And so right now you have Terry being able at first to lose Sam and Twitch to hopefully get away. Now, as he tries to do that, of course, Twitch and Sam are able to catch up to him. But here's the thing though, you didn't have the homeless people in the area protect Terry. And the reason why, because they don't like the police. They really do not like the police at all, because let's not forget, in earlier books of this series, the police have technically done some bad things to the homeless people in this area. And so right now, they rather protect Terry than give Terry over to the police. And so with that happening, Terry is able to actually get away once again. Except that is the moment you have two people who work for Antonio appear in their car. And right now, their goal is to drive over Terry. And so Terry right now is just frozen right in front of their car, making him an easy target. And matter of fact, they're about to run him over. But that is the moment you have Spawn appear. And of course, Spawn is able to stop the car with his powers, but to also teleport away as well. But after he leaves, he does write on the wall saying that this area belongs to Spawn, meaning that any of his enemies who try to come into this area, they're gonna have to mess with Spawn. And that is something they do not want to do at all. But then you have Spawn pay a visit to Jason Wynn. Now this is actually very important, because when Spawn does this, he's all like, listen, you are gonna call off your dogs, your agents, off Terry right now and leave him alone and clear him all crimes that you think he had committed, because you know that he's actually an innocent man. But on top of that though, if you don't do that, I have a file on you. And if this file get out, I'm telling you right now, you are going to lose everything. And trust me, I know you do not want to lose everything you were able to get with this lovely life you have right here. So you better call your dogs off right now before the files get released and you lose everything you have here in this room. And that is the moment where we do see Spawn actually go over and pay a visit to Antonio. Now the reason why, because remember, Spawn was able to get a file from Antonio's accountant earlier. And so with that file, it's Spawn saying, listen, I have enough information about you with these files. And so I'm able to actually release these files to the public and ruin your whole entire operation and get you thrown in jail. And so with that being said, you're going to leave Terry alone. If you don't, these files will get out there to the world. And when they do, your entire life is basically ruined. So I better see you leave Terry alone. But then we jump over to Terry and Wanda to wrap up today's video. Now when we do, it's technically right now Terry and Wanda being able to cuddle with one another. Now while the two characters are actually cuddling, you actually have Terry kind of amazed with the idea that everybody is just leaving him alone now, and so is Wanda. But when it comes to Terry, and this is something I realized just now that I forgot to mention, is that when it comes to Terry, he truly believes that Spawn is Al Simmons, his old friend that died 5 years ago. Now technically he is correct, but at the same time though, it's Terry right now saying, how is that possible? How in the world is Al back? It's right now Terry beginning the process of believing that Al is truly alive again. But with that being said, what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, where we actually pick up with Spawn number 25. Now when it comes to Spawn number 25, it really does focus on Spawn right now making a friend, gaining an ally. This person right here could possibly help Spawn down the road when it comes to facing a powerful enemy, but at the same time it could be someone Spawn might ask for help for some kind of different reason. Either way right now, it's Spawn right now realizing that he cannot be alone in this world, that most likely he needs someone on his side that can actually help him. Now, at first, they're going to be enemies, but later on in the storyline, they're going to be friends. And so to begin today's video, we actually do pick up right now with the homeless people that Spawn has been protecting. Because remember, when it comes to Spawn, he did say in one of our earlier videos that this particular area of New York is now under his protection, meaning that the people in that area is going to be protected by him. Now, with that being said, though, that also means the homeless people that he has been hanging out with. Now, when we jump over to the homeless people, we do see them right now talking about different things. Now, one of them walks away to use the bathroom. The problem is, though, he's been attacked by someone known as David Brewy. Now, David Brewy is going to be a minor character, but David Brewy works for someone else. And matter of fact, he does tell this homeless person, I need you to tell me where your boss is at. And of course, he's talking about Spawn. And the reason why David is looking for Spawn because David's boss does not like the idea of Spawn claiming this area as his own. And so right now, it technically looks like a turf war. And so you have David say, tell your boy Spawn to get out of here. And if he doesn't, we'll come back. And when we do come back, it's going to be for blood. Now, after that, we do see David run to his boss. Now, that is the moment where we are introduced to a new character, and that character is going to be Trimmer. Now, when it comes to Trimmer, he does look like a demon. And matter of fact, when Spawn sees him, he's going to say, hey, demon, what are you doing here? Because honestly, Trimmer does look like a demon. But here's the catch, though. Trimmer is not a demon at all. Matter of fact, when it comes to Trimmer, he is something else completely. And that right there is going to make the story even more interesting. Now, with that being said, though, when it comes to Trimmer, apparently he does have some kind of revenge plan against Antonio Twistelli. Now, remember, Antonio is one of the big mobsters in New York. And of course, right now, Spawn has been trying to get rid of Antonio any way possible. And so right now, when it comes to Trimmer, he heard that. He heard that Spawn has been going after Antonio. And so right now, you have Trimmer saying, the reason why I sent David into the area of Spawn to hopefully have Spawn leave his territory so that he'll leave Antonio alone, because I want to be the one to actually take care of Antonio. No one else except me. And so that right there tells us that Antonio most likely is going to have to face Trimmer very, very soon. And so that is the moment where we do jump over to Terry. Now remember, when it comes to Terry, he used to be the best friend of Al Simmons before Al had died and became Spawn. Now on top of that, we also have to remember that Terry married Wanda, and Wanda used to be the wife of Al Simmons before Al died and became Spawn. Either way right now, we actually do pick up with Terry after the ending of our last storyline. Because remember, in our last video, Terry went through a lot. And the reason why, because another character known as Jason Wynn, who was trying to use Terry as a scapegoat. And so because of that, when it came to Terry's office, everybody looked at Terry as a bad guy, a turncoat. Now, of course, his name was cleared. But the thing is, though, people in the office still look at him in a crooked way, even though he's technically innocent. And right now, he's still afraid for him and his family. Now, that is the moment where you have Wanda come in. And the reason why Wanda is there, because we come to find out that she technically does not know what Terry does. Now, the reason why she does not know, because of Al Simmons. Because Al was a mercenary, she technically did not like that. And so when it came to Terry and his government job, she was kind of like, listen, because of Al's past, I was afraid to learn about your job. But I feel like with us being married and having a child now, I should know more about what you actually do. And so this is Wanda and Terry actually bonding. And so that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Spawn. Now, this is Spawn right now technically saying he is done. He is done helping people out. And the reason why he's saying that, because ever since he came back to Earth as a Spawn character, or a Spawn, sorry, Hellspawn, he technically been involved in a whole lot of different kind of mess. Now, at first, it honestly didn't bother him that much. And the reason why, because Terry and Wanda were not involved. But because of the last storyline, Terry and Wanda both got involved and could have been hurt very seriously. And so right now, it's Spawn saying, I have to stop helping people, because when I do, I get involved in some crazy stuff, and then the people I care for almost get hurt. I am done helping people out. Now, while he is saying that, you do have a homeless person right now coming to him to tell him, hey man, I got word that someone right now is looking for you. And matter of fact, I got word they want you out of this territory. Now, Spawn is not listening, because again, it's Spawn saying, I am done helping your people out. It's right now just me, and that is it. I do not care for anyone else. And so whatever problem you have right now, that is your problem, not mine. And again, it's not Spawn listening to the guy saying, no, this is your problem. Someone is looking for you. And so then we actually pick up with Sam and Twitch. Now remember, Sam and Twitch are two police officers in New York City. Now when it came to Sam and Twitch, they were actually trying to find Spawn. And the reason why, because Spawn was involved in a lot of different cases of theirs. Now after the ending of our last video, they backed off Spawn. Now the reason why they backed off Spawn, because Spawn gave Sam a file, and that file contains a lot of information about the chief of the police department. And if that information gets out, it could actually ruin him. And so right now it's Sam saying, if the chief ever comes after me, I could use the info that Spawn gave me to basically get rid of him, and then most likely take his job. And so that's why Sam is so happy right now. But then we jump back over to Spawn. Now when we do jump back over to Spawn, it's Spawn right now trying to figure out who in the world is right now looking for him or trying to get rid of him. And so of course he does go and confront Trimmer. Now when he does go confront Trimmer, of course you have Trimmer right now beginning the process of actually attacking Spawn. Because remember, when it comes to Trimmer, he feels like Spawn is trying to go after Antonio and get rid of Antonio. And so it's Trimmer saying, no one is gonna go after Antonio except me. I want him. No one else can have him. I want to kill him. And so it does lead into a battle between the two characters. Now, this battle doesn't last that long. And the reason why, because Trimmer is not really a good fighter. But on top of that, Spawn is a great fighter, thanks to his military training. And so he was able to actually subdue Trimmer, to hopefully stop him and say, hey man, listen, I'm not here to kill you. I'm not here to actually fight you. I want to know why in the world you're here looking for me. Now, Spawn does think that Trimmer is actually a demon, but that is the moment you have Trimmer say, no, I'm not a demon. But on top of that, I'm going to tell you why in the world I'm trying to go after Antonio for, and why I don't want you involved. He's my guy to kill, no one else's. And so we come to find out the reason why Trimmer wants to kill off Antonio is because Antonio had apparently forced Trimmer to go through some kind of experiment. Now at first, Trimmer said no, but then you had Antonio grab the family of Trimmer and say, if you don't help me, I am going to kill off your family. And so of course, you have Trimmer say, fine, I will help you to hopefully save my family lives. Now, when it came to the experiment, it was a combination of chemical and bioengineering. Either way, once you had Trimmer go through the actual experiment, he was transformed into a monster. And so that is why I said he is not a demon. He is technically something else completely. Now you also have Trimmer tell Spawn that right after he went through the experiment, when it came to Antonio, he still killed off the family that belonged to Trimmer. And so that is why Trimmer wants revenge against Antonio for. And so that is the moment where you have Spawn say, you know what? Listen, I'm not going to fight you, because now I realize you are not a bad guy. And now I understand why you're coming after Antonio. And so that is the moment where you have Spawn actually hand Tremor a file. Now remember, this is the same file that he gave Antonio as well, to show Antonio that he has enough information to blackmail Antonio. And so right now it's Spawn giving that same information over to Tremor and saying, you can use this to basically blackmail Antonio. Use this your own way. And the book kind of ends on that note right there, but it also seems like Spawn now has a friend, an ally to call upon down the road if he's ever in danger. But with that being said, this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we're going to cover Spawn number 26 for today's Spawn Sunday video. Now when it comes to Spawn number 26, it's actually more of a one-shot story where we do see Spawn realize that he had to learn a valuable lesson of how to be a hero, or what is a hero. But at the same time though, we also kind of find out that Malebolgia loves the idea of Spawn being a hero. And the reason why, because with Spawn being a hero, Spawn is actually helping Malebolgia build up his army of hell spawns to attack heaven down the road. And so that is the moment where we actually do pick up with a character known as Fred. Now when it comes to Fred, you have Fred right now trying to fight against a court case. And what I mean by that is, right now Fred is trying to fight to keep his daughter with him. And the reason why, because when it comes to his stepdaughter, she was actually given to him and his wife in the whole foster care system. But the problem is though, he lost his wife. His wife died. But after her death, he also lost his job and he began to fall apart. And so because of that, you had the court come in and say, listen, we gave you her to basically live with you because we felt like you and your wife could take care of her. But after your wife died, you're now showing us signs that you are unable to actually take care of her. And so it's better for her to go ahead and get removed and live somewhere else. And so of course they say, I'm sorry, you're going to lose your daughter. Now we're going to use Fred as a way to see Spawn actually learn a valuable lesson about being a hero. And so that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Malebolgia. Now when it comes to Malebolgia, you have to remember that he is a devil, not the devil, a devil. And what I mean by that is there are many devils in hell, and Malebolgia is just one of the devils. Now with that being said, you do have Malebolgia right now technically watching over Spawn. Because remember, when it comes to Malebolgia, he's right now trying to build an army of hell spawns as a way to use it against, of course, the forces of heaven. And so right now, he's watching over Spawn. And the reason why, because when it comes to spawns on Earth, they are technically destined to become high-ranking officers in the army of Malebolgia. And so right now, Al Simmons is technically destined to become a high-ranking officer. And so right now, it's Malebolgia watching over Spawn to see how is he going right now on Earth. And so that is the moment where we actually do jump over to Spawn. Now, when we do jump over to Spawn, it's him right now being confronted by the Count. Now, we actually seen the Count in earlier issues when it comes to Spawn. And matter of fact, he first appeared in Spawn number 9 when Spawn fought against Angela. Now, with that being said, this is the Count right now coming to Spawn and saying, hey man, listen. Honestly, I think it's about time for you to try to learn more about who you are or what you are and why you are so special and why all these different things keep happening to you. Now you do have the Count say it all basically started when you accepted the offer from the devil, not the devil, a devil. Because remember, when he came to Spawn, when he died, he was confronted by Malebolgia. And of course, he asked Malbolgia to send him back to Earth so that he'll be able to be with Wanda. Now, Malbolgia did that, but of course, it was a deal, technically saying, yes, I'll send you back to Earth, but you are going to become my Hellspawn. Now, with that being said, though, you didn't have the Count say, listen, you are a Hellspawn, and technically, you are supposed to be used as a tool by the devil or Malbolgia as a way to attack the forces of heaven. And sooner or later, they're going to basically use you as a way to attack the forces of heaven. But technically, you're supposed to become a high-ranking officer in the army of Malbolgia. Now we do jump over to Malbolgia. Now when we do jump over to Malbolgia, you do have Malbolgia technically tell us that even though he knows that Spawn is not really a bad person, he's really hoping that the idea of the darkness inside of Spawn will come out. And when that darkness come out, it will take over Spawn, and then Spawn will become a true evil person. Something that Malbolgia really wants to happen to Spawn, because again, when it comes to Al Simmons, he is technically destined to become a high-ranking officer in the army of Malbolgia. Now when it comes to Malbolgia, he also loves the idea of Spawn being a hero. Now the reason why Malbolgia loves that will be explained later on in this video, but right now it is Malbolgia realizing that Spawn is looking for answers. Now yes, he's going to get some answers, but of course when he does get those answers, it's going to lead to more questions down the road. Now when we do jump back over to Spawn and also the Count, that is the moment where you do have one of the homeless guys coming over to Spawn to actually talk to him about the idea of Spawn helping out Fred. And remember, we saw Fred earlier in this book, and when it comes to Fred just lost his daughter. And so right now, this is Fred coming to Spawn and saying, hey man, listen, I heard great things about you. I also heard that you are able to actually help me with different problems. And right now I have a particular problem. I lost my daughter. Now remember, in our last video, this is a Spawn right now who's not trying to actually help anyone out right now. And the reason why, because he told himself, every time I try to help someone, I basically get involved in some crazy mess. But on top of that, it's getting too close to home, aka Terry and Wanda. Because remember, he's right now back on Earth because of Wanda, the woman he loves. Now, even though she had remarried his best friend, he still cares a lot for them. And so right now, it's Spawn saying, I'm not trying to get any more mess before they actually get hurt. And so unfortunately, I'm not trying to help anybody at all. But on top of that, it's Spawn saying the homeless people in this area are beginning to rely on me too much. And so with that being said, you have Spawn tell Fred no. Now right after Spawn did that, you didn't have the Count say, no, they're not getting cocky or just relying on you. You gave them hope. And that right there, Spawn, is actually very, very important. But then we jump back over to Malbolgia. Now, when we do jump back over to Malbolgia, this is Malbolgia right now still watching over Spawn. But this is Malbolgia telling us, the readers, that right now, he's loved what he's seeing right now when it comes to Spawn. And what I mean by that is, even though Spawn right now is a hero and technically taking out bad guys, when he does kill off the bad guys, those souls go to one particular area, hell, and some of those souls go over to the 8th area of hell, which belongs to Malbolgia. And so Malbolgia is saying, yes, Spawn, be a hero, because when you kill those guys off, their souls become mine. And with that, they join my army of hell spawns to be used as a way to fight against the forces of hell. And so technically right now, even though Spawn is right now being a hero, he's still helping out Malbolgia. Now, something else to mention is that once Spawn time is up on Earth, he'll go back down to hell and be with Malbolgia. And so technically right now, Spawn is getting trained, but at the same time is giving Malbolgia a bigger army to use. But that is the moment where we actually do see Spawn go to heaven. Yes, you heard that right. Spawn does go to heaven. And the reason why he was actually transported over to heaven was because of one particular character known as Gabrielle. Now, when it comes to Gabrielle, she's right now technically trying to do something big to another character known as Angela. And matter of fact, Angela will have a mini-series right after this book right here. Unfortunately, we cannot cover it. And the reason why, because I cannot find any copies at all. But on top of that, the reason why, because remember, after a certain period of time, Marvel was able to actually gain the rights of Angela. And so unfortunately, when it comes to Image Comics, they really cannot reprint books of Angela because the rights that belong to Marvel now. Now, with that being said, this is technically right now Gabriella trying to set up Angela. And what I mean by that is the reason why she brought Spawn over here, because she knows when it comes to Angela's last big battle, it was against Spawn. But then she disappeared and left behind her lance. Now, we saw what happened to Spawn when he touched that lance. He was actually teleported somewhere else. But thing is though, when he came back to Earth, the lance was gone. And so right now it seems that Gabrielle wants the lance, but we have no idea why. Now, once you have Spawn tell her, hey, listen, I have no idea where the lance went to, she said, thank you for your help, and then sent him back down to Earth. And so we do jump over to Malbolgia one last time for this video. Now, when we do, it's technically right now Malbolgia very excited about the idea that now Heaven is involved. And what I mean by that is, with Heaven right now pulling Spawn, is Spawn right now wanting to ask more questions about Hell or Heaven. And when it comes to Malbolgia, he feels like when it comes to Spawn, when he goes around looking for answers, he usually gets in more trouble. And with him getting in more trouble, that means two things. One, his time limit gonna run out, but on top of that, he'll send more people to hell for me to use in my army of hell spawns. And so right now, it's Malbolgia saying, I'm just winning, and Spawn right now is actually losing. And so that is the moment where we actually do jump over to Spawn. Now, when we do, it's Spawn right now technically telling a story to the homeless people that he has been protecting. Now, of course, the story he's telling right now is how he actually helped out Violator in the Violator miniseries that we did not cover. Now, with that being said though, as he tells this story, he realized that the homeless people don't care. And the reason why, because right now they are actually very upset with him. And the reason why they're mad at him right now, because Spawn did not help out Fred. Because when they hand over a newspaper for Spawn to read, Spawn realized what happened to Fred. Fred committed suicide. He killed himself because he lost his wife and then he lost his daughter. And he went to Spawn asking for help, but unfortunately, he did not help. And so because of that, Fred killed himself. And so this is actually what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, where we actually do pick up right now with another Spawn Batman crossover. And this is called Batman and Spawn War Games. Now, this is actually a pretty good crossover. And matter of fact, I like this crossover more than the other crossover because honestly, Batman acts normal in this one rather than the other one. Now, with that being said, this one is another story where it's the two characters coming together but meeting for the first time. And the reason why I'm saying that, because in the last story, the last time Spawn met Batman, that was Dark Knight Returns Batman, a younger version of Dark Knight Returns Batman. This one right here is kind of telling us that this is the main DC Universe Batman meeting Spawn for the first time. Now, with that being said, this crossover right here is technically not referenced ever again in Spawn comics like the first one was, because in the first one, we saw it be referenced in later stories right after covering that story. But this one, you might see a couple here and there, but honestly, not that much. But this one is way better than the first crossover. So here is Batman and Spawn War Games #1. And so to begin today's storyline, we actually do pick up right now in the year 1587, where we actually do pick up in Roanoke Island. Now, when it comes to Roanoke Island, this was one of the first settlements for America, where Great Britain began the process of coming over to America. Now, with that being said, at first, they did send a small number of people to build a settlement here. Now, once that number had grew to 100 people, they began the process of sending word back home to begin the process of sending more people over here to grow the settlement. But here comes the big problem though, because when they came back 3 years later with more people, well, the original group had all died or disappeared, and no one knew what exactly happened to them, except when they arrived into the actual settlement, they found a bunch of flames just recently put out, but one thing was written on top of a tree, so high up that the new settlers could not actually touch it, but it did say something very important. Croatoan. And that right there is actually going to be very important for this entire storyline. Now, we also kind of find out that apparently some kind of pentagram was actually cut into the ground around this settlement to say something big is going to open up when it comes to this area in the far future. And matter of fact, that is when we jump into the present day and we kind of find out that Gotham City in this storyline was technically built on top of Roanoke Island. But then we actually pick up with Bruce Wayne right now being Matches Malone. Now, the reason why he's calling himself Matches Malone is because it's one of the aliases he used when he's undercover, especially when it comes to gangsters in Gotham City or mobsters. Now, with that being said though, he's right now actually talking to a certain guy. And the reason why, because right now Bruce Wayne is looking for a guy known as Virgil Dare. Now, we have no idea at first why he wants Virgil Dare, but then we kind of find out that apparently Bruce Wayne as Batman has stopped a huge shipment at the docks that was holding a bunch of explosives. And of course, those explosives were technically under the name Virgil Dare. And so right now it's Batman saying that I believe that Virgil Dare is working for someone in Gotham City that was actually plotting to use the bombs as a way to blow up a huge area of Gotham. And so right now it's Batman saying I have to find Virgil Dare, but also find the people that he is actually working for to hopefully stop them and save the day. But then we jump over to Spawn. Now, when we jump over to Spawn, it's Spawn right now arriving in Gotham. Now, this is Spawn right now technically saying that something in Gotham drew him here. That technically he left New York City to come over to Gotham to look for something very important. But the question is right now, what? Because this is still Spawn right now trying to piece together his memories. And so right now, something here in Gotham is very special to him that he has to know about. And this begins the process of us right now seeing Batman going after Virgil and trying to follow him to see who in the world does Virgil actually work for. Now, this begins the process of where the book does jump back and forth between Spawn and Batman. So every single page is going to jump back over to a different character. And so right now for this page, it's just Batman right now telling Virgil to hopefully see where in the world Virgil is actually going to learn who Virgil is actually working for. And so that is the moment where we do see both characters actually arrived to Gotham Tower. Now, Gotham Tower was actually built by a guy known as Simon Vesper. Now, Simon is actually dead, but he is going to be the main bad guy of this book. Now, with that being said, though, the reason why Batman's here right now because Batman was following Virgil. And so right now it's Batman saying, I have to make sure that when it comes to Virgil, he is not going to try to blow anything up. Now, the reason why Spawn is here because when it comes to Spawn, he actually did kill off Simon Vesper. And the reason why, because remember, Spawn was a mercenary before he became Spawn, before he died and became Spawn. And so in that life, he did kill a lot of people. And so technically he was hired to go after Simon Vesper because Simon was a bad dude. Either way, when it comes to Spawn, he was hired to go after Simon and kill him off, which Spawn did. And that right there is Spawn's connection to Gotham Tower. But with that connection, it's going to lead into so many more things happening in this storyline. But shifting our focus back over to Batman, you have Batman actually go into Gotham Tower. Now, while Batman is going into Gotham Tower, we come to find out that the night Simon was killed off by Spawn, Batman was there as well. The problem was though, when Batman tried to find the killer, which was Spawn, unfortunately he was unable to actually find Spawn there because Al was able to get away before Batman could find him because Al was a professional mercenary. Now with that being said, once you have Batman get inside Gotham Tower, of course, he does begin the process of fighting against the guards that are technically right now working for Virgil. And so it is kind of cool to see Batman fight against some guys, but once the fighting is done, that is the moment where you actually have Virgil tell Batman he got everything wrong. That technically right now, when it comes to Virgil, what they're doing right now is making sure this building actually does open up. Because after Simon had died, he had a 6-year plan. At the end of that plan, he wanted to make sure the building still opened up to the public. And so right now it seems like all the explosives that Batman heard that Virgil was grabbing could be used for fireworks for the big opening day. And so you do have Batman leave, but at the same time, it's Batman wondering, what if Virgil is actually lying to me? Now, to make matters even worse, we actually do jump over to Potter's Field. Now, Potter's Field is actually a cemetery in Gotham City. And the reason why we're focusing on this cemetery, because out of nowhere, you do have a body come out of the ground. And that body begins to change back into a regular human form. Now, here's the thing. This is actually Simon Vesper coming back to life at the tail end of his 6-year plan, which means that right now everything is about to pop off very soon. And of course, with Simon being back in Gotham City, word gets out very quickly. Now, here's the thing. The world did figure that Simon was dead, but unfortunately, they never got confirmation. And what I mean by that is, when it came to Simon, his head was shot off clean by Spawn, or Al Simmons at that point in time. And so with his head being completely destroyed, the police was unable to say or get confirmation that that was actually Simon Vesper's body. And so right now they're kind of like, oh, that wasn't your body, which means that you're alive again, and this is great. Now, Batman knows that Simon should be dead because he was there when Simon died, but at the same time, so does Spawn. Spawn also knows that Simon should be dead, which means that right now, something big is about to happen, especially for Spawn, because he's like, listen, I watched him die. If he's alive again, that means right now, he's being controlled by some kind of demonic being. And we then shift our focus onto Simon. Now, when we do, this is Simon right now going back over to Gotham Tower. Now, when he does arrive, Virgil, the guy he hired to follow his 6-year plan, is very happy to see his boss. Unfortunately, Virgil is killed off by Simon. And then you have Simon use Virgil's blood as a way to draw a pentagram in the tower to show us that something demonic is coming very soon to Gotham. And when it does, we can say right now that Simon is the source of that demonic thing coming to Gotham. And right after you have Simon leave Arkham Tower, well, then you have Batman arrive in Arkham Tower. And when he does, he finds the dead body of Virgil. But on top of that, he does see the pentagram that was drawn in Virgil's blood on the ground and wondering what in the world is happening right now. Now, for Batman, he's kind of like, listen, this has to be demonic. This right here has to be cult-like. And with that being said, I have to get this figured out right now to prevent anything else bad happening in Gotham City. But Batman right now is very, very concerned about what could happen in his own city at the moment. Now, while you have Batman leave Gotham Tower hoping to find more clues somewhere else, well, unfortunately, that is the moment where we come to find out Spawn sees Batman and believes that Batman is evil. Now, the reason why Spawn believes that, because when it comes to Spawn, when he does arrive to Gotham Tower, the only thing he does sense is pure evil. And of course, he sees Batman right now just leaving Gotham Tower. And so he believes that Batman right now could be that pure evil that he was actually sensing. Now, on top of that, when it comes to Spawn, he feels like Batman is the reason why he's here right now in Gotham City. Because right now, this could be another test from hell, another test from Malbolgia. And so you do have Spawn begin the process of fighting against Batman. Now, at first, Spawn is able to actually beat down on Batman. I mean, I feel so bad for the dude because Batman's getting his butt kicked. But then out of nowhere, when it comes to the powers of Spawn, his powers begin to disappear. And so because of that, he's no longer able to actually defeat Batman. Instead, it's now Batman being able to actually take down Spawn. And once you have Batman being able to actually take out Spawn, it's Batman saying, you know what? Because I defeated you now, maybe we can sit here and actually have a legit conversation at the moment. And once the fighting is all done, you then have Batman and Spawn introduce each other to the other person. Now, once that is done right there, you then have both characters realize that technically they're on the same side. That right now they're trying to figure out what in the world is going on when it comes to Simon. Now, when it comes to the characters actually introducing each other, you do have Batman say, I'm Batman. When it comes to Al, he says, just call me Al. He does not tell Batman to call him Spawn. Either way, you do have the two characters now working together to figure out what in the world is going on when it comes to Simon. And speaking of Simon, we do see him right now getting a phone call from two guards who are technically at the moment loading up a truck full of explosives that belong to Simon. Now, at first, Simon did tell these guards that these explosives are going to be used as a way to kind of do some impressive fireworks show when Gotham Tower opens up. And the fireworks are going to come from different buildings and different areas of Gotham City. The problem is though, the guards realize that when it comes to Simon, he has way too much explosives, meaning that technically if these things go off in the different buildings, those buildings are going to catch on fire. But when it comes to Simon, he tells the guards, don't worry, I have everything under control. In reality, he doesn't. He's lying. Now, with that being said, we kind of find out that right now Simon is trying to deliver 100,000 souls so that he'll be able to actually get a corner in hell, which means that right now he could be working for Malbolgia, or he's trying to get up to Malbolgia's level in hell, because Malbolgia is just a devil in hell. There are many devils in hell. And so right now it seems like Simon is trying to become the next devil in hell as well. But then we jump over to Batman and Spawn. And right now you have the two characters working together. Now Batman realized that when it comes to Simon did buy 5 different locations in Gotham City, but the question is right now, why? Now, Batman kind of realized that there has to be some kind of connection between the buildings and also the pentagram he found in Gotham Tower that was drawn with Virgil's blood. Now, you do have Batman also say that there was another word that was written in the blood of Virgil, and that was Croatoan. Now, the last time that word was ever used in the history of Gotham was when Gotham was Roanoke Island. And so right now it's Batman saying, I'm wondering why in the world this word is reappearing so many years later in Gotham City. What in the world is about to go down? And that is the moment where you actually have Simon's plan go into effect. And what I mean by that is you do have the process of different areas in Gotham beginning to have blackouts left and right. Power being lost all over Gotham except certain areas. And of course, the areas right now that are light up, they basically form some kind of pentagram in Gotham City. And so it seems like right now, this is Simon saying, Here comes my big plan. And right now, I'm about to bring hell on earth for Gotham City. And when we do jump over to Simon, it's him right now technically having a party in Gotham Tower. Now here's the thing, Gotham Tower stands right in the middle of the pentagram, but on top of that, it is actually the only building right now lit up. Everything else is in the blackout area. Now here's the thing, the people in the party right now, they have no idea what is actually happening. But here is another thing though, because you didn't have Simon say he's trying to bring in the new age of Gotham City, the new beginning for Gotham City. And that is the moment where we do jump over to the cemetery we were at earlier, where you do have more and more dead bodies begin the process of coming out of the ground and walking in Gotham like zombies. And it seems like right now they're about to take over the city. And this is right now Simon's master plan coming into effect. But then we jump over to Spawn and Batman. Now when we do, it's Batman and Spawn realizing right now that Simon is attacking Gotham City. And so you do have the two characters go their separate ways, where you have Batman actually go after Simon, where you have Spawn stay behind. And the reason why, because Spawn realized that when it comes to the generators, he feels a whole lot of evil coming from them. He's kind of like, you know what? Let me go ahead and check out these generators, because right now they're the only thing powered on right now. And of course, they're powering on Gotham Tower. And so those things could be very important to what Simon is trying to do to Gotham City. And with this blackout now happening in Gotham, of course, you now have the public freaking out. And of course, it makes sense because right now they're wondering what in the world is happening. And so the GCPD are getting so many different calls about different things happening in Gotham City. Now, at first, it seems like most people are complaining about the blackout. But as we go through the calls, we kind of find out some people are being assaulted in the dark now. It's complete chaos in Gotham City. And right now you have James Gordon wondering if Batman can save the day. And then we see Batman arrive to Gotham Tower. Now when Batman does arrive to Gotham Tower, it's Batman right now going after Simon. Now let me tell you guys, it may look like that Simon is weak and that Batman should be able to handle Simon, but you're gonna find out very quickly that Simon is not weak, and Batman is about to get his butt kicked left and right by Simon. It's Batman right now going to need the help of Spawn very soon. But then we jump over to Spawn. Now when we do, it's Spawn right now realizing what Simon is trying to do. That at the moment, it's Simon right now trying to open a gate to hell in Gotham City. And so of course Spawn realized that is what Simon is trying to do, to deliver a bunch of souls into hell, but also bring hell on earth. And so you do have Spawn use his Spawn powers as a way to close the pentagram to make sure nothing even bad happens in Gotham City. But now he must go help Batman fight against Simon, because Simon is not just your regular guy. Of course, he's some kind of demonic being. Because when we do jump over to Batman, you do have Batman right now trying his best to fight against, of course, Simon. The problem is though, Simon is just too strong. And the reason why, because Simon is some kind of demon. And right now, it's Batman getting his butt whooped by this demon. Unfortunately, Batman does not stand a chance against this guy at all. And so right now, you have Simon just giving Batman one heck of a beatdown. Now, that is the moment where you do have Simon say, what he is trying to do is to deliver a bunch of souls to Malbolgia for the huge war between heaven and hell. And so of course that is why he is trying to open up a gate into hell when it comes to Gotham City, to deliver 100,000 souls to basically build up the army of Malbolgia. And once you have Spawn arrive to fight against this demon, we kind of find out that this demon's real name is Croatoan. And honestly, it makes sense now, because when it comes to the demon, every single time he did something, he would write his name somewhere so that people will know it was him who did this particular thing. Now, with that being said though, you didn't have Spawn try to fight against, of course, Croatoan. Now, here's the big thing, because Croatoan says he planned all of this 6 years ago. And matter of fact, he knew that Al Simmons would become Spawn down the road. But he also used Al as a way to kill off Simon 6 years ago, so that he'll be able to use Simon's body right here in the present day to complete his master plan, to open up a gate of hell into Gotham City. Now, you do have Spawn try his best to exactly stop, of course, Croatoan, but unfortunately this is a very powerful demon. Now, this is where you kind of tell that DC and Image were trying to wrap this up very quickly. And the reason why, because while Spawn is losing, you didn't have Batman throw some kind of grenades to throw Croatoan off balance just long enough to allow Spawn to exactly defeat Croatoan just like that. And once he does that, the story's done. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, where we actually do pick up with Spawn number 27. Now, when it comes to Spawn number 27, it's all about the idea of a new character coming after Spawn. Now, when it comes to this new character, this character right here truly believes that is doing the Lord work, God's work, by going out into the world and hunting down people who would disagree or work against the power of the Lord. And so this guy truly believes that God is right now guiding him in the right direction to take down bad people or evil things that are on the planet Earth. And once this character is able to take care of different problems for God, then God will give him more powers, or God will let him inside his empire or his temple, or technically heaven. And so with that being said, this is Spawn number 27, and Spawn going up against a character known as Cursed. And so when we get into the first few pages of Spawn number 27, we actually do pick up right now with our new character known as Curse. Now, when it comes to Curse, we don't get a chance to see him at first, but at the end of the section we do. Now, when it comes to Curse, he is technically right now going over to New York. And the reason why he is going to New York is, of course, for Spawn. Now, this is not him hunting down Spawn because Spawn could be evil. No, instead, this is him right now going to New York to actually test Spawn. Because right now, when it comes to Curse, he truly believes that Spawn is the chosen one from God. Like, technically, God has chosen Spawn to basically do God's work on the planet. And so right now, it's Curse saying, let me go to New York and actually test out Spawn to make sure that Spawn is the chosen one for my God, for my Lord. And so, of course, he does fly over to New York. Now, when he does arrive in New York, of course, he is confronted by so many different problems in New York. So homeless, drugs, and of course, sex workers. But he does ignore all of them. And he says, listen, I'll pray for them and for their sins. But I came here in New York for one mission, to actually test out Spawn, to make sure he is the chosen one from my Lord. And so then we jump over to Spawn. Now, when we do pick up with Spawn, it's him right now technically grieving. Now, the reason why he is grieving because the death of his close friend Bobby. Bobby was also a homeless person that was staying in the area that Spawn stays in with the rest of the homeless people. Now, the reason why Bobby is dead because Youngbloods, in another book we did not cover, came after Spawn and technically end up killing Bobby. Now, of course, for Spawn, he feels very sad. And the reason why, because to him, Bobby died because the Youngbloods were technically coming after Spawn. And so right now, it's Spawn saying, if the Youngbloods were not looking for me, and matter of fact, if I had stayed away from you guys, Bobby would not be dead right now. Now here comes the big problem though, because you do have Spawn use his demonic powers as a way to bring Bobby back to life. Now we already know, usually when it comes to magic, but on top of that, magic, when you use it to bring someone back to life, there is going to be a big price for that. And so of course right now the question is, what is going to be that price? Now that is also the moment you have Spawn say that he does not feel so good. And so with that being said, it seems like the price is already affecting Spawn right now. Then here comes the problem for Spawn, because while Spawn is weakened for resurrecting Bobby, well, that is the moment where you have Spawn actually be attacked by no other than the curse. He came from behind and actually blast Spawn right through his chest. So now, of course, usually most heroes would be dead. We already know that this is Spawn. He is not dead. Matter of fact, we have seen it so many times. We already know that sooner or later, he is going to get right back up again and fight against Curse. Now for Curse, he truly believed that he had won, because right now Spawn is laying dead. But on top of that, you have Curse say Spawn is not the chosen one, because if he was the chosen one, he would not be that easy to defeat if he was chosen by God. And so of course you have Curse leave, and of course you do have the rest of the homeless people wondering what in the world to do when it comes to Spawn. They have to move him somewhere else before someone sees a dead body in their area. Now on top of that, we kind of find out that some of the homeless people are actually working for Curse, and apparently they were sharing information about Spawn over to him. Either way, the ones who are with Curse, they also leave with Curse, but the rest stay with Spawn to hopefully wake him back up. But then we have to jump over to Wanda and Terry. Now remember, when it comes to Wanda, Wanda is the ex-wife of Al Simmons, aka Spawn, before he had died. And when it comes to Terry, Terry is the old best friend of Spawn before he had died. Now with that being said, the two characters did get married a couple years after Spawn had died. Now with that being said, you do have the two characters right now working together to figure out why in the world was CIA and also the Mafia coming after Terry. Now we know why, because Jason Wynn was trying to use Terry as a scapegoat. But for right now, our two characters, they have no idea why in the world he was technically being targeted by the CIA and the Mafia. Either way, you have Terry tell Wanda that he was able to find a whole bunch of folders, and right now him and her are going to go through those folders to hopefully find some kind of information that could actually help them figure out why he was targeted. But the first person they believe who could be involved is, of course, Jason Wynn. But then we jump over to Curse, and when we do jump over to Curse, it's him right now technically giving a sermon. Now when it comes to his sermon, it's actually really him more of telling the people around him his actual origin story, where we do learn that at a very young age he was always praying to the Lord. But the problem was, though, the Lord was not answering his prayers. And so what he did was he realized that maybe the reason why the Lord is not answering his prayers because he has not done a sacrifice to show the Lord that he was very serious into doing God's work. And so that is the moment where you actually have Curse say he cut his own eye out, he scratched his face, and he also cut off one of his arms as a way to show the Lord that he was very serious in doing God's work. Now, of course, God still did not answer him. Now, when it came to the doctor told his parents that he's doing all of this for attention, but not realizing that this man truly believes that what he was doing to his body was a way to get his prayers answered. Now, of course, Curse said he did follow his parents' rule and try to live the life they wanted to have him live. And that means that he went to college, got a degree, and got all the money. But once he got all the money, he then built himself a brand new body, the one we're seeing right now, where he believed that with this new body and maybe going out there and doing God's work, sooner or later, God would recognize him and finally answer his prayers. And so that is the moment where you do have Spawn come right back for round 2 against Curse, but this time to actually make it a fair battle. Because last time when it came to Curse, when he took out Spawn, he did it behind Spawn's back when Spawn was not looking. And so now Spawn's saying, 1, you should make sure your target is always dead, but 2, you are a punk for trying to kill me behind my back and not actually trying to fight me head on like most men do. And so of course it does lead into an actual battle between the two characters. Now with that being said, the battle does kind of lead into a debate between beliefs, because when it comes to Curse, remember, he truly believes in God, but at the same time though, for Spawn, even though he met a devil and also angels as well, Spawn is still kind of hesitant to say that God is actually real. And so of course, when the two are fighting against one another, their beliefs are right now bouncing off each other. But their battle does go on for a few pages. But then we have to jump back over to Wanda and of course also Terry. Now when we do, this is actually Wanda and Terry still looking over the folders that Terry had brought home from his office. Now with that being said, it's also Terry and Wanda realizing that when it comes to all the different folders, they're not finding a lot of different kind of information, but they are finding one name that keeps popping up, Jason Wynn. Now that right there is actually very important, and the reason why, because when it comes to Jason Wynn, he was the guy that got Al Simmons killed. Now Terry has no idea. Now Al somewhat does know that now, but at the very beginning of this series, Al had no idea that his own boss was the reason why he died. But right now it seems like Terry was technically being a scapegoat for Jason Wynn, which honestly we already knew that, because remember, when it came to Spawn stealing a bunch of weapons to take out Overkill, those weapons were supposed to be under Jason Wynn's watch. And of course, when those weapons had disappeared, Jason Wynn got in trouble and tried to say it was Terry. Now of course that did backfire, and so right now is Terry saying, we should look more into Jason Wynn. Now on top of that, it's also Terry wondering if he does know Spawn. Now honestly he does, but Terry has not figured out yet that Spawn is actually Al Simmons. And so right now it's Wanda and Terry saying they should work together to figure out who is the Spawn character and why was he trying to protect Terry so bad in the earlier storyline. Honestly, the book kind of ends on a very high note where we actually do see Spawn still fighting against Curse, but the book actually ends on that note right there, with Spawn just beating down on Curse, but being so mad in the idea that Curse is coming after him when Spawn is at his lowest point right now in his life. And so with that being said, this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we're going to do Spawn again for Spawn Sundays, and we pick up with Spawn number 28. Yes guys, we do have another one-shot story. Guys, do not worry. Sooner or later, we're going to have one of those big epic stories, but I want to make sure we cover everything we need when it comes to Spawn. Now, with that being said, when it comes to Spawn number 28, this is the book where you actually have Wanda find Spawn. And remember, Wanda is the ex-wife of Spawn, because technically, right after he died, she got remarried to, of course, his best friend. But the thing is, though, the last time she saw Spawn, he was in a different form, that his powers made him look like he was some Caucasian dude. And so she had no idea who he was. But now she's wondering who Spawn is, because this guy has been saving her husband, Terry, who of course is Al Simmons' old best friend, multiple times, especially the last time when it came to Overkill. And so right now it's her wondering who Spawn is. But when she meets Spawn, honestly, it doesn't go how you expect. Unfortunately, she is very disappointed in Spawn. And so when we get into Spawn number 28, we actually do pick up with Spawn right now, but we do pick up where the last one-shot left off at, where you have Spawn fight against Curse. And really we pick up, I want to say maybe a couple days after that battle, because right now you have Spawn holding Curse against a wall, and technically right now he is a prisoner, but also an example to tell other people if they try to come into Spawn's area, you're gonna get wrecked. And so you better walk away as soon as you see Curse and what I did to him. Now, if you're wondering who in the world Curse is, or possibly forgot who Curse is, remember, Curse was someone who truly believed that he was doing God's work. And so Homeboy went out of his way to actually test Spawn, because he believed that Spawn was the chosen one from God. And when he found out Spawn was actually a hell spawn, he realized that he made a huge mistake. But on top of that, because this man truly believed in God so much, and he wondered when God was going to answer his prayers, you had Curse do a lot of different things to his body to hopefully please God. But at the same time, try to do different things to hopefully please God as well when it comes to going after different people. Either way, he was defeated by Spawn in our last video. And so right now you have Spawn technically having Curse tied to the wall to be an example to other people who might try to come into his territory. And so then we pick up with Wanda. Now, Wanda is on her way right now to Spawn territory. And the reason why, because she wants to say thank you to Spawn for saving her husband's life. Because Spawn has done that multiple times very recently when it comes to Spawn comics at this point in time. But the thing is though, this is her right now saying, I have to ask Spawn a few questions, because she wants to know why Spawn has been going out of his way to protect Terry, because she has no idea Spawn is her old ex-husband that came back to life. And right now it's just Al trying to protect his ex-wife, but also his old best friend. Either way, it's also her right now trying to figure out that why other people were coming after her husband thanks to Spawn. Like, what is his connection? Now, we actually know what is his connection to Terry, because again, Spawn is Terry's best friend. But on top of that though, when it came to Terry, Jason Wynn, another character, the one that actually got Spawn killed, he was the one who was trying to use Terry as a scapegoat, which of course put Terry through a lot of different things. The mafia, his co-workers hated him, like a lot of different things happened to Terry. Now, luckily, all those different things were luckily dropped, but at the same time though, his character was technically ruined. Other people still look at him as some bad person, even though he was clear of all crimes. Either way, it's her saying, I have to find Spawn to hopefully learn more about his connection to us, but at the same time, say thank you for saving Terry, for giving Terry the chance to still be a father and a husband. But then we get another page where you technically have Spawn right now just being a total jerk to Curse, because Curse is right now talking about the idea of breaking free and getting his revenge on Spawn. And even though he might break free and try to kill Spawn, Spawn still will come back to life again and most likely find a different way to actually stop Curse. Either way, you have Spawn tell Curse, you're not going anywhere, buddy. Like, you're stuck here forever. Like, I want you to understand this. You're not going anywhere at all, because technically I'm going to use you as an example to keep other people out of my territory. But then we pick up with Wanda. Now, when we do, this is Wanda right now arriving into Spawn's territory. Now, this is where the book kind of tells us a little bit more about Wanda. And what I mean by that is, it tells us that when it comes to Wanda, she had actually grew up in a rough neighborhood, but she knew that at night, she could not stay out late at night. And the reason why, because something bad might actually happen to you. Now, when it comes to Spawn's territory, it's kind of similar to her old neighborhood, meaning that right now, Spawn's area is a tad bit rough. And of course, right now, she's out late at night trying to find Spawn, which means that most likely she might get caught in some kind of problem, some kind of trouble. And of course she is, because as she's walking around this area looking for Spawn, some thugs do see her and begin the process of trying to come after her. And so then we jump over to Sam and Twitch. Now remember, Sam and Twitch are two detectives that were originally trying to hunt down Spawn, but then of course backed off. And then you have Spawn give them a particular folder. Now, when it came to this folder, it does contain a lot of information about their boss, their commissioner, meaning that if that information ever gets out to the public, it could actually ruin his career. And so right now, Spawn told Sam and Twitch to give that folder, that information, over to their commissioner to scare him, to basically say, leave my area alone and get your cops back in line. The problem is though, Sam and Twitch never did what Spawn told them to do, which is hand the file over to your boss. Because right now it's Sam and Twitch saying, we could hold on to this folder and basically use it as a way to blackmail him to keep him off our backs. Now, while you have the stories telling us that, you then have Sam go through the folder. Now, when he does go through the folder, he finds something else very important about the commissioner, something that he cannot believe his boss ever did. The problem is though, we do not get told what he saw in that folder. But then we jump over to Terry. Now, when we do, Terry is right now at home with his daughter. And of course, right now, he's not with Wanda because Wanda lied to him. And what I mean by that is Wanda told Terry that she's actually going over a friend's house to help that friend with some kind of charity event. In reality though, as we now know, she's on her way to say thank you to Spawn. Now with that being said though, right now you have Terry looking over different folders that could tell him why in the world he was a scapegoat for Jason Wynn. Except that is the moment he gets a phone call. And of course, it's Wanda's friend wondering where she is at. And he tells her, I was told that she is right now on her way over to your house. And the friend says, that's not true because I never talked to her at all today. Which means right now, Terry knows that Wanda is lying. But then we actually pick up with Wanda right now, going around asking the different homeless people, do they know where she can find Spawn? Now, of course, at first, you do have a lot of people right now telling her, no, unfortunately, we cannot tell you where he is because we never heard of the guy. Now, luckily for her, the last person she does ask tells her, yeah, I know where Spawn is, just follow me. Now, the reason why he's actually helping her out because one, she did pay him, but two, he believes that right now, Wanda could be another person coming after Spawn in a bad way, having no idea that right now it's her just wanting to say thank you to him. Either way, when you do have our homeless person take her over to where Spawn usually stays at, well, that is the moment she sees something that terrifies her. And that right there actually terrifies her because right now it's her realizing that maybe Spawn could be a tad bit crazy, but at the same time, a tad bit cruel. Because when she finds Curse is right now being hung against the wall, and of course he looks beaten really badly and bleeding in some areas. And she's kind of like, what in the world is going on here? And she runs off. The problem is though, when she does run off, she does run into some thugs that were following her this entire time. And of course right now, these thugs are plotting to do some bad things to her. And so right now it seems like Wanda might get hurt by these thugs. And of course, that is the moment where you do have Spawn arrive. Now, when Spawn arrives, at first, he has no idea that Wanda is technically there. All he knows is that there's some innocent woman right now who needs his help. And so, of course, he does jump in to actually help out this innocent woman. Now, here's the thing, though. Spawn does not kill off these thugs, but the way he does fight against them, though, is very bloody. It's very, cruel. It's Homeboy saying, y'all messed up for two things. One, coming into my area, but two, going after an innocent person in my area. That right there is a huge problem. And so right now you have Spawn just beat down on these thugs left and right. I mean, these guys are getting brutally beaten by Spawn. And of course, once he's all done with them, that is the moment he realized that Wanda is there. And the book ends on a sad moment. And the reason why, because right after Spawn realized that, hey, Wanda's here right now, and you have Wanda say, I came here to tell you thank you for saving my husband's life, but at the same time, I want to know, what is your connection to us, to Terry and me? But then she's all like, right now, I can't stay here because I'm terrified of you. And that right there is just hard to hear for Spawn, because he came back to life 5 years later to find out his wife was able to get remarried, have a daughter, something that he could not give her 5 years ago. But on top of that, right now, she is scared of him because she had just watched him fight these thugs and brutally beat those thugs down. And so because of that, she's kind of like, listen, I came here to give you this right here, a photo of Terry, me, and our daughter to show you what you did. You brought home a man we love, my daughter and I. We have our father/husband, and that right there is great. But at the same time, I realize you're a monster. Like, look at what you did to these guys. They are in pain. Like, you almost killed them. And then I saw the guy earlier that was hung up in your area, of course, talking about Curse. And she's all like, you're dangerous. And so she runs off. And Spawn is left there to hold the photo of Wanda, Terry, and their daughter. But at the same time, it's him kind of like now realizing that maybe he is a monster when it comes to protecting his area. But at the same time, though, his heart is broken to hear the idea that his own wife, the woman he loves, is terrified of him. And what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays. Now with that being said, we actually do pick up with Spawn number 29 and Spawn number 30. Now when it comes to these two books right here, they are technically one-shot books, meaning that they tell two different kinds of stories. But here's the thing though, I want to begin to cover more books in each video so that we are actually able to move along with our coverage over Spawn and get back into some more bigger storylines down the road, but of course at a faster rate. Now with that being said, when it comes to Spawn number 29 and Spawn number 30, it's really more Spawn dealing with the worst kinds of people on the earth. Of course, the ones that abuse their children and the other ones who are racist towards a certain kind of race. And so that is where Spawn number 29 and Spawn number 30 come in. And so I do hope you enjoy today's comic book video. And so to get into Spawn number 29, we actually do pick up right now with Spawn in Alabama. Now the reason why Spawn is in Alabama right now, because there was a 3-part storyline, technically a 3-part miniseries for Angela, where Spawn of course had to deal with some things with her and other angels in heaven. Now here's the thing though, because at the end of that storyline, he wasn't dropped back off in New York. Matter of fact, he was dropped off in the middle of Alabama. Now he's still trying to recover from that storyline, and so he does look a tad bit beat up. Now of course, that is the moment he was confronted by a young boy known as Andy. Now when it comes to Andy, Andy is actually a young boy who's right now being abused by his father. And the way Spawn finds this out, because when he looks at Andy, he does see some marks on his back, which of course says, my father is abusing me, or someone is actually abusing me. Now with that being said, you do have Andy try to take Spawn back to his house so that Spawn has somewhere to actually rest and heal up and get back to perfect health. But then we jump over to Wanda and Terry. Now remember, Wanda is the ex-wife of Al Simmons, aka Spawn. After he had died, but right before he was reborn as Spawn, she got remarried to his best friend Terry. Now right now you have Terry very upset with Wanda. And the reason why, because in our last video, Wanda lied to Terry about the idea of where she was going, because she told him that she was going to see a friend. But in reality, she went out in town to go find Spawn to see why Spawn cares for Terry so much, but also learn more about Spawn. Now, the problem was she almost got killed off by a bunch of thugs. Now, luckily for her, she was saved by Spawn, but that's the problem right there. If Spawn was not there, she could have died. And so right now it's Terry saying, listen, you have to be careful, but you have to work with me. You just can't go on your own like that because you almost got killed off. Now, of course, she does tell Terry that most likely she will not do that again, because when she saw Spawn protect her, he brutally beat those thugs down that were trying to kill her. And so, of course, right now, she is very scared of Spawn, but at the same time, though, she's still wondering who is Spawn actually. But then we jump over to Andy. Now, when we do jump over to Andy, this is where we kind of learn more about his life. And what I mean by that is we kind of find out that yes, he is being abused by his father. Now, he does have a brother, and that brother is actually Eddie. Now, here's the thing though. Eddie does try to protect his younger brother, Andy. The problem is though, father is still too strong. And so he is actually able to abuse both boys. Now, here's the thing though, because even though the father is so abusive, Andy is still a very happy boy. It's him right now kind of saying, you know what, it happened, but let's move on and let's look on the brighter side of things. Now, here's the thing though. If you're wondering right now, where is the mother? We were technically told that she died. Now, we're not told how she died. Of course, we're left to wonder if the father had killed her off or she died by some kind of disease or something. Either way right now, technically the boys are on their own when it comes to their father. Now, after getting beaten down by their father, you have Andy wanting to show Eddie something very cool in the shed in the backyard. And so that is the moment where we kind of find out that after Andy had found Spawn, he brought Spawn back home to his house, but of course, put him in the shed as a way to hide Spawn, but to also give Spawn somewhere to hide and to actually heal up. Now, here's the thing. This is Andy right now showing Eddie Spawn. And Eddie's kind of like, okay, this guy looks cool, but you know, if Dad finds him, Dad is going to kill him, but also kill us as well. Now, this is the moment where you have Spawn ask the boys, are you being abused? Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why, because people who are abused will most time protect their abusers. Unfortunately, it happens. Now, here's the thing. Right now, you have the boys lie about their father, saying, no, our dad is not abusive at all. Matter of fact, we play football and sometimes we get a tad bit too rough. Now, in reality, that's a fat lie. And matter of fact, when it comes to Spawn, he's kind of like, yep, that's a lie. You're right now protecting your father. Now, he does not say that, but he does think that. But right before he's able to offer them any kind of help, well, that is the moment you have the father get very angry about the idea of the two boys right now being outside in the backyard this late on a Saturday. And the reason why, because they have church in the morning. But then we jump over to New York. Now, when we do jump over to New York, we actually pick up with Sam and Twitch. Now, Sam and Twitch are actually two cops in Spawn comics, but most recently they were given a folder by Spawn. Now, when it comes to this folder, it's right now holding a lot of information about one particular person, their boss, Chief Banks. And that right there is actually very important. And the reason why, because when it comes to Chief Banks, apparently he did a lot of bad things. And we kind of find out one bad thing he actually did. And this ties back into Billy Kincaid. Now remember, Billy Kincaid was this serial killer we met all the way back in Spawn number 5. But when it came to Billy Kincaid was this serial killer that went around killing off children. Now that right there is actually very important, because in this folder, Sam and Twitch were able to find out that apparently their boss, Chief Banks, had actually hired Billy Kincaid to kill off a child that belonged to some random politician as a way to control politics in the city. And that right there is very huge, because if that info gets out, Chief Banks is done. And on top of that, he'll get locked up as well. And so even though you have Chief Banks appear and yell at Sam and Twitch, honestly, Sam does not care at all. He's kind of like, listen, yell all you want. I got something on you, my dude. But then we jump back over to Andy and also Eddie. Now, when we do, you do have the two young boys right now with their father. And matter of fact, they go to church. And this is the wild part, because like most abusive situation, when you're around other people, the abuser pretends that he's actually a good person, a good guy, or a good woman. Either way though, right now, you have the dad pretending that he's a great father and the boys are loved so much and taken care of like no other. But here's the thing though, because as soon as they get home, Andy gets in trouble once again because apparently he dropped the last beer that was in the fridge. And of course the dad gets mad and begins the process of beating his child once again. Except this time he goes a tad bit too far, where he actually pulls out a gun. And this is the wild part because it's right now him saying, let's play Russian roulette and let's see if I pull the trigger, will you actually die or live? Now, luckily for Andy and also Eddie, the gun did not go off, and you have the dad walk away because the boys are so scared he finds it amusing. Now, after the boys did get abused by their father, you then have them be confronted by Spawn. And Spawn knows they were once again abused by their father, except this time Spawn is right now back to full health, or to the point where he should be able to handle Andy and Eddie's father like it's no big deal. Either way right now, he does promise the boys that things will get better, that he will go after their father and make sure that he'll never ever again put his hands on his children like he is right now. Now, of course, you do have the boys still want to somewhat protect their father. At the same time, they're kind of like, no, we're done protecting him. We just wish he'll just leave us alone and go away forever. We do not love him at all. Either way, you have Spawn hug the boys and he begins the process for looking for the father and to hopefully stop him. Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why, because you actually do have Spawn right now find the father to the boys. Now, when he does, this is Spawn right now expressing the idea that basically he hates the idea of a man hitting a child like this guy does. But as you have Spawn right now technically beating down on the father of the boys, you do have this random one panel flashback where it looks like Wanda was actually abused by Spawn. Now, of course, we don't know it was Spawn when he was alive, but we do see a hand right now hitting a woman. And of course, it seems like it could be Wanda being hit by Al before he had died, which means that Spawn could have been an abuser before he had died. Either way right now, you have Spawn right now telling the father, if I find out that you touch the boys again, I'm going to kill you myself. And you would think the book would actually end on a good note, right? Because now you have Spawn saying, hey man, listen, if you touch your kids again, I'm going to kill you. And you would think the dad would go home and try to be a better man. Unfortunately, he does not, because as soon as the boys get home, they see their dad. And right now their dad is covered in writing. And of course it says, I beat my children. Now, here's the thing. The dad knows no one else knows what he does to his kids except him and his kids. And so right now he's saying, you told someone what I do to you. And now I'm even more angrier. And so this is the point where you actually have the father wanting to kill off his boys, particularly Andy, the youngest one. And of course, he begins the process of trying to kill off Andy. Now, Eddie does run away, but then he realized what he could do to save his brother. And so he finds his dad's gun. And of course, right when the dad tried to stop Eddie from using the gun goes off. And we're left to wonder who got shot and killed, the dad, Eddie, or possibly Andy. Either way, Spawn number 29 ends on that note right there. And so when we jump into Spawn number 30, we actually do pick up right now with Spawn walking home from Alabama to New York. Now, the reason why he's not trying to just teleport back home to New York, because he knows he will use up a lot of necroplasm. And when he does run out of necroplasm, he would have to go back to hell and of course join the army of course, Malbolgia. And so right now it's him saying, let me just walk home and try not to use any of my necroplasm to hopefully get home and stay on Earth. earth. Now the thing is though, as he's walking home right now, that is the moment where he's almost hit by a truck. And of course, in that truck, you have a bunch of guys who are technically right now dressed as the KKK. And of course, for Spawn, he's wondering, there's no way that people in today's time is still out there right now belonging to that group in this world. And so of course, it's Spawn saying, I better follow and see they're not trying to kill innocent people because they're racist. And so that leads in the storyline, jumping over to a random family where right now they're trying to put out a fire. Now, the reason why they're trying to put out a fire because this fire could have the potential to actually reach the house of this family. But the fire was actually started by the KKK. And of course, the reason why, because they want all black families out of their town. And apparently this family right here are the last ones in the town to be black. And of course, they're not leaving. Now, when it comes to the wife, she does want to leave. But when it comes to the father, he's kind of like, no, I want to stay here because this is our home. This is our land. We fought for this land. We bought this land. It's not fair. We have to give up our land because people out there hate us because of our skin color. Now, you do have Spawn arrive. When Spawn does arrive, you do have the father of this family kind of freak out because he believes that Spawn could also be part of the KKK. But here's the thing though, this guy has no idea that Spawn is actually black. Well, I guess you say was black because he did die and he was reborn as a Hellspawn, but at the same time, he's still black. Either way, when it comes to this father, he has no idea that Spawn is actually black. That Spawn actually does understand what this guy is going through when it comes to the KKK. And so you do have Spawn be able to actually find the KKK who has set fire to the crops that was near the family's house. Now here's the thing though, because when it comes to this book, for the sake of the book, they knew that if Spawn found these guys, the story could technically be wrapped up just like that. But of course, we have to sell you guys, or back then, sell us an entire book. And so when it comes to Spawn right now confronting the members of the KKK, right when he does confront them, he is actually shot right in the head. And of course, he's dead. Now, we already know when it comes to Spawn, he can't die so easily. It's going to take more harder methods as a way to make sure that he is actually dead, which means that sooner or later, Spawn is going to get right back up again and come back for revenge against the members of the KKK. Either way, when they do believe that they were able to actually kill him off, they do hang him in a tree and say, yeah, we did kill him off, and let this be a sign to other black people in the city. Get out now before we kill you as well and hang your body on a tree nearby. Now that is the moment where the next day you do have the father of the family being able to actually find Spawn being hung in the tree. And so you do have the guy begin the process of trying to cut Spawn down from the tree. Except that is the moment where he's actually confronted by two members of the KKK. And that is the moment where they tell him, put your gun down. And of course they are plotting to do something bad to him as well. Except that is the moment where you actually do have Spawn wake back up, because again, he can't die so easily, and he does take out both members of the KKK. Now, he doesn't kill them, but he does beat them down very badly, to the point where you have the two members technically take the father of the family to court. Now, when it comes to the actual court session, this is where technically you see how corrupted this city actually is, because when it comes to the father, yes, they do go to court, but you also have the father trying to sue the KKK for basically damages to his property, his crops. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to the judge of this case, he says, listen, this case is dismissed because there is not enough evidence to prove that these guys who you claim to be part of the KKK actually did damage to your crops. Even though it's really obvious, right now you come to find out the judge is also corrupted, that the judge is also another member of the KKK. But then we actually pick up with a meeting going on with the actual group of the KKK. Now, when we do, we actually see them right now plotting with the judge to say, we are going to go after the father of that family. Now, Spawn overhears this, but this is actually very important. And the reason why, because when it comes to this meeting, is Spawn saying that when it comes to this group in the city, it seems like the judge is the one actually in charge of this group. Meaning that if you're able to kind of get rid of the judge, you might be able to do other things to the rest of the group in the city. And so right now you have the judge on the rest of the group. They're going to go after the family one more time, but especially the father, to go ahead and kill him off because, again, they are the last black family in this city. And so you have Spawn say, you know what? Let me go ahead and actually deal with this judge here and now. And to really wrap up today's video, but also Spawn number 30, we kind of find out what Spawn actually did to the judge. And what he did to the judge was he turned the judge black. By using his necroplasm, he was actually able to turn the judge black. And that right there is actually very important because when the rest of the members of the KKK come back to their boss, the judge, they find him being black now, and they believe that he was actually the ones tricking them, that in reality he was never white, he was black. Now of course we know he was white, but right now they believe that he was some black guy pretending to be a white guy. Either way, you do have the members of the KKK kill off the judge just like that because, again, he is a black guy now. And so he died. And so you have Spawn tell the family, listen, I believe when it comes to the judge, you have nothing else to worry about. But unfortunately, you still have to worry about the other members of the group here in the city. So please protect yourselves the best you can. And you have Spawn leave and begin to go back to New York once again. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we're going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, where we actually do pick up with Spawn number 31 and Spawn number 32, a two-part storyline where technically we do see the return of Anti-Spawn. But this time, it's going to be a different kind of character. And matter of fact, he will no longer call himself Anti-Spawn. He'll call himself something different, something new. But at the same time, his goal is not to go after Spawn, but after somebody else. And that right there is actually pretty crazy. But at the same time, this is Spawn right now, finally getting back to New York. And with him coming back to New York, his main goal is to get back to work with what he was doing in his territory, protecting the people he actually cares for a lot. And so when we jump into Spawn number 31, we actually do pick up right now with Spawn arriving into New York. Now, the reason why I say arriving back into New York is because in our last video, Spawn was actually in Alabama. Now, the reason why he was out there is because he was actually dropped off by some angels. And so he had to work very hard to get back to New York. Now, of course, he is back in New York now, and he's very happy about the idea of being back in New York. Now, this is not Spawn being happy about the idea of being able to see Wanda nor Terry, his ex-wife and his old best friend. Instead, he wants to make sure that the people that he was protecting, the homeless people, are still okay. Because we have to remember, in the earlier books of Spawn, he basically took this area of New York and said, this area right here belongs to me. It's my territory. And the reason why he did that as a way to protect the homeless people in the area. Now, with that being said though, right now you have Spawn technically just happy about the idea of being able to find all his old friends, the homeless people, still there, and they're also happy that he is finally back. And so at first it seemed like a great book to read, a happy story, but of course it's about to get dark. And so then we jump over to Terran Affairs headquarters. Now, this is actually an office building that's owned by Heaven. And what I mean by that is usually you have a bunch of hunters who go out in the world to hunt down hellspawns, come over here to basically check in before they're able to actually hunt down hellspawns. Now, with that being said, when it comes to Terran Affair headquarters, it was actually run by a different person. Now, she's no longer there because thanks to the 3-part miniseries that had focused on Angela, she's no longer around. And so we have a new person in charge, and that would be Raphael, or Raphael. I do know the name is pronounced in many kinds of ways. Now, with that being said, when it comes to Raphael, she's basically right now making a call over to Angel Station 1. Now remember, Angel Station 1 is basically a space station that's also owned by the forces of Heaven. Now, the reason why she's technically making this call right now because she wants to go ahead and get rid of Al Simmons. But the thing is, you actually have Angel Station 1 tell her there's now more than one Hellspawns on Earth. There are 3. The other 2 are technically weaker, but at the same time though, there are 3 Hellspawns right now on Earth. And so of course, she does get a tad bit scared. And so she does ask Angel Station 1, is their new weapon ready to go? And of course, right now, they're talking about the idea of a new upgraded anti-spawn. But this right here is not going to be anti-spawn at all. It is going to be a new character that is very similar to anti-spawn, but works in a different kind of way. But when it comes to this new weapon, of course, they need a new host. And this time, they're not going to use Jason Wynn. But then we jump over to Terry. Now, when we do, this is technically the guy who used to be the best friend of Al Simmons before Al had died 5 years ago. Now, Terry also married Wanda, the ex-wife of Al Simmons as well. But when it comes to Terry, in the earlier books of Spawn, this guy right here went through the ringer. I mean, literally, guys. And what I mean by that is, Terry went through a lot thanks to Jason Wynn, who was trying to use Terry as a scapegoat. Now, luckily for Terry, Spawn did step in and was able to clear all charges for Terry. But the thing is though, is Terry right now wondering, why did Jason use him for? And so you had Terry begin the process of trying to look into Jason Wynn files. The problem is though, his files are so secure right now that Terry is unable to access any of the files. Now, of course, this was most likely done by Jason Wynn as a way to cover up his tracks, but at the same time to make sure that no one will find out that technically he was the one who killed off Al Simmons 5 years ago. But then we jump back over to Spawn, who's right now talking to one of the many homeless people in his area. And right now they are talking about the idea of what Spawn went through over the last couple of books. Of course, angels, some racist people, an abusing father. This man went through a lot in a very short period of time. Either way right now, you didn't have the homeless guy realize that Spawn costume is technically ripped up a little bit, mainly his cape. Now remember, when it comes to his actual costume, it's made out of necroplasm, and when it comes to his costume, it's alive. It is technically a symbiote, but right now most of the cape is missing, and so right now you have Spawn realize that his cape is technically not at full strength. It is weak. Now, the reason why most of the cape is actually missing, it all happened back in the Angela 3-part miniseries that we had to skip over. Now, with that being said though, it's him right now hoping that his cape will be able to recover and get back to his full strength, but also the right size once again. Now, this right here is going to be really important for this 2-part storyline. And so then we actually pick up with a new character known as Phil Timber. Now, when it comes to Phil Timber, he is actually a new character that is going to be very important for this 2-part storyline. And the reason why, because Phil Timber used to be a guy who would get into a lot of trouble, and I mean a lot of trouble. Now, of course, the last time he went to prison, he gave his life over to God. Now, right after that, though, of course, you didn't have Timber realize that, you know what, let me do God's work. And because of that, it made him the perfect choice. And you're probably wondering, the choice of what? To become the next anti-Spawn, or technically the better version of anti-Spawn. And so you have Angel Station 1, the forces of heaven, literally grab this man and say, you are going to be the new host for our new creation, just like that. And so then we jump back over to Sam and Twitch. Now remember, Sam and Twitch are technically two detectives in New York City. But here's the big thing though, guys, because when it comes to Sam and Twitch, they're right now blackmailing their boss. And what I mean by that is we kind of find out their chief and also Jason Wynn, they were working together. And matter of fact, they hired Billy Kincaid, the child serial killer, to go after a certain child, the child of a political person, as a way to hurt that person in some kind of way to make sure things went their way when it comes to that political person. And so right now, with a file that came out of nowhere that says, we have information about you, we know that you have worked with Billy Kincaid, the child serial killer, it's right now the chief freaking out, and he's wondering what in the world could happen to him and his career. But then we jump back over to Spawn. Now when we do, this is technically Spawn right now being confronted by a new anti-Spawn. And technically this is not anti-Spawn. Matter of fact, this guy right here calls himself the Redeemer. Yes, you heard that right, the Redeemer. And let me explain, because right now the Redeemer is not coming after Spawn. The Redeemer is coming after a friend of Spawn, Bobby. And you're probably wondering, who is Bobby? Well, let me explain, because we've seen Bobby a lot of times in Spawn comics, but usually as a minor character, except for right now, because we kind of find out that technically the reason why the Redeemer is not going after Spawn and going after Bobby instead is because Spawn gave Bobby some of his Spawn energy. And so right now, it's the Redeemer saying, we're trying to fix that because look at what you did. You gave your friend some of your energy. Now for Spawn, he has no idea what the Redeemer is talking about. But we do know, because remember, in the earlier books of Spawn, Bobby was dead, but Spawn had to use his powers as a way to bring Bobby back to life. And so that is what the Redeemer is talking about, what Spawn did a while back, how he brought, of course, Bobby back to life. Either way right now, this is Spawn saying, I don't care what you are trying to tell me right now. Technically, I'm trying to save my friend from you. And of course, it does lead into a battle. But here's the thing though, Redeemer right now has the advantage over Spawn. Because remember, the Redeemer is more powerful than Anti-Spawn. And technically, Spawn got lucky when it came to defeating Anti-Spawn. But on top of that, Spawn is still exhausted from his last few adventures in Alabama and of course in heaven. But at the same time, his cape right now cannot even help him, because right now it's also badly defeated, badly weakened right now. And so right now the Redeemer has the advantage. And matter of fact, you have the Redeemer beat down on Spawn to the point where he just leaves Spawn on the ground to bleed out and then takes Bobby away back to Angel Station 1. Now, right after the Redeemer had left, well, that is the moment where the cape comes to life and the cape begins to actually heal itself up, but to also heal Spawn up. And this right here is unlocking a new form for Spawn to use against his enemies. And so right now, technically, this is Spawn right now getting an upgrade to make him a tad bit stronger once again, to hopefully help him down the road against future enemies. But right now, we just wrapped up part 1, and you're going to have Spawn be confronted by God next in part 2. And so then when we get into Spawn number 32, we actually pick back up with Terran Affair headquarters, where we actually do pick up right now with Raphael. or Raphael. Either way, she's right now meeting her boss. Now, this boss right here at first technically has no name. And matter of fact, we don't learn the name of this character until the end of this book. But when she does walk in, you can tell that Raphael is kind of scared about the idea of this little old lady who's technically her boss. Now, when it comes to her boss, she does tell Raphael to call me by Mandy, because she could look into Raphael's life and realize that Raphael had a great mother, and her mother was named Mandy. Either way, once you have the two ladies begin to talk to each other about the idea of what their goal is to technically help guide souls in the right direction, well, that is the moment where you actually have Spawn appear. Now, when Spawn does appear, of course, you have everybody freaking out. Now, remember, at the end of the last chapter, Spawn did get a new outfit. Technically, it's not that much better. Really, it's very similar to the last one. Either way, right now, of course, you have Raphael freaking out because technically the old lady who is her boss is in grave danger right now because of Spawn. Because when it comes to Raphael, when she does look at Spawn, she looks at Spawn as a hellspawn, something evil, demonic, and right now it needs to be killed off. And so, of course, that is the moment she says, bring in security, like right now. And that's when you have all these different kinds of guards just bust right in with guns like, okay, we're here, we're going to surround him, like, okay, we got this. But the problem is, though, when they get around Spawn, when they look up, they realize Homeboy now has a hostage, and that hostage is actually, of course, the old lady, who's right now going by Mandy, but she is the boss of Raphael and most angels in this area. And so right now, it's Spawn saying, you have one option right now. Give me Bobby back now. If you don't, I'm going to kill off this old lady right here and now. And of course, for Raphael, she's freaking out right now because her boss is in grave danger right now because of Spawn. Now, you're probably wondering, how in the world did Spawn find this place at all? Because technically this place was hidden. This place belongs to the forces of heaven. And we do get a small flashback. And when it comes to the small flashback, we kind of find out that technically Spawn was given directions to this place by Cagliostro. Now, Cagliostro is a very interesting character, and technically we have not learned anything at all about the character just yet, but later on we will. But either way, right now, he was the one who told Spawn where to go if he wants to get Bobby back in his life again. But then we jump back over to Terry and Wanda, and this is actually very important. And the reason why, because technically right now, you have Terry telling Wanda that he's trying to learn more about Jason Wynn, and why Jason Wynn tried to use him as a scapegoat. And so right now, technically, you have Terry telling Wanda, I put in a transfer request that will give me the ability to work under Jason, so that I'll be able to work close to him and to figure out why in the world is he coming after me for? Like, what is this man actually plotting to do to me and my family? Now, of course, Wanda is scared, but she understands why Terry is actually doing this for, to get some answers. And so, of course, right now, all he has to do is turn in his transfer request, and most likely he'll begin the process of working for Jason Wynn. And speaking of Jason Wynn, we finally see him in his two-part storyline. But when we do, it's technically right now Jason Wynn freaking out. And the reason why he is freaking out, because right now he's getting a call from the sheriff of the police department about the idea that someone had a file that has all the information to prove that Jason Wynn and the sheriff of the police department had hired Billy Kincaid, the serial child killer, to go out there and kill a Pacific child that belonged to a Pacific politician. And so, of course, right now, it's Jason freaking out because this is another problem on his plate. and he's wondering who in the world is doing all of this. Now, of course, you do have the sheriff actually tell Jason Wynn it was Spawn, but for Jason, he has no idea who this Spawn character actually is. And so right now, he wants to know why in the world is Spawn coming after him so much for? Like, why? What did he do to Spawn? And we know what, because 5 years ago, Jason hired someone to kill off Al Simmons, and Al knows, but Jason has no idea Spawn is actually Al. But then we jump back over to Spawn. Now, when we do, it's technically Spawn right now, still telling Raphael what he wants. And of course, he wants Bobby. He wants Bobby right now in exchange for the old lady's life. Now, of course, when it comes to Raphael, she does not want to do that at all. And matter of fact, she keeps telling Spawn, Bobby is not here. Matter of fact, Bobby is right now on Angel Station 1. He's in space, so honestly, you came here for nothing. But for Spawn, he knows that Raphael has the ability to teleport Bobby back down to Earth to this specific area. And so right now, it's him saying, no. You are going to bring Bobby here now. If you don't, I am going to basically kill this old lady. And of course, you have Raphael realize that Spawn is actually very serious. But at the same time, he's not that serious because Spawn is not going to kill an innocent old lady. But at the same time, though, he will kill the guards to get Bobby back. Either way, she said, you know what? Fine. I'll bring Bobby here. And of course, Bobby is teleported back down to Earth right in front of Spawn. But now her goal is to tell the guards to go ahead and kill off Spawn and Bobby. And of course, we do get a few pages where you have the guards try to kill off Spawn. And on top of that, you also have the Redeemer there as well. Now, here's the thing though, because with Spawn's new costume, he's technically more powerful than he was in the last chapter. And so right now, when it comes to their battle, Spawn is able to actually defeat the Redeemer just like that. Bam, bam, boogie. The Redeemer is defeated. The guards, they honestly do not stand a chance at all. Either way, it's Spawn realizing that he has to get Bobby out of here now. And so right at the very last second, him and Bobby do teleport out of that building. Now you do have Spawn and Bobby being able to teleport back to the alleyway they stay at. But right after they do that, of course, Spawn just passes out. And of course, you have Bobby right now freaking out. But that is the moment where Bobby is confronted by Cagliostro. He does ask Cagliostro to help Spawn out. But you have Cagliostro tell Bobby, listen, Spawn is okay, he is just resting. And honestly, he needs the rest because what he just did is crazy. But on top of that, he had just met God. And you have Bobby like, wait, what? He met God. At the same time, you're probably like, wait, what do you mean he just met God? And so then we jump back over to Terran Affair headquarters, where we actually do pick up with that old lady and also Raphael. And we kind of find out that apparently the old lady could be God just in disguise. Either way, you have Raphael wondering how in the world Spawn was able to technically break through the defenses, because honestly, this building is heavily protected. How in the world did he get inside? And that is the moment where you do have the old lady say, well, let me explain something for you. The building defenses were actually made to protect the building from non-believers or people who are technically pure evil. And when it comes to Spawn, he's not pure evil. But on top of that, he is not a non-believer. He actually is a believer in God. And so that right there is actually very important. And the reason why, because technically right now, this old lady who may be God is saying that when it comes to Spawn, he's not a bad guy. He's actually a good guy. Unfortunately, he is just on the wrong side. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, where we actually do pick up right now with Spawn number 33 and Spawn number 34. Now, with that being said, this is a two-part storyline where technically right now you have the return of Violator. Now, he wasn't dead or anything, it's just that he's now coming back once again to get revenge revenge against Spawn to cause more problems for Spawn. And matter of fact, this is more of a prelude for bigger storylines to come down the road, which of course is going to involve all the different people that Spawn actually cares for. And so to begin today's storyline, we actually do pick up right now with Spawn in the alleyways, his territory in New York, talking to the homeless people that he has been protecting. Now, right now, this is Spawn actually telling the homeless people that they should go ahead and move away from this area. Now, the reason why Spawn is saying that because over time, a lot of different things had happened in this area. And of course, different kind of people have been coming here to get to Spawn. At the same time, they have been using the homeless people that he was supposed to protect as a way to get to him. And so right now he's saying, we should leave. We should start over. And matter of fact, I found a safer place for us all. But here's the thing though, because you have Bobby say no. Now remember, Bobby is actually very important because when it comes to Bobby, he was the one that died in the earlier books of Spawn, but he was brought back to life thanks to Spawn using magic on Bobby. And so because of that, is Bobby right now saying, listen, you know, I have the ability to make you actually think straight. And right now, I want to tell you, it's a bad idea for us to move. And the reason why, because even if we do move, someone or something is still gonna find us. And so if you want to change things, you're gonna have to play more offense rather than defense. Now at the same time though, guys, we had to skip over a storyline known as Spawn Blood Feud. And the reason why, because I could not find a way to buy a copy of that storyline for me to use as a video. And so with that being said, we had to skip over that storyline. But technically in that storyline, Spawn found out that Chapel did kill him, but someone had ordered Chapel to actually kill him. And so is Bobby right now saying, listen, you know someone told Chapel to kill you, so why not go on the hunt to find the person that gave that order over to Chapel? Begin your process of playing offense to protect us. Go out there and find the person that wanted you dead. But then we actually pick up with Sam and Twitch. Now remember, Sam and Twitch are technically two detectives in New York City, but recently they have been working on two different kinds of cases. One, to figure out who Spawn is, and two, to bring down their boss, the sheriff. Because we had learned that technically the sheriff is working with Jason Wynn. But on top of that, they both hired Billy Kincaid, a child serial killer, to kill off a specific child to go after a political person. Either way right now, it's Sam and Twitch trying to bring their own boss down, but at the same time figure out who their boss is actually working with. Now, in Spawn Blood Feud, Twitch got injured. He's okay. He'll recover, but right now we come to find out that this guy actually has an entire family. Matter of fact, homeboy got like 4 or 5 kids. But then we actually pick up with a random character who is right now giving an update over to Violator about what Spawn is about to do. And he does tell Violator that technically right now, Spawn wants to leave, or Spawn is trying to get away. And that right there really does bother Violator a lot, because when it comes to Violator, he was technically made as a way to train Hellspawns when they're on Earth. And of course right now, this specific Spawn bothers him the most out of any spawns in the past. And so right now, when he hears the idea that Spawn wants to leave and go into hiding, he's kind of like, no, that cannot happen. I want to technically see Spawn and fight him once again. But then we jump over to Terran Affairs headquarters. And the reason why, because we are being reminded of what happened in the last video. And what I mean by that is, in the last video, Spawn was able to attack these headquarter base. Now that right there should have not been possible at all. And the reason why, because this headquarters belongs to the forces of heaven. But on top of that, they made sure this building was protected by some kind of heaven force to make sure evil cannot get in. Because when it comes to Spawn, Al Simmons, he is technically a hell spawn. But on the last video, God said the reason why Spawn was able to get inside the building is because Spawn is not actually evil. And matter of fact, he is a believer in God. And so that is how he was able to break into the actual building. Either way, right now, Raphael is still angry about the idea that Spawn was able to pull that off. But then we jump over to Jason Wynn. Now remember, Jason Wynn is right now under a lot of pressure. And the reason why, because technically this is the guy that had ordered to get Spawn killed off 5 years ago. But on top of that, recently, Spawn has been doing a lot of different things where now you have a lot of higher ups in Jason Wynn's company right now wondering if they can actually work with Jason Wynn or if they can actually trust Jason Wynn. And so right now they are thinking about the idea of removing him from the company. And so he is freaking out. But on top of that, he's very concerned about the idea that one of his dark secrets might get out. And of course, that dark secret is him and the sheriff of the police department hiring Billy Kincaid, the child serial killer, to kill off a Pacific child. He's afraid that right there might get out. But on top of that, Terry Fitzgerald, the old best friend of Al Simmons, has transferred over to Jason Wynn's office. And that right there is very concerning for Jason Wynn because he's wondering right now, what is Terry trying to do? In reality, is Terry right now trying to figure out what is so wrong with Jason Wynn? Why he's so dirty? What is Jason trying to hide right now? But at the same time wondering if Jason does have some kind of connection to the death of Al Simmons, which he does. And so then we jump over to Spawn. Now when we do, this is technically Spawn right now just sleeping until he's confronted by some random young man. Now when it comes to this young man, he apparently says Spawn's real name, which is Al Simmons. And the thing is though, for Spawn, no one should know his name outside of his homeless group. And so right now, he is very concerned why this young man actually knows his real name. And when he asks the young man, the guy says, my boss told me your name, but to also tell you, once I call you by your name, that he wants to meet with you. And of course, Spawn's kind of like, okay, who is your boss? But the guy cannot tell Spawn who is his actual boss. Now we know who his boss is. Of course, it is Violator right now who wants to come after Spawn once again. Either way, you have Spawn let the young boy go, and he says, you know what? I am going to follow the young boy. And that right there is the right move, but at the same time, unfortunately, the young boy dies because as soon as he gets back over to Violator, he tells him, hey boss, I told Spawn what you wanted me to tell him. And matter of fact, he should be on his way. And of course, for our friend here, not friend, really bad guy storyline, Violator, he's kind of like, okay, thank you for completing your mission. Now you die. And he kills off the young man and leaves his body out as a way for Spawn to be all like, what just happened? I lost him for 1 second and someone was able to kill him. Why in the world would they do that? And what in the world is going on? And as soon as Spawn tries to go in the sewers to see if there's anything down there, he is grabbed by Violator and this begins their next round of fights. And so when you have Spawn and Violator fight against one another, well, their battle is actually pretty interesting here. And the reason why, because we have to remember, when it comes to Violator, he was technically created by Malbolgia, of course, the devil of the 8th circle in hell. But when it comes to Malbolgia, the reason why he made Violator and his brothers and sister is to basically train Hellspawns when they're on Earth. Now, here's the thing though, because originally when it came to Violator, he was made without an actual purpose. Later on, he was given a purpose, but at first he wasn't. When it comes to Hellspawns, their purpose is actually bigger than Violator and his brothers. And that right there actually ticks off him even more because it seems like to Malbolgia, Hellspawns are better than he is. And he hates that idea so much. And when it comes to Al Simmons, he hates Al even more because Al believes that technically he's the best killer in New York. But for I don't know why I said Mr., but for Violator, he's kind of like, no, I'm the best thing right now in New York. And matter of fact, I'm better at killing than you are. It's him right now just trying to prove a point that no matter what, he will always be better than Spawn. Now, while you have the two characters actually battling against each other, well, that is the moment where you have Violator realize that when it comes to Spawn's outfit, it had evolved to a certain point where technically it's more advanced at an earlier time than it should be. And that right there is very scary for Violator, because he's kind of like, wait a second, your suit had already evolved. Your necroplasm symbiote suit had evolved already to a point where it's really advanced. That right there should not be happening so soon. What in the world is going on with you? Now, of course, for Spawn, he's kind of like, dude, I have no idea what you're even talking about. Either way, you do have the two guys continue to fight against each other, except that is the moment where a pipe in the sewers actually busts open and being able to drown both of them, but at the same time, it breaks the fight up. And so you have Spawn say, oh my God, I had lost him. You know what? Let me take this time to get away and to catch my breath. But at the same time wondering what in the world is up with Violator. Why is he coming after me for once again? And so then we get into Spawn number 34. Now, when we do, we actually pick back up with Violator. Now, when we do actually pick back up with Violator, is him right now technically ticked off with the idea that some random sewer pipe actually broke and basically flooded sewers and gave Spawn a way out of their battle. But at the same time, is him right now realizing that when it came to that sewer pipe, it did not break by itself. That technically someone else broke the pipe to actually help out Spawn. Now, here's the thing though, because you actually do have Violator right now see the person who actually broke the pipe. The thing is though, the person right now is in the shadows. And so for us, but also Violator, we do not see the person's face at all. And matter of fact, they are able to get away from Violator so easily. But either way right now, technically, it is Violator right now saying it's time for him to come up with a new game plan as a way to actually hurt Spawn in some new kind of way. But then we get this random page to remind us that when it comes to Wanda, she is the wife to Terry, but at the same time, they do have a child together. But also we have to remember that technically she is the ex-wife of Al Simmons. Of course, that would be Spawn. But right now, this page right here is just technically her and her daughter paying a visit to her grandmother, and that's really it. So a small quick reminder that Wanda is still a very important character in Spawn comics. But then out of nowhere, we do actually pick up with a young boy named Tyrone. Now, Tyrone is going to be somewhat important for this storyline. But right now, Tyrone is a 10-year-old boy who's technically in the bad parts of New York, where of course you do have sex workers and you have drug dealers. Now, with that being said, he is pulled aside by a random drug dealer. And apparently when it came to Tyrone, he actually made a deal with this random drug dealer to get some new kind of drug. Now, here's the thing though, because apparently Tyrone had apparently ticked off this random drug dealer to the point where this new dealer said, if you want this drug, it's going to cost you some extra money. But either way, Tyrone is able to actually pay the actual drug dealer. Now, here's the problem I had with this section, because at first I was very confused on how in the world a 10-year-old boy has the ability to buy drugs that cost like $600. Like literally, where did the boy get the money from? Either way, in the shadows, Spawn watched the young boy actually buy the drugs. And so right now, this is Spawn saying, I'm gonna step in. And matter of fact, we do see Spawn step in, but after the deal was actually done. And what I mean by that is you do have the drug dealer go to a club where you are technically able to watch women fight in mud. Of course, they're half naked, and so it does bring some kind of entertainment for the drug dealer. Now, with that being said, while he's right now watching the two ladies technically fight in the mud half naked, well, that is the moment where you have Spawn come from behind. And matter of fact, you have Spawn kill off this drug dealer. as a way to say you are not supposed to sell drugs to a young boy, especially a 10-year-old boy. Like, what are you doing? You are technically ruining the young boy's life, his future actually. But of course, the way Spawn did kill the drug dealer off, he did leave a lot of blood, and some of that blood did gush out into the actual arena where the two ladies were fighting in the mud. But then we get another page to remind us about Malbolgia. Now remember, Malbolgia is technically the devil of the 8th circle. And when it comes to Malbolgia, they are right now getting ready for a big war against heaven. And especially they're right now trying to build up their Hellspawn army. Now, when it comes to Hellspawns on Earth, they are supposed to be like the leaders of the army. And so when it comes to Al Simmons, he is a Hellspawn, but he is on Earth. And right now, technically, this is his training session to make him the perfect candidate to be a leader for the army of Malbolgia, to use the army against the forces of heaven. And so right now, it's technically just Malbolgia saying that he is always watching over Al Simmons and of course anything else happening right now on the Earth. But then we jump back over to Jason Wynn. Now, when we do, this is technically Jason Wynn right now meeting up with Violator. Well, technically, it's actually Violator meeting up with Jason Wynn, because Violator knows that Jason Wynn was the person who ordered the hit on Al Simmons 5 years ago. And so technically right now, this is Violator saying, you know what? If I want to technically get at Spawn, I know who to go to, Jason Wynn, the person that actually killed him off. But at the same time though, I can use Jason Wynn to kind of help me go after the different people that Spawn cares so much about. So of course, Wanda, Terry, and the other homeless people in the area that Spawn is supposed to protect. And so of course, you do have Violator tell Jason Wynn that he can actually help Jason deal with his Spawn problem. Because remember, there is a file out there that contains a lot of evidence about the idea that Jason Wynn had technically hired Billy Kincaid, the child serial killer, to do a job. And so right now, it's Jason kind of like, listen, if I can get rid of Spawn, then all my problems can go away. And so he does agree to actually work with Violator. Now you do have Violator tell Jason Wynn the first person they're going to use as a way to hurt Spawn is Terry. Because remember, Terry just transferred over to Jason Wynn's department. And so right now it's him saying, let's use Terry as a way to get to Spawn. Now, out of nowhere, we do get 2 pages to basically show us that when it comes to Twitch, of course, he's in the hospital still, but apparently has a hot wife. And the reason why I'm saying that, because while you have Sam right now trying to buy some kind of random soda or whatever, he does see a hot redhead walk by. He's kind of like, yo, wait a second. Who in the world is this hot redhead? And then he follows the hot redhead into Twitch's hospital room to kind of find out that technically this is Twitch's wife. And so it sounds kind of like, how in the world did Twitch be able to pull someone so hot like her? But either way, it's technically Sam right now promising Twitch that he'll make sure to bring down the sheriff and anybody else who could be connected to the sheriff when it comes to Billy Kincaid being used to kill off a Pacific child. But then we jump back over to Jason Wynn. Now, when we do, this is Jason Wynn right now getting a call from the president, where you actually do have the president telling Jason Wynn a good job on a Pacific mission. The problem is though, Jason Wynn was not the one who actually took care of that mission. Now, once you have Jason Wynn hangs up the phone, well, of course, he does get another call. And this call came from the Violator this time. And this is him right now saying, this is what happens when you work with me. I'm able to actually help you accomplish different things and get people back on your good side again, or really get you back on their good side again. And so right now, I'm helping you actually get off other people's bad side right now. And so right now, the president is back to saying, you know what? I like Jason Wynn. This is what I can do for you, Jason, if you agree to work with me. And of course, you have Jason right now telling Violator, yes, I'll work with you when it comes to bringing down Spawn. But then we jump back over to Spawn. Now, when we do see him right now technically getting lectured by Cogliastro. Now, remember, Cogliastro is a random character in Spawn comics, but we have no idea what is his actual origin. Now, when it comes to Cogliastro, he's right now telling Spawn that technically Spawn needs to focus. And what he means by that is when it came to Tyrone, that young boy earlier who bought the drugs from the drug dealer, you have Cog tell Spawn that technically you went after the wrong person. And what he means by that is, yes, you saw an innocent boy, but what if I tell you the boy was actually involved in 2 murders? But on top of that, the boy is also a drug dealer. But on top of that, what if I tell you that technically he had his own drug ring for a long time, but unfortunately it fell apart. And so right now, he was out there looking for a new drug to use to sell in his area. And so you went after some random guy because you thought he was going after kids to sell drugs. But in reality though, you need to think things through and go after the right person. Now, I'm not saying kill the young boy. What I'm saying is though, when it comes to using your powers, use your powers correctly and make sure when you do use your powers, it's for the best option or the better choice. Either way, I'm going to leave now, but I hope you understand what I'm telling you. Use your powers wisely. Make the right choices in life. But to close on today's video, we actually do pick up right now with Terry. And right now you have Terry going through the different files in Jason Wynn's office to hopefully find anything that could tell him why in the world Jason was trying to use Terry as a way to basically get out of dirty business. But on top of that, is there some kind of connection between Jason and Al Simmons? Did Jason kill off Al Simmons? But the thing is though, Jason knows how to cover up his tracks. And so even though you have Terry right now going through every single file, unfortunately, he is unable to find anything at all. But then you have Jason walk into the room to tell Terry that basically he has some new assignment for Terry. And of course, this could be the beginning of Violator's plan to hurt Spawn by using Terry. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, where we pick up with Spawn number 35 and Spawn number 36. With that being said, when it comes to this 2-part storyline, it's all about the idea of Spawn finding out who killed him off 5 years ago. Now, technically, it was Chapel who killed off Spawn 5 years ago, but Chapel only killed off Spawn because he was ordered to kill off Spawn by Jason Wynn. And in this 2-part storyline, it is Spawn finding out that Jason Wynn is the reason why he died 5 years ago. And once Spawn finds out, man, let me tell y'all, once Spawn finds out, Spawn goes on one heck of a warpath to get to Jason Wynn and tries to kill off Jason Wynn for basically being the reason why he died 5 years ago. And so here is today's storyline, Spawn going on one heck of a warpath. And so getting into today's storyline, we pick up with Sam and Twitch. Now remember, Sam and Twitch are 2 police officers that work in New York City. With that being said, we do see the 2 characters right now having a celebration. And the reason why, because Twitch is able to come back to work after being gone for a good period of time. And the reason why he was gone, because in an earlier story, Twitch got seriously injured. And of course, he was in the hospital. And so he had to stay there for at least a month. But he's finally able to come back to work. Now, once he does come back to work, well, this same section here, it also reminds us that their boss, Sheriff Banks, is actually a crooked cop. And the reason why I'm saying that, because Spawn was able to give Sam and Twitch a file that contained a lot of information about Sheriff Banks. And apparently Banks was working with Billy Kincaid. Now that name should be very familiar. And the reason why, because Billy Kincaid was a child serial killer. And so when it came to Banks, Banks had worked with Jason Wynn to hire Billy Kincaid to kill off a specific child. And the reason why? Because that child belonged to somebody in politics. They were trying to get to that person to basically drop a few things when it came to politics. And so if that information ever gets out, Banks is technically ruined. And so it's Sam and Twitch wondering, okay,
when can we finally release the information? Because right now they're trying to figure out who else worked with Banks on hiring Billy Kincaid, because they know that Banks was not working alone. And unfortunately, they have no idea it is Jason Wynn who is the partner to Sheriff Banks. And so we finally jump over to the hero of the book, and that would be Spawn. And when we do, we see Spawn hanging out with Cagliostro. Now, we have no idea about who Cagliostro actually is. The only thing we do know about him is that he knows a lot about heaven and hell, especially about Spawn. And matter of fact, he tells Spawn that Spawn is different from the other Spawns that have been on Earth. And the reason why Cagliostro is saying that, because when it comes to Spawn, Spawn was able to access a new form of his suit so early on in his career as a Spawn, because usually it takes other Hell Spawns on Earth to access a new form 7 years into their careers as Spawn. But when it comes to Al Simmons, he was able to access this new form so early on in his career. But on top of that, we have to remember what God said a couple videos ago, that when it comes to Spawn, Spawn is not truly evil. Matter of fact, Spawn is a good guy, but on top of that, Spawn is a true believer, meaning that Spawn does believe in God. And so God even says, Al Simmons is a different kind of Hellspawn. And so when it comes to Cagliostro, he's saying, listen, technically you are doing hell's work, but at the same time, you are bothering them because they feel like you are going away from the path they have chosen for you. And if you keep doing that, that's great for you, but bad for them. But then you have Cagliostro finally say, it's about time for you to know who had actually killed you off 5 years ago. And this is the moment where you have Spawn remember who is the reason why he died 5 years ago. And of course, it was Jason Wynn. And as soon as Spawn finds out it was Jason Wynn who had killed him off 5 years ago, it's Spawn now saying, oh, I need to find Jason Wynn. And when I do, there is going to be hell to pay. Where is Jason Wynn? And when we finally jump over to Jason Wynn, he's calling up Sheriff Banks. And the reason why, because both guys are freaking out. And the reason why, because Sheriff Banks has another copy of the folder that contains a lot of evidence to prove that Jason Wynn and Sheriff Banks had hired Billy Kincaid to kill off a particular child. Now, the copy that Sheriff Banks has is not the same copy that Sam and Twitch have. Another random copy appeared on the desk of Sheriff Banks. Now, when it comes to Jason Wynn, his copy came from Spawn directly. And so right now, it's Jason telling Sheriff Banks, we have to find this Spawn person, because apparently this Spawn person is the reason why the world might find out that sooner or later that we were the ones that hired Billy Kincaid. And if that information gets out, we are technically screwed here. And so you have Jason Wynn tell Sheriff Banks, you better find Spawn very soon. And if you do, you better kill him off, but also figure out how in the world was he able to get so much evidence about us to almost ruin our lives. But we did pick up with Rhonda, and Wanda is the ex-wife of Spawn, because right after he had died, she got remarried to Terry, Spawn's old best friend, and Terry and her have a child together. But when we do pick up with Wanda, she's on the phone with her grandmother. Now, at first, this could seem like a regular conversation, but actually it is not. And the reason why, because you have Wanda say that somebody was able to give her a huge donation to her charity. Unfortunately though, she has no idea where the money came from. And now the question is, who in the world did that? But on top of that, could that person be a bad guy that could come back down the road to come after Spawn and her in some kind of way? But we have to jump over to Sam and Twitch. And the reason why, because you have the two guys just chilling at the police department until one of their co-workers tell them, hey, Sheriff Banks and a few other officers just left to go into the territory that's being controlled by Spawn. And we know that's your case right there. So if I was you guys, I would go down there and figure out what in the world is Sheriff Banks doing in Spawn territory. Now we know what he's doing there. He's trying to find Spawn and to hopefully kill off Spawn once and for all to save his career and also Jason Wynn's career as well. And when we do pick up with Sheriff Banks, he's in Spawn's territory. And the reason why I'm saying it's Spawn's territory is because in an earlier video, Spawn did promise the people of this area that they'll be protected by him, no matter what. That includes the homeless people as well. And so because of that, it's Spawn saying, I'll make sure every single person is protected. That is why I say it's Spawn's territory. With that being said, when it comes to Sheriff Banks and also the officers that came with them, they're trying to find Spawn. And matter of fact, they're talking to the homeless people in this area, because when it comes to the homeless people, they are very close to Spawn. Matter of fact, they're like his best friends, but they know where to find Spawn. But of course, they are not going to tell Sheriff Banks anything at all that could help him find Spawn. Either way, Banks is still able to find the throne of Spawn that Spawn keeps in the middle of his territory. Now, right after he finds Spawn's throne, the rest of the officers disappear just like that. And the reason why? Because Spawn is there, and Spawn wants to have a one-on-one conversation. But you have Sam and Twitch also arrive as well. But the reason why Spawn wants to talk to Banks is about the idea if he did hire Billy Kincaid to kill a child. But on top of that, who is he working with? And so you have Banks so scared of Spawn, he says Jason's Wynn name. He said, Jason Wynn. That is who I am working with. And as soon as Spawn hears that, Spawn remembers, okay, that's right. My main target today is Jason Wynn. And now I'm finding out that Jason Wynn hired a child serial killer to kill a child as a way to get to a political person. Jason Wynn has to go. And so Spawn is even more ticked off at Jason Wynn, and he used his powers as a way to disappear in front of Sam, Twitch, and Banks just like that. And so guys, we see Spawn go on his warpath because you have Spawn head right over to where Jason Wynn's office is at. And when Spawn goes into that office, oh yeah, he finds Jason Wynn. And this is Spawn saying, it's finally time for me to get my revenge against you, to finally get rid of you. And so you have Jason wondering, why in the world is Spawn coming after him for? And matter of fact, you have Spawn give Jason so many different clues that Jason should realize who Spawn is. But unfortunately, Jason still has no idea who Spawn is. He's kind of like, listen, I ruined a lot of different people's lives. And so unless you are able to be a tad bit more specific, unfortunately, I have no idea who you are. But for Spawn, he's kind of like, you know what? Who cares? Because I came here to get my revenge. And I'm going to kill you off here tonight. Now, for Jason Wynn, though, he's very confident that his security team should be able to handle Spawn. But it's Spawn saying, go ahead, call them in. Their guns, all their weapons, they cannot do nothing to me. You don't realize that I am literally something that you cannot stop. I'm going to make sure you die tonight. And when you die, you are going to hell. Except that is when you have a bunch of security guards walk into the room. But when they do, they're being led by Terry, Spawn's best friend. And let's not forget, guys, Spawn still believed in Terry. Spawn believed that Terry was a good person. And matter of fact, Spawn has saved Terry's life so many times as Spawn, he believed that him and Terry were technically on the same side. But right now, it shows that Terry is really more on Jason Wynn's side rather than Spawn's side. He even says, put Jason Wynn down. If you don't, I will tell my guys to blow your head off. And so when we jump into Spawn number 36, the first half of this book is really more Spawn dealing with Jason Wynn, but also trying to figure out what in the world is going on with Terry. Because Spawn has saved Terry so many times. And so unfortunately, when he looks up, he sees Terry holding a gun towards his head. And matter of fact, you have a bunch of other security guards also holding guns towards Spawn's head. Now Spawn knows he'll survive no matter what. It's just the idea of Terry right now portraying him. The idea of Terry protecting Jason Wynn, the guy who is responsible for his death. Now, Terry has no idea that Jason Wynn is the reason why Spawn died 5 years ago. And on top of that, Terry has no idea that Spawn is Al Simmons. Either way, for Spawn, he still feels betrayed because he had protected Terry so many times in earlier books. Either way, Spawn's main goal is to get rid of Jason Wynn. Now, you do have the guards shoot at Spawn, and with that happening, Jason Wynn is able to get away from Spawn, and Spawn is able to get away from the guards. But it does lead into an entire chase, and every single time Spawn is able to get close to Jason Wynn gets farther away from Spawn. Now Spawn realized there's too much heat right now around the building. You have guys with guns, you got Terry, you have Jason Wynn, you have a helicopter out there right now preparing to blow up the entire building to kill off Spawn. And so Spawn realized he has no other choice but to go ahead and go away for now and come back later to get Jason Wynn. And so when you have the chopper shoot a missile at the top of the building to hope to kill off Spawn, Spawn was able to get away from that missile, and of course he leaves for now, but he is plotting to come back and get his revenge against Jason Wynn. But then we jump over to Sam and Twitch, and when we do, is Sam right now ticked off. And the reason why he's ticked off because him and Twitch hand the file they had that has so much evidence to prove that Sheriff Banks is a crooked cop. They hand that file over to the higher ups to see if they're able to finally get rid of Sheriff Banks, except all the different charges were dropped. That this man is clear. There are no crimes committed by this guy at all. And Sam cannot believe that. But that shows that when it comes to Banks and also Jason Wynn, they have guys out there protecting them no matter what. And so whoever is protecting Sheriff Banks, they were able to get every single charge dropped just like that. And you have Banks going to Sam and saying, "You tried to get rid of me, but unfortunately you couldn't do that. Don't you realize I have guardian angels all over the place? There's no way you'll be able to get rid of me." But then you have Twitch step in and say, "Back off, because you don't realize I made a copy of every single thing in that file, and I still have the ability to give that file over to the media. And I'm gonna tell you right now, if the media finds out, you are definitely screwed there. And so I was you, I will back off and not try to do anything at all to us." And you have Sheriff Banks agree that it's probably best for him to back off for the time being and find a different way to deal with Sam and Twitch. But we have to jump back over to Jason Wynn. And when we do, it's Jason in the hospital trying to recover from his wounds that he received from Spawn. Now, while he's trying to do that, he is confronted by a few guys who seem to be also in the same agency that Jason Wynn is in, but they're higher ups. And right now, they're telling Jason that he is very lucky that they were able to sweep more things under the rug to protect him, to clear his name. But unfortunately, he has run out of favors, meaning that they're going to begin the process of moving away from him. And so if Jason is finally caught by the media, Spawn, or the police, unfortunately, he will fall by himself. He will not be able to bring anybody else down with him. And these guys say, do not even try to bring us down with you, because it's your fault that you keep failing over and over and over again. And so after they leave, you then have Jason being confronted by Violator. And let's not forget, at the end of our last video, Jason made a deal with Violator to work together to get rid of Spawn, to hurt Spawn in so many different ways. And so, of course, it's right now him saying, "Hey, Jason, did you forget that you and I made a deal with one another? Because I've been doing favors for you, but unfortunately, you have not been living to your end of the bargain. And so let me remind you, we are going to work together. And if we do, I can keep doing you favors, but at the same time, you have to help me out, which means that sooner or later, you're gonna have to help me get rid of Spawn or her Spawn in some kind of way. So let's not forget that you and I are technically partners. Bye. But to wrap up today's video, you have Spawn do what I say one of the craziest things to do to anybody in the world. You have Spawn go and find Wanda. He goes to her house, and let's not forget, the last time he saw Wanda, she was scared of him because she was going to go to him and thank him for saving Terry, except she got caught by a bunch of thugs. And when she was caught by those thugs, Spawn did save her, but Spawn did literally brutally beat down on those thugs. And because of that, she has now been scared of Spawn ever since. And so when he reappears in her house like, hey Wanda, it's me, Spawn, she's all like, bro, this is not okay. This is not okay at all. And she's scared out of her mind. But it's Spawn coming to her and saying, the reason why I'm here is because you have to know that you cannot trust Terry, that Terry is not a good person. Now for her, she is very confused on what in the world this man is actually talking about. But again, he's kind of like, I watched Terry betray me and try to protect Jason Wynn. How in the world can you sit there and say he is a good person? You and I both know that he is not a good person. But again, she doesn't care because right now, all she's having is flashbacks of the last time she saw Spawn brutally beat down on those thugs. And so she is begging him to leave her house, just leave and get out. And he does. But when he goes back home, he's now once again heartbroken because now he believes that Terry is not a good person. But on top of that, Wanda is so scared of him that she does not even want to listen to him. Now also something else, Spawn tries to tell her that he is Al Simmons, but she takes that as a way of Spawn trying to scare her, trying to torture her. Because again, she believes that her husband is dead. She does not believe in ghosts and demons and stuff like that. And so when Spawn says, no, it's me, Al, she's even more scared. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you lying to me? Why are you trying to torture me for? And so he has no choice but to leave. And so when he leaves, he's now alone once again. And he's so sad because he's trying to tell her, it's me, it's Al, I'm back, I'm not dead anymore. But unfortunately, she's so scared of him, she can't even listen to him. And so to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, we do pick up with Spawn number 40 and Spawn number 41. Now, with that being said, this is a two-part storyline where we're going to see a tad bit more of a newer character that was just introduced in our last video known as Cygor. But at the same time, we're also going to see another character come back and try their best to get revenge against Spawn. Because Spawn technically did beat them down, like literally beat them down. And so of course they're trying to get their revenge. With that being said, when we do jump into Spawn number 40, we pick up with Spawn coming back home to his area and Spawn's territory. Now, the reason why I said Spawn territory because in the earlier parts of Spawn, Spawn claimed an area of New York as his own, saying that this area belongs to him and he'll do his best to protect all the people in this area. Except when he comes back home to his area to sit on his throne, well, this is a Spawn that's not really big on being a hero, but more trying to figure out how to solve all the different problems he has at the moment. Because right now, Spawn is dealing with a lot. He has Jason Wynn, the guy who he thought got him killed 5 years ago, to only find out that Jason Wynn is working for somebody else that wanted Al to die 5 years ago. But on top of that, he's now wondering if Terry is good or bad because at first he believed that Terry, his best friend, is still a good guy, but who's now working for Jason Wynn and not knowing why Terry is working for Jason Wynn. But then there's also Wanda, his ex-wife, who's scared of him because she watched him fight against thugs, and what he did to those thugs was very, very violent. But either way, she's now scared of him, and he's trying to figure out how to solve all these different kinds of problems that he is going through. Now, while you have Spawn sit on his throne, well, then out of nowhere, he's then ambushed by a trap that was actually set on his chair. And so as soon as Spawn sat in his chair, a few moments later, the trap goes off, and now trapping Spawn to his chair and shocking him until he's completely knocked out. Now, we are not told who was behind this master plan at first, because we are seeing the minions who work for the main bad guy that is coming back to get revenge against Spawn move in and begin the process of trying to move him over to their boss's base. And they move fast. They basically say, hey, we have to get him off the chair, into a box, into a truck, and drive over to where our boss's base is at. And matter of fact, they do that in a few pages. And so just like that, Spawn has now been captured. But we jump over to Terry and Wanda. Now, when we do, they're on the phone talking to one another. And matter of fact, you have Terry and Wanda talking about the idea of trying to bring down Jason Wynn. And that is why I say that when it comes to Spawn, Spawn has no idea that Terry is on his side, and both characters are trying to bring down Jason Wynn in different ways. Now, for Terry, it's more of the legal way. For Spawn, it's more of the let's go ahead and kill him and move on with our days. Either way right now, you have Terry and Wanda wondering what should be their next move, because right now they're very confused on how to take down Jason Wynn. But on top of that, they're wondering who Spawn is. Now, in an earlier video, Spawn did tell Wanda it was him, Al Simmons, but she did not believe him because of the way he looked. But on top of that, Al died 5 years ago, and with that being said, she does not believe in ghosts. And so when Spawn said it's me, Al Simmons, she just freaked out and ran away. And so you have Spawn right now kind of being part of their conversation by saying, hey, you know what? Wanda and Terry need to figure out who in the world Spawn truly is, but at the same time, they're still thinking about how to take down Jason Wynn. We then jump over to a small town that's honestly in the middle of nowhere, but we do see the guys of the small town going into the forest, and the reason why, because they're going hunting. Now, it's not like them going hunting for deers or rabbits, none of that. They're actually going to the forest to hunt down a creature, and the reason why, because they keep finding dead bodies left and right. Now, these dead bodies are not humans, they're animals. It's just the way the dead bodies have been left behind that's causing a lot of concerns. And so that is why you have these guys going into the forest to see what in the world is going on. Now, when they do go inside the forest, they are thinking they're going to find Bigfoot. Instead, what they find is Cygor. And we saw Cygor at the end of our last video. And when it comes to Cygor, Cygor was another military experiment. See, when it comes to Cygor, he was made by the military to give a gorilla cybernetic body parts. But on top of that, they wanted to modify the brain, where the brain is actually 80% human and 20% gorilla. Except what they got was 50-50, and that is a huge problem. And so right now you have a gorilla that's not thinking straight and just going crazy in this forest. Now, luckily for them, the gorilla has not gone out of its way to attack humans. But at the same time though, if they do attack the gorilla, well, Cygor will kill them then as a way to protect itself. And so now we know that Cygor is on the loose and most likely going to head over towards where Spawn is at. But we do jump over to Spawn. And when we do, he does wake up in some kind of laboratory. Now, when he does wake up in this laboratory, he is confronted by the bad guy of today's storyline, and that would be Curse. Now, we saw Curse in one of our previous videos, but when it comes to Curse, he's actually somebody that believes that he is doing God's work, that God has sent him to Earth to basically get rid of evil things on the Earth. except God never talked to Curse at all. And so for Curse, he believed that he must do these different extreme things to hopefully one day hear God's word, but at the same time get powers from God as well. And so that is why his body is so modified, because he did some extreme things, hoping that sooner or later God would talk to him, but God would also give him powers. Now, the last time we saw Curse got his butt whooped by Spawn. I mean, literally, Spawn whooped Curse's butt like no other. And so we were left to believe that maybe Curse would never come back. But of course, he did come back, because right now he is trying to get revenge against Spawn. Except right now, he is dissecting Spawn to learn more about him. And so Spawn realized that his body parts have been cut up and contained in different containers, because this is Curse saying, I am going to study you, learn more about you. But then once I'm done learning about you, then I'll kill you off. And then I will finally win. But at the same time, when I kill you off and learn everything about you, God will love everything I have to tell him. And then he will finally be happy with me. And really, this ties into more than just doing God's work. That in reality, it's all about the idea that there is going to be a war between good and evil, heaven and hell. And right now, it's Curse saying, I have to study you so that heaven will be able to win that big war when it comes down to it. Because right now, you have both sides trying to build up their forces, spawns, anti-spawns, and the list goes on and on and on. And so with all these new different things coming left and right, it really shows that war is coming very soon between heaven and hell. And only one side can truly win that war. And so when it comes to Curse, he's saying, I'm trying to study you so that I'll be able to help the forces of heaven actually stop hell and defeat hell and send hell packing. And so that is really the main reason why he is dissecting Spawn at the moment. We finally check in with Jason Wynn, and when we do, it's really more the story reminding us that Jason Wynn is the guy who hired Chapel to kill off Al Simmons. Now, originally, we thought that he was the guy who wanted Al dead, but we now know that somebody else had ordered Jason to basically kill off Al Simmons. The question is right now, who? Either way, when it comes to Jason Wynn, he's meeting up with Violator, because these two characters are working together to kill off Spawn, or to hurt Spawn in a different kind of way. And what I mean by that is, to hurt Spawn, why not go after his loved ones? And matter of fact, you have Violator say, hey, Jason, we promised to work together, and I told you to go after these people, because if you do, it'll hurt Spawn a lot. You need to go after Terry, Wanda's grandmother, their daughter, like these people right here. If you are able to hurt them in some kind of way, it hurts Spawn as well. And so you have Jason tell Violator, just give me a little bit more time. And don't worry, your master plan will come together to hurt Spawn. And getting back over to Cyborg, really, this section is more of just saying, hey, here are a few pages to show off Cyborg, to show you how cool he is. And matter of fact, he might come back again down the road to fight against Spawn. Because in this entire storyline, these two characters do not meet at all. And so really, it's just more of saying Cyborg is going to be a major player for a later story down the road. But either way, you do have the town folks of this area still trying to hunt him down. And unfortunately, they're having a hard time doing that. I mean, guys, it's a gorilla that has cybernetic body parts. Even if you do find it, what in the world are you gonna do? It is easily able to kill you guys off quickly. But of course, these guys are all like, we gotta protect our town, so let's find this beast and hopefully shut it down before we all killed off by it. I'm kind of like, dude, y'all are dumb. But when we jump back over to Spawn, this begins the process of wrapping up today's story, because right now you have Spawn trying to move the different body parts that were cut off from him. And so while Curse is outside the laboratory, Spawn's kind of like, okay, this is my chance to break free and take down Curse. I have to control the different body parts, which he does. Except when you have Curse walk right back into the laboratory, it's too late. Spawn was able to begin the process of breaking free, which then leads into another battle between these two characters. Now, here's the thing, because when it comes to Curse, the last time he fought against Spawn, Spawn whooped his butt. Like I said, Spawn whooped his butt. And so really, Curse does not stand a chance at all. This is not a fair battle, and Curse knows that. But Curse has a backup plan. He says, listen, I had one thing on my mind, which is to bring you down. But I always said to myself, do not start a war unless you are willing to die for it. And so this is him saying, I am going to die for God's work, to make sure that I am able to at least defeat one Hellspawn. I'll make sure I die along with you. And so right when Spawn is about to kill off Curse, well, Spawn comes to find out that Curse has the entire building rigged to blow up. And right when you think Curse is going to die by the hands of Spawn, well, Curse says, nope. He hits the trigger and the entire building blows up. And so we're left to believe that Spawn is now dead, and so is Curse. But with that being said, okay, so getting back into our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, today's video is really going to wrap up the entire storyline that deals with Sheriff Banks. Now remember, when it comes to Sheriff Banks, of course, being the person in charge of the police department, we found out that he was working with Jason Wynn, one of the many guys who was responsible for the death of Al Simmons. When it comes to Banks, though, he was actually innocent when it comes to that part over there. But when it comes to Banks and Jason Wynn, they had worked together to hire a serial killer known as Billy Kincaid. Now, Billy Kincaid, besides being a serial killer, he was a child serial killer. And they hired him to go after one politician's daughter to kill her off as a way to get to the politician, to make sure that he knows his actual place. Now, that was all hush-hush until Spawn was able to gather enough evidence to prove that Jason Wynn and Banks have been working together. And you had Spawn hand over that file to Sam and Twitch, two police officers who has been trying to get rid of their boss, Banks. And so today's video is going to wrap up Banks and kind of say he's taken care of now. We must move on to a new situation going on for our characters in the Spawn universe. And when it comes to this video, you're going to notice that this video is going to heavily focus on Sam and Twitch, the two police officers who are trying to bring down Sheriff Banks. But at the same time, we're going to get small updates on Spawn here and there, but those updates are a way to say, don't worry, Spawn is still going to be around. But when it comes to Spawn, we have to remember, at the end of our last video, he fought against Curse. And when it came to him fighting against Curse, Curse was losing and thought it'd be a great idea to just blow up the entire building they were in. And we were left to believe that Spawn had died. Either way, we already knew Spawn did not die. And so, matter of fact, with our first update, we see Spawn being able to get out of that explosion, but also have all his body parts back together again. Because in that last video, we also saw Curse trying to dissect Spawn to learn more about how his body works. But when it comes to this storyline, Spawn is okay, and his body has been reconnected. Matter of fact, when it comes to the first chapter of this storyline, you are going to see Spawn hanging out with a young boy. And this young boy is going to give us our usual nerd trope. What I mean by that is, hey, if you have a nerd in the story, that means 1, he has no friends, 2, he's super smart, 3, he does a whole lot of nerdy things, 4, the only person at a school that likes him is a teacher, and 5, he has a crush on a girl, but unfortunately he's too scared to talk to her, and so she has no idea that he even exists. Those 5 things kind of give you your usual nerdy trope you see in all kinds of stories, all different kinds of stories. And so for this one,
once again, you have all 5 things because we see him trying to get away from his bullies to go to his secret hideout where he does go and sit down and read his comics. But once he's able to go there, he runs into Spawn, who's just trying to hide there to heal up after dealing with Curse. And this leads into the nerd being like, oh my God, you are a superhero. Just by looking at Spawn saying, oh my gosh, you are a superhero, and trying to figure out his origin story for Spawn. And so this also is used to kind of remind fans this is the actual origin of Spawn. But going through his origin, you didn't have the young boy ask Spawn, hey, do you know anything about girls? Because he is going to ask Spawn for advice when it comes to asking out a girl. But as soon as he asks Spawn that question, Spawn remembers his ex-wife, Wanda. And when Wanda's name is mentioned, we do get a whole section that is dedicated to her to kind of remind us what is happening with the character at this point in time in Spawn comics. And matter of fact, it's just 3 things. 1, Wanda is trying to figure out who is Spawn really. Even though Al came to her and said, it's me, Al, she does not believe that because Al died 5 years ago, her first husband. Number 2, she got a huge donation for her charity. The problem is she has no idea where that money came from. And so she's wondering if the money is actually legal. Now, number 3 is a brand new thing. It's her getting sick out of nowhere. And you would think, okay, that's weird. Why is that so important? Well, we have to remember that Violator is working with Jason Wynn to go after the people that Spawn cares for a lot, which is Wanda, Terry, Wanda's grandmother, and Wanda's baby. And so with those 4 people, it's Violator and Jason saying, we are going to go after them. And so with Wanda being sick, this could mean, hey, they may have gotten to her somehow. We have no idea how though. We also get reminded of another character we saw in our last video, our last couple videos, and that would be Cygor. Now, Cygor is your cybernetic gorilla. Matter of fact, when it comes to Cygor, he was a gorilla that was given over to the military so that they will be able to turn the gorilla into a military weapon by giving him cybernetic body parts. But on top of that, they wanted to make sure that the brain of this cyber gorilla was 80% human and 20% gorilla. Unfortunately, they got 50-50. And so when it comes to Cygor, he's very aggressive, very wild, because he has more gorilla brain than they actually planned. Now, he got loose and he's heading towards New York, which means that sooner or later, we're going to see him and Spawn fight against one another. But shifting our focus back to Sam and Twitch, we see them breaking into Sheriff Banks' office after hours to hopefully find more evidence that could bring him down. Luckily for them, they ran into another cop who just got fired. And apparently this cop got fired because he was also trying to find anything that could bring down Sheriff Banks. Once he was caught and got fired, no one realized that Homeboy made copies of keys for the entire building. Also a key that leads into Sheriff Banks' office. And so he was able to give his copy over to Sam and Twitch so that they're able to break into Banks' office and to find more evidence to bring down Banks. But once they're able to collect enough evidence, now their main goal is to use that evidence as a way to bring Banks down. But they realize they can't go to the CIA. They can't go to any big time government office because they're afraid this could literally be swept under the rug. And the question is now, what can they do? Who can they go to hopefully bring down Banks? And if you're wondering, hey, what happened to Spawn and the young boy who has the fear of his bullies? Don't worry, it gets wrapped up very quickly. What happens is that you have the young boy go confront his bullies.
Once he does that, you then have Spawn appear as this dangerous monster who could hurt them all. But it comes down to the young boy being the only one who could stop Spawn from hurting them. And once he's able to stop Spawn, Spawn leaves, and the young boys, the young bullies, they go ahead and run home to their parents and tell their parents what just happened. And now the young boy looks like a hero because he stopped the bad monster, even though he did not. And so that entire plot line wraps up just like that. But once we get into the chapter that really does focus a lot on Sam and Twitch, well, we see them heading towards work, thinking that it's going to be just another regular day, but at the same time, they're trying to figure out how in the world they're going to bring down Sheriff Banks. Except when they arrive at work and trying to park their car, the police officer who controls the parking lot says, unfortunately, you are not allowed to park here anymore. Matter of fact, I was told to go ahead and take away your parking badges. You have been let go. Now, for Sam and Twitch, they're wondering, what do you mean by that? Because we weren't told that we were fired. So, of course, we don't believe you when you say that we have been fired. But again, the officer in charge of the parking lot says, no, you have been fired. And so Sam and Twitch has to park somewhere else and walk to the police department to hopefully get some answers on what in the world is going on with their jobs. And once they're able to get inside, they are confronted by Sheriff Banks. And when they are, you have Banks tell them, you have been fired. They're wondering, what do you mean by fired? And this is him saying, let's not forget what you guys did to me a couple stories ago, which was the idea. They were able to bring in the CIA to say, hey, this guy right here, Banks, is crooked. You should look into him. And when it came to the CIA, well, they did nothing at all. Matter of fact, they went ahead and just swept it under the rug and moved on with their days. And Banks was able to keep his job. And so because of that is him saying, I am going to retaliate against what you did to me by going ahead and firing you. Now for Sam and Twitch, they're really bothered by this, but at the same time, they're not. And what I mean by that is they realize that sooner or later he would get them fired, but they still have the file. And their main goal was to use the file as a way to get back at him, to get rid of him. And so when he says, hey, you're fired, they're like, that's okay. You may fire us, but let's not forget, we still have the file and we can go to the media as a way to bring you down. And then once it gets out, it'll look bad for you, but also anybody else who is connected to you. Now, just in case you're wondering, hey, Fresh, what is happening with Spawn? Well, you have Spawn just resting. He is confronted by different kind of animals that move in the night, but those animals are not really important. What's really more important is that you have Spawn having flashbacks to the times where he was with Wanda, and he remembered that a lot of times his work would take him away from her. So he was unable to actually spend time with her like he always wanted to. And so with that happening, he's having a flashback to one of her birthdays. He missed that birthday, but he was able to make it up by giving her a puppy. So yes, this is your update on what is happening with Spawn right now in this chapter, but we jump back over to Sam and Twitch. And when we do, it's Sam and Twitch meeting up with some reporter who works for a big time newspaper. Matter of fact, when it comes to this big time newspaper, apparently at this point, they're no longer big time. They have been declining for a while, and they're trying to get back on top again. But with a story like this, for sure, they will be able to get back on top. Now, when it comes to this reporter, what he is hearing, what he is seeing, he's having a hard time believing that he may be able to pull this off. Matter of fact, he's very scared about the idea of the CIA or anyone else from different branches of the government might try to come at him and try to stop him from releasing this story. And so he tells Sam and Twitch, he'll try his best, but unfortunately, they may not get anything at all. But it's Sim and Twitch saying, we have no choice. We lost our jobs. We have family we got to support. At the same time, we got to bring down Banks for all the crimes that he has committed. And once you have the reporter being able to get back to his office building to show his boss what he was able to get from Sam and Twitch, his boss is excited. You are talking about the idea of bringing down someone like the sheriff of the police department who hired a child serial killer to kill off a political person's child. That is huge. That is crazy. Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and publish this. Here is the thing. There are always leaks when it comes to different kinds of big time stories across the world. And so when it came to this one, there were a lot of leaks. And one of those leaks was able to get back to Jason Wynn. And you had Jason make a few phone calls to change everything, where now it's just Sheriff Banks going down by himself. There's no way that Jason's name will be mentioned in the story that comes out the next day. So Jason had just made himself an innocent man. But unfortunately for Sheriff Banks, no, not an innocent man. He'll go down by himself. And as soon as that story has been published, word gets out fast. Word gets out so fast, bam, there goes Banks' career completely. You have folks moving in to arrest him, to bring him in for the crimes that he has committed. The public is outside his actual police department building, wanting him to come out to do, well, of course, some crazy things to him. But again, he is on his own. His wife is trying to call him to ask her what in the world is going on. But unfortunately, he tells his assistant, do not let her call me again. Like, do not give me that phone. I don't want to talk to her. My life is ruined. My career is ruined. Everything is ruined for what I did. And the way the story ends, like I said, the way the story ends is one heck of a crazy note. Because as soon as they go into his office to arrest him, he kills himself. Gets a gun, pow, he's dead. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, where we pick up with Spawn number 44 and Spawn number 45. And this is another two-part storyline where we see Spawn killing an angel. Yeah, you heard that right. So let me explain, because with Angela out of the way, you now have other angels wanting to go after Spawn. Because if they do kill him off, well, it'll be a high score, a very high ranking kill. But on top of that, heaven and hell are enemies. And so with Spawn being out there and him being a hell spawn, of course you have angels wanting to go out there and hunt him down. Now we do pick up with a new angel, and her name is Tiffany. And with Tiffany around, you have Tiffany saying, listen, with Angela out of the way, I can now be the best one, the best angel out of all of us. And we kind of find out that Tiffany is a tad bit jealous of Angela, because Tiffany did have the higher scores, the better grades, but unfortunately Angela got all the fame. And so this is Tiffany saying, I'm going to do the one thing she did not do, which is kill off Spawn, Al Simmons. And once she does that, she believes all the fame Angela had will go to her. Now, when it comes to Tiffany, she did not get permission to go out into Earth and hunt down Spawn. But she says, who cares? Because I'm doing God's work, but at the same time, I'm cleaning up Angela mistakes. We then jump over to Spawn, and we see Spawn still recovering after his latest battle against Curse. Because remember, when it came to Curse, Curse was this character who believed that he was doing God's work. That's all you need to know. But when it came to Curse, he grabbed Spawn and began to dissect Spawn, thinking that he'll learn more about Spawn and how Spawn bodies work. And once he learned everything about Spawn, he'll be able to kill off Hell Spawns left and right, like Spawn. Except Spawn was able to break free and kill off Curse. Unfortunately though, Spawn had to use a lot of energy to put his body together, but his suit is also kind of traumatized because what they had went through thanks to Curse. And so he's trying to regain all the energy that he had to use to put his body back together, but to also stop Curse as well. Unfortunately, Tiffany is on her way to hunt Spawn down to kill him off. We didn't get an update on Sam and Twitch. Now remember, Sam and Twitch are two cops, or they were two cops for the NYPD. Unfortunately, they were trying to bring down their boss, Sheriff Banks, and they were able to actually do it, except before they did that, well, they got fired by him. And so when he killed himself, once all the evidence came out that he was a crooked person, unfortunately, they're still out of a job. And when it comes to Twitch, he's freaking out because he has a wife and kids to take care of. And he's wondering how long will the money last until he is unable to actually take care of his family. Now for Sam, it's more of, hey, you know what? It is what it is. I'm going to sit here, eat my pizza, eat my food. My place is messy, whatever. But I know sooner or later I'll get something. They're both depressed. It's just that they're going at it in different kinds of ways. But getting back over to Spawn, while you have Spawn still trying to recover after his latest battle against Curse, well, like I said earlier, Tiffany does appear and she is ready to kill Homeboy off. Like I said, she is ready to kill Homeboy off. Now, this is a mixture of, you know what, I want to be better than Angela, but at the same time, I want to kill off Spawn, this hell creature, because hell is our mere enemies. And so she's going at it when it comes to fighting against Spawn. And Spawn has no idea what in the world is going on, because the last angel he met was Angela. And technically, they were on good terms when he last saw her. Not the greatest terms, but like, hey, you know what, we'll be okay for now. And so when it comes to Tiffany, he's all like, great, another angel is after me and I have no idea where this could go because I got lucky with the last one, Angela. This one right here, I don't think I'll get that lucky. And matter of fact, Homeboy is right because she is here to kill him off. We did pick up with Violator. Now remember, Violator was created alongside with Spawn by one person, Malbolgia. And technically, when it comes to Violator, he is used by Malbolgia as a way to kind of train Hellspawns when they're on Earth. Now, when it comes to Violator, he does not like Al Simmons at all. And so besides trying to actually train Spawn, he's trying to kill off Spawn and just go ahead and send him back to hell. Now, when it comes to Violator, he loves to torture Spawn, and he has a new way of doing it. Why not go after the people that he cares for the most? That will be Wanda, his ex-wife, Terry, her husband, but also his best friend, and Wanda's grandmother, and Wanda's and Terry's child. He's trying to find different ways to hurt Spawn, and technically, he's finding them. But here's the thing, because when it comes to Violator, recently he had teamed up with Jason Wynn, the bad guy who had killed off Spawn 5 years ago. And so now the two of them are working together to go after the loved ones of Spawn. And the question is, what is Jason doing to the loved ones as a way to affect Spawn? But to go ahead and wrap up just the first chapter of the storyline, getting back over to Tiffany, but also Spawn, Tiffany's main goal is to go ahead and just cut off the head of Spawn. Because once she does that, well, you know what? That means Spawn will be dead. He'll be killed off and the day will be saved for the angels. And so with Spawn still trying to recover the energy that he had lost thanks to Curse, it seems like she might be able to actually pull it off and cut off his head. And we could have a dead Spawn here very soon. And so when we jump into the final chapter for today's storyline, well, we pick up with Tiffany getting ready to cut off Spawn's head. And matter of fact, she does it. And she believes that, okay, I killed off Spawn. I actually won. I did something that Angela could not do. Well, of course we all know he is the hero of the book. There's no way Homeboy is going to die that easily in a two-part storyline like this. And so you have Spawn kind of like, nope, I tricked you. I made you believe that you had cut off my head. In reality, you did nothing to me at all. And so the battle continues on. And while you have the battle continue on, this is where you have Spawn begin to bounce back. He's back at full strength, where he is able to fight back against Tiffany, and it's going to lead to her death. But before we are able to see the end of that battle there, we have to jump back over to Sam and Twitch just real quickly. And the reason why, because you have Twitch really showing that he is very worried about the idea of not being able to support his wife and kids. And honestly, I don't blame him, because you know, you're trying to be that supporting husband, making sure that your family is taken care of, and you just lost your job, and your job was a source of money that was coming into the household. And so for Twitch, he is very worried about what could happen to his family. And this is where you see Sam being kind of like that big brother, that best friend, because you have Sam say, listen, I was able to put some money on the side to give you right now to kind of help pay your bills. But what I want to do with you is to open up our own detective agency, meaning that we do not work for anybody but ourselves. You and I will be partners again, and we'll solve cases on our own without the idea of having a boss over us and trying to use us in bad ways. And this is a way for them to kind of continue to be able to bring some money in. But getting back over to Spawn, who's fighting against Tiffany, their fight does go back and forth for a few pages. Now, here's the thing, because while you have Spawn and Tiffany fighting against one another, Spawn gets a new power, and that is the Black Dispersal. And when it comes to the Black Dispersal, Spawn is able to summon the dark creatures of the night, and he had marked Tiffany. And so while the two characters were fighting against each other, well, Tiffany got seriously injured to the point where she is unable to fight back against the creatures of the night. And so the young angel is killed off. She is eaten alive by wolves, bears, and snakes. Just like that, Spawn was able to deal with his new angel problem and go on with his life. But we have to jump over to Wanda, because she's at the doctor, because in our last video she got a bad cough and she was wondering if she was getting sick. Now, we were wondering if Jason Wynn and Violator had did something to her as a way to get to Spawn. And so she may be okay, or like not that sick, but later on it could get very serious. Now, the doctor tells her, yeah, you know what? You do have a bad cough. Your throat is sore. You could have some kind of infection. Don't worry. I'll give you some medicine and everything is going to be a-okay. But when it comes to Terry, it is completely different. Now remember, Terry is the old best friend of Al Simmons, but now he's married to Wanda, Al Simmons' ex-wife. But when it comes to Terry, recently, he has been trying his best to bring down Jason Wynn, the bad guy who killed off Al Simmons 5 years ago. Now, Terry has no idea that Jason had killed off Al Simmons, but when it comes to Terry, he realized that Jason is up to something. And so Terry had transferred over to Jason's department to hopefully bring him down, to find some evidence to bring him down. But just like Wanda, Terry has also been coughing, except his cough is a whole lot worse. And so we're left to believe that sooner or later, something big and serious is going to happen to Terry because of Violator, but also because of Jason Wynn. The ending of this book is really more of Spawn being able to get back to Rat City, or of course his area of New York. And once he does arrive, he is confronted by Cogliastro, and you have Cog tell him one more time that he needs to train his costume, because Spawn costume is alive. It is a symbiote, but at the same time, they have to work together, but Spawn has to be the master, not just the host. And that has been a very huge problem for Spawn recently. But on top of that, Thanks to Curse dissecting both Spawn and the suit, well, the suit has gone through a very traumatized moment, and so it's going crazy and controlling Spawn. And so you had Cog say, sooner or later, you are going to have to be the master, because if you don't become the master, it will take over you, and that could lead to more problems down the road. And this is where, okay, so getting back into Spawn for Spawn Sundays, we pick up with Spawn number 46 and Spawn number 47. Yes, another two-part storyline. Guys, don't worry. Sooner or later, we're going to be able to dive into deeper, longer stories. For right now, just a two-part books. Either way, when it comes to Spawn number 46, we actually pick up with a character known as Johnny Terenzo. And when it comes to Johnny Terenzo, he does seem like your regular guy, your regular, husband slash father. He's having a good night with his family, except that is the moment where he is confronted by guys who work for Vito Gravano. Now, Vito Gravano is an older character at this point in Spawn comics. We saw him in the early days, and he is a mafia boss in New York, and Spawn had been dealing with him off and on throughout the entire Spawn run. But it has been a very long time since we saw this character. Now, the reason why Vito is sending a bunch of guys over to Johnny, because Johnny has been stealing money from Vito, and that is a huge no-no. And so Vito had to make Johnny become an example. If you steal from him, you gotta die. And so, of course, Johnny was killed off right outside his own house. So his wife had to hear the gunshot, run out, and find the body of her dead husband. Literally messed up. Now, you also have Vito saying that, listen, even though Johnny did steal from me, I'm going to make sure that he has a proper bearing and make sure that his wife and child will be okay. Except that is the moment where he does get a call from his boss. Yes, that's right. Vito is the boss of this area of New York, but the boss got a boss, and that will be Mr. Bartino. Now, we haven't met Mr. Bartino just yet, but the way the phone call goes, you can tell that Vito is very scared of Bartino, meaning that sooner or later, once he does appear, it could lead to more problems for Vito, but also for Spawn as well. But checking up on Spawn, we see him now back in New York, but he's still trying to recover from his last battle against Curse. Now, at this point, we're like 8 issues since the last battle, or really 6 issues since his last battle against Curse. But Curse did do a number on Spawn. Let's not forget, Curse tried to dissect Spawn to hopefully learn more about Spawn, to hopefully learn more about how Hellspawns work, because Curse believed that he was doing God's work. In reality, he wasn't. Either way, right now, it's Spawn trying to reclaim control over his suit, the symbiote suit, because his suit is alive, but technically it's taking over his body, and sooner or later, one of the two is going to win. And so Spawn is trying his best to control the suit, but at the same time, he still needs to recover after his battle against Curse. And so what he's doing right now is he's absorbing the evilness of different kind of creatures that don't touch the light. So like rats, worms, they're the creatures of the night, the creatures of the dark. And he's trying to absorb their evil to hopefully fix his injuries and then be able to control his suit. But then we pick up with Wanda and Terry. Now, Wanda and Terry are very important in Spawn comics. Wanda is the ex-wife of Spawn, and Terry is the old best friend of Spawn. And the two of them got married not right after, but a couple years after Spawn had died 5 years ago. Either way, when it came to Wanda and Terry in our last videos, they got sick, and we're left to believe that this is being done by Jason Wynn. Because let's not forget, Jason was the guy who killed off Spawn, but at the same time, Jason is working with Violator, a demon creature from hell, and they're trying to go after the loved ones of Spawn. And so recently, both Wanda and Terry have been coughing a lot. Now, when it comes to Wanda, she's okay. When it comes to Terry, he's getting worse and worse. And matter of fact, he had to leave work early to come home and get some rest. And so we're left to believe that Terry could possibly die down the road, or at least just have some huge infection or some virus that was given to him by Jason Wynn. But then we pick up with some random characters. Now, these random characters are not going to be important at all. Well, somewhat, because these two guys, they work for Vito. They're like top in the ranking of his organization of crime. The problem is each of these guys are killed off just like that. And you're allowed to believe, okay, could this be Spawn? Because Spawn is right now having a hard time controlling his suit. But in reality, it's not Spawn. It's somebody else coming here to New York to hopefully get revenge against Vito, but at the same time hoping that Spawn will help them get revenge against Vito for what he has done to their lives. Either way, the two guys that work for Vito, they were killed off just like that. Bam, bam. And that right there concerns Vito a lot. We then pick up with Spawn and Cagliostro, where you have Cagliostro telling Spawn two things. Now, when it comes to Cagliostro, we still have no idea what the origin of this character is at all. We still have no idea. But he does tell Spawn two different things. The first is that Tiffany is not dead. And Tiffany was the bad guy in our last video, who was another angel trying to come after Spawn, because she was very upset about the idea that Angela was not able to kill off Spawn, but on top of that, let Spawn go. And she hated Angela a lot. Either way, when Tiffany tried to go after Spawn, Spawn had killed her off. Or we thought he did. We come to find out from Cagliostro, to kill off an angel, you have to absorb their light. If you don't, they'll have the ability to come right back to life again and cause more problems for you. But on top of that, you have Cagliostro telling Spawn, you have to make the right moves. And what he is saying is that you're playing in the devil's hand. Why are you doing that? Every move you make is helping the devil out or God out. Why not try to make your own moves to help yourself out? And then you have Cagliostro just disappear. But we kind of find out who was going around killing off all the people who were working for Vito. Well, it's an old character known as Trimmer. And when it comes to Trimmer, he was a monster as well, but he was trying to leave that life behind for his wife and kid. Unfortunately, he was working for Vito. And Vito did not like the idea of Trimmer trying to leave. And so he basically killed off Trimmer's wife and kid, but at the same time made Trimmer go through one horrible scientific experiment that turned him into this creature right here. And ever since then, Vito has been technically targeted by Trimmer. And this is Trimmer saying, I am finally here to kill you off. I finally found your base. I am going to get revenge for what you did to me and my family. Now, here's the thing, because to Trimmer, he believes that Vito killed off his entire family, not just his wife and kid, but like his brother as well. Well, you have Vito say, you cannot kill me, because if you do kill me, then your brother is going to die, which tells us that his brother is still alive, just somewhere out there in the world. And so Trimmer says, okay, you know what? I am going to back off for now, because clearly you're holding my brother hostage as a way to control me. I need to think of a new game plan. And so Trimmer leaves. And so you have Trimmer go over to Spawn, or where Spawn is at. Because let's not forget, Spawn did promise Trimmer that sooner or later they're going to work together to go after Vito and to bring him down. And so this is Trimmer saying, hey, it's time for you to come help me take down Vito. Except at this point in time, Spawn is not really big in helping people. He's trying to handle his own problems at the moment. Either way, you then have Trimmer say, you're going to help me. And the reason why? Because I heard Vito. He mentioned a bunch of names. Terry, Wanda. And those first two names are very important, because that means Vito knows all the loved ones of Spawn, which means that sooner or later Vito could go after them as well, as a way to get to Spawn. And this could make Spawn wanting to help Trimmer take down Vito once and for all. But we get into Spawn number 47, and when we do, it's really more of Spawn telling Trimmer that he doesn't feel like he should get involved in this mess at all. Like, he's really not down to help, even though Trimmer said, hey, by the way, Vito is planning to go after people that are close to you. You should most likely want to get involved. And you have Spawn like, I don't know, bro. But then you have Tremor bring over another guy named Billy who works for Vito as well. And we kind of find out through Billy that Vito believed that Terry was Spawn. And matter of fact, we saw that all the way back into the earlier comics of Spawn, where Vito did believe that Terry was Spawn. And so apparently Vito had this guy Billy follow Terry around until he was able to prove that Spawn was Terry. Unfortunately, Billy couldn't do that. But for Vito, he still wanted Terry watched because he's also looking into Jason Wynn as well. And so you have Billy say, yeah, so Jason Wynn, Wanda, Terry, all these different people who are close to you in some kind of way were being watched by Vito. And that right there tells Spawn, fine, okay, Tremor, I'll help you out dealing with this freaking Vito problem. Let's go ahead and go now. We then jump over to Jason Wynn and Violator. And when we do, this is where we get reminded that these two characters are working together. Now, when it comes to Jason Wynn, Jason is just more of a guy who was responsible for the death of Al Simmons, but he's being forced here to work with Violator. If he doesn't, well, of course, Violator will kill him off. So he has no choice here but to help the guy out. And when it comes to Violator, he is your demon, your regular demon from hell, who was created by Malbolgia, the devil of the 8th circle. But when it comes to Violator, he has been working with Jason Wynn as a way to go after the loved ones of Al Simmons. And the reason why, because Violator hates Spawn with the passion. And for the longest time, we had no idea why. Well, we kind of find out why. Because apparently, when it comes to Violator, he feels like humans who become Hellspawns should not have the right to become captains to lead the army of hell against the forces of heaven. Because there is going to be a big war down the road. And when that war comes, of course, you're going to have the Hellspawns being the one in charge of leading the army of hell against the forces of heaven. And that bothers Violator a lot. He feels like demons who are born in hell should be the ones to lead the army. Not these Hellspawns who are humans who just died, went to hell, given a symbiote suit, and then put back on Earth to be trained to become a great captain. That right there to Violator is not okay. And so right now, him and Jason are still plotting to go after the loved ones of Al Simmons. But this is where we begin the process of wrapping up today's video, because we actually do pick up with Tremor and also Spawn paying a visit to Vito one last time. Well, hopefully one last time. We already know it's not going to be the last time. Either way, when they do get to his office, you have Tremor going first. And this is Tremor saying, I'm going to make sure I kill off Vito once and for all. Except Vito does have something over Tremor, his brother. Now, let's not forget, Tremor believed that his brother was actually dead, to only find out that his brother is not dead, he is alive and well. And matter of fact, when it comes to his brother, he's working for Vito right now and trying to protect Vito from Tremor. It's brother versus brother. Now, when it comes to Tremor's brother, he believed that his own brother Tremor was dead, alongside his wife and kid. Only come to find out that is not true. That Tremor was alive, he was just put through one horrible scientific experiment. Either way, you have Spawn jump in, being able to take down both Vito and also take down Tremor's brother before his brother could kill off his own brother. Either way, once you have Spawn handle all three characters, you then have Spawn go over to Vito and say, you are going to leave all of us alone. Tremor, his brother, Wanda, Terry, everybody. And the reason why, because I have information about you. I can blackmail you. And tell you right now, if I give that information over to your boss back in Sicily, they're going to come over here and do some really bad things to you. So think it through. What's better, to just leave us alone or to die? And literally, the book ends on that note right there, with Spawn and Trimmer brother just leaving and saying, good, the day is saved and we can move on with our day.
Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, where we actually do pick up with Spawn number 48. Now, when it comes to Spawn number 48, we do pick up with Sam and Twitch. Now remember, Sam and Twitch used to be two police officers working for the NYPD. Unfortunately, they were fired because they were trying to bring down their boss, Sheriff Banks. Now, luckily, they were able to bring their boss down. Unfortunately, though, it only happened after they got fired. Now, when it came to their boss, they had learned that their boss, Banks, was working alongside Jason Wynn. They hired a child serial killer to go after somebody in politics. Either way, when it came to Banks, he was brought down. Matter of fact, he killed himself. Either way, after that is now our two characters, Sam and Twitch, trying to live a new life, becoming private investigators. And they were able to find an office. The problem is the office literally sucks. Yeah, it sucks. Either way, they're happy to be there together. But then out of nowhere, a random folder appears at their door. And when it comes to this folder, it does contain a lot of information. But that information is about different people who had worked alongside with Sheriff Banks. We then jump over to Rat Alley. Now remember, Rat Alley is an area in New York where a lot of homeless people live in. But on top of that, this is Spawn's territory. But we kind of find out that the people, the homeless people, are now becoming scared of Spawn and wondering if he's good enough to actually protect them, but at the same time wondering if he could possibly kill them. They're very concerned for their friend because he has changed a lot since the earlier parts of Spawn, but at the same time, the guy has gone through a lot and very recent issues. But either way, they have no choice but to wait and see what is going to happen with Spawn. We then jump over to Spawn, and we see Spawn trying to build a prison for himself, but also for the bad guys. And what I mean by that, in recent issues, Spawn had dealt with Curse. And when it came to Curse, Curse was trying to dissect Spawn to learn more about Spawn because Curse believed that he was working for God in some kind of crazy way. Either way, when it came to Curse, he did a number to Spawn, but also Spawn's suit. Because remember, Spawn's suit is basically a symbiote. And so it went through a whole lot of trauma. And now the suit is going crazy. It's also evolving as well, but at a faster rate than usual. Because most Hellspawns don't reach the point that Spawn has when it comes to his suit. And so right now, there is a battle for control. Spawn and his suit. But at the same time, he is trying to build a prison for himself because he has no idea if he'll become too dangerous for his friends in Rat Alley. Now that is the moment where he is confronted by Cogliastro. And when it comes to Cogliastro, we still have no idea what's the deal with this character. All we know is that he knows a lot about Spawn and other characters. But on top of that, he keeps telling Spawn, sooner or later, you are going to lose control if you don't act right and start making your own moves. Stop getting played by the devil and God and begin to make your own moves for your betterment of your own life. And so you have Spawn just flip out because just like us, we have no idea what's the deal with Cogliastro. And he says, tell me everything or get lost. And it's Cog kind of like, you know what? I'm gonna step back and hold my tongue for the time being. But yeah, you need to get control of your suit. But we then check in with Wanda. Now remember, Wanda is the ex-wife of Al Simmons. After he had died, 5 years later, we come to find out she got remarried to Terry, Al's best friend, and also had a child with Terry. Either way, when it comes to Wanda, by this point in the storyline, she's about to open up a brand new building because thankfully somebody gave her a huge donation. And so with that donation, she's able to open up her brand new building. Unfortunately, she has to go through so much paperwork and she has no idea how her husband, Terry, does it when it comes to a huge amount of paperwork. And speaking of Jason Wynn, when we actually pick up with Jason, It's him right now still working in his office, still trying to gather a bunch of information about the different things going on with Jason Wynn, because he knows that Jason done a lot of dirty things and somebody has to bring him down. Now, what he does not know is that Jason is also partially responsible for the death of his best friend, Al Simmons. Either way, we also have to remember that Terry is sick. Now, we have no idea what's wrong with Terry, but every single time we see him, he's coughing, having a hard time breathing, and he is exhausted. But again, we have no idea what's wrong with him. And so we jump over to Sam and Twitch. And when we do, it's Sam and Twitch coming back to their office because they did some detective work to look over all the different information that was kept in that folder. And with them doing that, they realized that there was a whole bunch of old information they already knew about. But at the same time, there was new information as well. And with the new information, they realized that it has to be a reliable source because they also have old information that they already knew about. And some of the new they checked in on is also accurate, which means the rest must be accurate as well. But the question is, who gave them this file and what do they want them to do with this file? But getting back over to Spawn, we see Spawn meeting up with Bobby. And Bobby is one of the many homeless people in Rat Alley. But Bobby was the guy who was actually killed off and brought back to life thanks to one of those crazy adventures being with Spawn. Either way, Spawn trusts Bobby a lot, but this is Spawn telling Bobby he has to go. Not Bobby, Spawn, because Spawn is very scared of the idea that the suit is going to take over his body. If that happens, he has no idea what the suit could possibly do, which means that it could possibly kill off Bobby and the rest of the homeless people. But at the same time, Spawn's saying, a lot of different people came here looking for me, and I want to make sure that you guys are not in grave danger. And I'm tired of putting you guys in grave danger. And so I'm going to step away to protect you, but to also protect myself. And we already know he built that prison as a way to lock himself up. But to close off on Spawn number 48, we jump over to Jason Wynn. And when we do, it's Jason Wynn getting a call. And apparently, whoever is working with Jason Wynn on this phone call is getting ready to go after two different targets. And the question is right now, who are the two targets they're going after? And do those two people have a connection to Spawn? But we also get reminded that Jason Wynn is not working alone, that he's also working alongside with Violator. And now their plans are coming together. But then we have to jump into Spawn number 49. Now, when we do jump into Spawn number 49, we pick up Spawn paying a visit to Wanda's grandmother. Now remember, Wanda's grandmother really did love Spawn a lot when he was alive and just being Al Simmons. Now after he died, she grieved a whole lot because she loved the man that was being there for her granddaughter. But either way, when Al came back to life, he would constantly pay visits to her to just see her, but to also listen to the words she had to say because she always gave him great advice. With that being said, it's Spawn telling her that he'll be gone for a while. And this is him once again trying to protect the people he cares so much for. Because again, he is so scared of the idea that the symbiote suit might take over his body and could possibly come back to the people that he cares so much for. We then jump over to Terry, and this is where we see Terry going to the doctor to get checked out to figure out what in the world is wrong with him. Why has he been sick so much lately? Except when he does go to the doctor tells him, dude, I have no idea what's wrong with you. I ran all the tests I can, but unfortunately, I can't tell you what's literally wrong with you. What I can tell you to do now is to go see another doctor that is a friend of mine, and hopefully he can run some more tests on you to hopefully figure out what in the world is wrong with you. Because right now you seem okay, your body seems okay, except when Terry leaves, Terry coughs once again. We then jump over to Spawn, and remember, he just left the home of Wanda's grandmother. Now, we already know where he was going to next.
He was going to, of course, his new prison that he had built himself as a way to protect himself or to protect the ones that he loves. Except we kind of find out that prison did not work. But on top of that, something else has happened to Spawn. And the reason why I'm saying that, because you have Cagliostro just stopping by to see how Spawn is doing. Except when he does find Spawn, he realized something very horrible has happened to Spawn. And he is now literally freaking out. We then jump over to Violator. Now remember, when it comes to Violator, the reason why he hates Spawn so much because Spawn is a Hellspawn for one, but on top of that, he feels like Hellspawns should not be leaders of the army of hell. And the reason why, because he feels like because Hellspawns are technically just human souls who are given a new chance for a new thing to do in hell, he feels like true demons should be the one to actually lead the forces of hell against the forces of heaven. Now, once he hears the idea that Spawn's suit is actually killing Spawn, he's very happy about the idea because now it seems like Spawn is a failure. And once he does go back to hell as a failure, then maybe, just maybe, Malbolgia could technically be like, you know what? Maybe Violator was right. Hellspawns cannot lead my army. So it'll be Violator and his brothers who will lead my army instead. And so we then jump over to Cagliostro. When we do, is Cagliostro just freaking out. And the reason why, because we kind of find out the prison that Spawn made, one, did not work. But two, the suit is literally trying to kill off Al Simmons to get rid of him. And so with that happening, it's called kind of like, okay, this is bad. The suit is going to literally kill him and send him back to hell. And so you have Cog being able to help Spawn calm down, get Spawn out of his suit, but at the same time escape the makeshift prison that Spawn made. Now, this is actually a very huge moment. And the reason why, because this is where we kind of find out Cagliostro used to be a Hellspawn. That is huge because now we know how in the world this man knows everything about God, hell, Hellspawns, and everything else because he used to be one. And then you have Al Simmons say, Cagliostro, please help me. We then jump over to Terry, and when we do, we see Terry going to see another doctor. Now, when it comes to Terry, he is going to find out there is something else wrong with him. Unfortunately, though, I want to focus on Wanda real quick. And the reason why, because Terry has not told his wife how bad his sickness has gotten. She has no idea this man is going to see different doctors left and right. She has no idea that her husband is basically lying to her. And so when she calls his office, matter of fact, he told his assistant, if my wife calls, make sure you tell her I'm in a meeting, because he does not want to scare her at all. But this is the big moment, because you didn't have the doctor come to Terry say, I found out what's wrong with you. And I'm going to find out you have a tumor in your brain. And that is very huge to say right there. But then we kind of find out things are about to get a whole lot worse. And the reason why, because we kind of find out Cygor has arrived into New York City. Now remember, when it comes to Cygor, Cygor is a cybernetic gorilla that was made for the military. Except when it came to the military, they were hoping the brain of this cybernetic gorilla would be 80-20. 80% human brain and the 20 being a gorilla brain. Unfortunately, they got 50-50. And so right now, you have a very angry gorilla looking for one particular person. And apparently, that person is Al Simmons. And we have no idea why Cygor is looking for Al Simmons. But we're going to find out in later videos. But to close on today's video, we jump back over to Terry. Now, let's not forget, Terry just found out this man has a tumor in his brain. And so he is freaking out and wondering how in the world can he tell his wife and his daughter that he has cancer? How in the world can he do that? But either way, on his way home, that is when he once again passes out. And when he does pass out again, this time he's behind the wheel of a car. And he then crashes into a truck. and we're left to believe that something seriously bad has happened to him, because that is the moment you have Wanda get a call, and when she does get that call, it's someone telling her something seriously bad has happened to your husband. And unfortunately, we don't feel like he might not make it. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over Spawn for Spawn Sundays, and we pick up with Spawn number 50. Now, when it comes to Spawn number 50, it does pick up where our last video left off at, with Terry getting into a car accident. Now remember, Terry is the old best friend of Spawn, but the current husband to Wanda, Spawn's ex-wife. Anyways though, when it came to Terry, he got into a car accident, and it was really bad. And Wanda got a call saying your husband is in the hospital. And so she ran over to see if everything is okay. Now, once she does arrive, it seems like he is okay, just some minor injuries. Except when it comes to the doctor, he wants to run a few tests. Now, this is going to be a problem. And the reason why? Because Terry has not told Wanda that he has a tumor on his brain. And so with these tests, the doctor here is going to find out about the tumor, and of course is going to tell both Terry and also Wanda, even though Terry already knows. And Terry is trying his best to not have the doctor run these tests because he does not want Wanda to know just yet. And so unfortunately, the doctor's all like, nah bro, I gotta run these tests to make sure you have no other kinds of injuries. We then jump over to Spawn and Cagliostro. Now, when it comes to Spawn and Cagliostro, let's not forget, in our last video, Cagliostro told Spawn that he used to be a Spawn as well. Now, he did not say a Hell Spawn, all he said was a Spawn. And we're left to wonder what he meant by that. With that being said though, we do see Spawn right now trying to figure out what in the world is going on with him, but also Cagliostro. Now, when it comes to Cagliostro, he does not tell Spawn any more information about his past or being a Spawn in the past. Instead, what he does tell Spawn one thing, that when it came to Spawn's suit, the reason why it's going crazy and Spawn is having a hard time controlling it is because when they were separated, thanks to Curse, the suit was evolving. Now, with the suit evolving, it needed Al Simmons with it to basically lead it in the right direction, to learn from right and wrong. The problem was Spawn was not there because Curse was trying to dissect Spawn. He took the suit away from Spawn. And so that led the suit becoming more violent because it did not have Al Simmons inside of it to basically teach it the right things. But on top of that, once Spawn and the suit did combine together once again, all of Spawn's anger and hatred towards different things just kept feeding the suit bad information. Feeding it and basically saying, okay, I should be mad and angry all the time. And that was the problem right there, why the suit went crazy so much. And so it's Cagliostro saying, if you want to regain control of your suit, you need to teach your suit the right thing. But for you to do that, you have to let go of all your anger, all your hatred, because after you do that right there, then your suit will be able to actually listen to you and work with you. Now, after saying that, Cagliostro just disappears just like that. But we get back over to Wanda and Terry. Now, when it comes to Wanda and Terry, they're in the hospital. They're just waiting for the test, thinking that everything is going to be a-okay, except that is the moment you have the doctor come in and technically says, hey Terry, you have cancer. You have a tumor on your brain. Now, Terry already knew that. He learned that in the last video, but Wanda did not know that. And this is so hard for Wanda. And the reason why, because let's not forget, Terry is her second husband. Al Simmons, Spawn, was her first. He was shot down and killed. And now here comes her second husband dying from cancer. It's so hard for her to hear the idea that her husband now has cancer. But on top of that, when it comes to the tumor, unfortunately, the doctors cannot do anything at all unless
they're trying to cut into the brain actually, or cut off part of the brain. But the thing is, the way this cancer had worked, it was always in Terry's body, but it was slowly growing to the point where it's now a tumor. But even if they do cut off the tumor, it is going to regrow again. And so technically, Terry is a dead man. Except this is where we begin the process of seeing Spawn being able to save Terry, but then getting sent back to hell for doing it. Let me explain. Because you now have Spawn going over to Wanda's grandmother. And the reason why, because Spawn and the grandmother always had a close bond. Before he died, before they got married, he always had a close bond to the grandmother of Wanda. It was so sweet and everything. Except when he does go over to her, he's kind of like, hey, you know, I'm here making sure you're okay. Now she's blind, so she has no idea how Spawn looks like. But on top of that, she believed that Spawn is an angel, not a hell Spawn, because things he told her. Either way, this is where she tells Spawn, yeah, you know, I'm doing great, but Wanda, nah. She's doing bad, Al. She's doing bad because she just found out Terry has cancer. Now that hits Spawn hard, very hard. Now, Spawn is still angry at Terry for a whole lot of different reasons, but he's now sad for Wanda because he still loves her. He still wants to protect her. He still wants to make sure that she is happy. And now he hears that her second husband is going to die from cancer. And so you have Spawn go over to the hospital to confirm that Terry does have cancer. And when he does see Terry, he's all like, man, he does have cancer. Man, he is dying. But like, can I save him? And technically, Spawn can use his hell power to actually save Terry's life. But the thing is, if he does that, that means he has used all the energy that Malbolgia gave him. And the problem is, if he does use all the energy he has, he gets sent right back to hell to begin the process of leading the army of hell against the forces of heaven. And he's not trying to do that right now. But he realized that Terry is dying and maybe he should do it. Except for Spawn, he's still angry at Terry because Terry married his wife. He married Wanda, who was the ex-wife of Al Simmons. But on top of that, Terry is working for Jason Wynn. And Jason is one of the many guys responsible for the death of Spawn. And so Spawn's saying, why should I help him? And he leaves. But the thing is, right after he leaves, Terry gets a whole lot worse. I mean a whole lot worse. Because right after he leaves, Wanda is freaking out. She overhears that Terry has lost the ability to breathe on his own. And so without that ability, he's now on a breathing machine. He is trying to survive. And Wanda cannot deal with the idea of watching her second husband dying right in front of her. But again, Spawn is right outside. He sees Wanda crying. He sees Wanda scared of the idea of losing her second husband, but now her daughter gonna lose her father. And so it's Spawn saying, I made a promise to always keep Wanda happy, to always make sure that she is okay. And so Spawn is going to use his powers to basically save the life of Terry, not because he feels bad for Terry, because he wants to make sure that Wanda is okay and their daughter as well. And this is a very big moment because you do have Spawn going right back into the hospital room. And when he does, he goes right next to Terry. He used all the power he has left that was given to him by Malbolgia to bring Terry back to life, but to also make sure the cancer is gone. And so when he does that, yeah, all the energy he had is completely gone. He has no choice but to go back to hell. But at least when he does do it, he did it for Wanda. He made sure that Wanda is happy. And then Terry wakes up. The cancer is gone, completely gone. There is no way the cancer can regrow again to hurt Terry down the road. The doctors cannot believe it. Wanda could not believe it, to the point where Homegirl fainted as soon as she saw Terry get right back up. She's like, what just happened? And so it's a great thing. But unfortunately, Spawn had to go back to hell because, again, he used all the energy that Malbolgia gave him, and now he's back in hell. And so then we jump into the idea of learning more about heaven and hell, trying to figure out, how does a soul go to one of the two? How is it decided? And so we come to find out, when it comes to heaven or hell, it's basically a chess game. And what I mean by that, you have heaven or hell try to decide when a soul is best for them or best for their opponent. And so sometimes they'll try to grab a soul to help build up their forces to fight against an enemy. But sometimes they might let a soul go to the other side as a way to hurt their forces. So for example, if heaven sees a soul that will be better for hell, they'll let that soul go over to hell. Hopefully, one, that'll be a weak soul that could bring down the forces of hell so that they'll be able to win their big war down the road. And vice versa when it comes to hell trying to bring down heaven. But sometimes you'll have heaven just go ahead and grab a soul because they feel like that soul will be better in heaven, not in hell. And again, vice versa for hell as well. With that being said, when it comes to hell, when it came to Al Simmons, well, he was the perfect fit for hell. And the reason why, because usually when hell decides a soul would be better in hell, is for two reasons: revenge and love. And when it came to Al Simmons, he wanted revenge. And that was the perfect kind of soul to be grabbed by hell to be used in the forces of hell to fight against the forces of heaven. Now, this is where we jump over to Violator, who's still on Earth. And the thing is, when it came to Violator, he hated Spawn so much. And the reason why, because he hates the idea of human souls going to hell, becoming hell spawns, then sent back to Earth to be trained to hopefully one day lead the forces of hell. Because to Violator, the only people who should be leading the army of hell should be the ones who actually come from hell, the demons there, like Violator. And so when he hears that Spawn went back to hell, he's all like, yes, I won, it's great. But then he realized, wait a second, because Spawn just proved that maybe he is the best fit to lead the army of hell against the forces of heaven. And that ticks off Violator a whole lot more now. He said, I technically did not get what I wanted to do. I wanted to prove to Malbolgia that demons are better than humans. And here I am right now, technically showing that humans are better than demons. But then we jump back over to Terry, and Terry and Wanda are so excited because now they can go home. Terry no longer has cancer. Everything is going to be a-okay. Well, you would think that, right? And so either way, Terry is happy, so is Wanda, so is their daughter. And you even have the doctor say they have no idea how in the world this man was able to beat cancer. But on top of that, the cancer had disappeared completely. But either way, homeboy can go ahead and go home. And so they do. Now, when they get home, they do have a celebration. It's great, except when Terry and Wanda go to bed, Terry has a dream. And the dream is the same thing over and over again. It's some kind of dream about Al Simmons, his best friend, Spawn. And this could mean that Terry is going to begin the process of learning that Spawn is Al Simmons, his friend that died 5 years ago, who came back and was trying his best to protect Terry, but to also protect Wanda. Well, you then have Terry go over to the grandmother of Wanda. And this is where you have Terry wonder even more about Al Simmons possibly being alive again, or was, because right now he's back in hell. Either way, you have the grandmother of Wanda tell Terry, well, yeah, you should be okay because I sent you an angel. And you have Terry wondering, what in the world do you mean by that? How in the world did you send me an angel? And she says, Al Simmons, he was alive again. I just never told you guys. He never told you guys, but he was alive again. And matter of fact, when I told him you had cancer, I said, man, please do your thing, be an angel, and go over there and help your friend Terry out. And Al did. Al did help out Terry. And so Terry's kind of like, wait, was Al alive? Is Al Spawn? What in the world is going on here? But then we see Spawn arrive in hell. Now, when he does arrive on the second level of hell, the second circle. Because let's not forget, there are multiple levels when it comes to hell. And when it comes to Malbolgia, the one that made Al Simmons into Spawn, well, he's on the 8th circle, the 8th level. Either way, there are so many different kind of rules when it comes to hell. But one thing we do know for sure, necroplasm is very important in hell. Because when it comes to Malbolgia, he does use necroplasm as a way to make the humans who have came to hell into hell spawns and then send them back to Earth. Here's the thing, when it comes to other levels, necroplasm used in different ways. On the second level, it's kind of like an energy source that the demons here want to eat and feed on. And when it comes to Spawn, Spawn does contain some necroplasm, but at the same time, he's on their turf. He should not be on the second level. He should be on the 8th level. And so it does lead into Spawn fighting against a bunch of creatures from the second level. Now, as the fight goes on, Spawn is able to defend himself, but at first, Homeboy was getting his butt whooped. But after being able to get back on his feet, it seems like he was able to unlock new powers, and he was able to take down all the different demons that were coming at him left and right. And once he does it, he's all like, yes, listen here, I am not going to be a pushover. I'm going to make sure that if anybody attacks me, I'll be able to stop them. And when it came to the big demon in this fight right here, he killed off that demon and made that demon eat its own heart. It's Spawn saying, yeah, I may be in hell, but I'm not no pushover. And the last page of Spawn number 50 is really important. And the reason why, because we pick up with two things happening on the last page. The first is that you have Malbolgia celebrating the idea that Spawn is back in hell. It's a great thing. Oh my gosh. He also got brand new powers, which means that a whole lot more mess is about to come to Spawn very soon with now him being in hell. But then on the same page, we come to find out the daughter of Wanda and Terry went to a birthday party. Now, when it came to the birthday party, there was a clown, and that clown is a very sick clown, and that clown would be Violator. And so we do see Violator still trying to come after the loved ones of Spawn as a way to get to Spawn. But the question is, if Spawn is in hell, what's the point of going after the different people who are close to Spawn? Because what will you gain from that? And so with that being said, this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later.